This unexpected pick just rewrote the meta. It stole the show from the usual S tier attacker picks. What happened this past weekend at one of the largest Pokemon Unite tournaments shocked many people, but it was unsurprising to those people that love playing it. In this video, I am going to break down why this Pokemon, despite being nearly completely absent from competitive play in the last few months, is now scorching the competition. I'm talking about the one and only Armarouge. For those new here, I am Steel Agent Kyle. I'm a Pokemon Unite caster. Featured on the Unite Championship Series broadcasts, I'm a Pokemon Unite community ambassador, and I also host Underdunk, a bi-weekly grassroots tournament on my Twitch. If you like these types of meta and tournament breakdowns, I would love if you gave this video a like. Let's get back into it. The final stretch at the North America International Championships was one of the largest tournaments in the competitive Pokemon Unite season. Played live in New Orleans at the Pokemon North America International Championships, it featured 24 in-person teams, 6 of which were given travel awards to play in it based on them winning the open qualifiers. 6 of the teams playing had also already qualified for Worlds, but there were some notable teams, even 2 that were even given that travel award, that had not punched their ticket to the World Championship Series. This tournament featured a large prize pool and was to award the final Worlds invitation to the team that placed the highest that had not already qualified through the regional bracket. Needless to say, the stakes were very high and the stove was hot. Most analysts predicted that we'd see probably a handful of attackers, Inteleon, Mewtwo Y, Mew, a Miraidon or 2, and maybe even some Espeon. However, what happened at the final stretch shocked a lot of people. Welcome, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are so back. Underdog number 58. I honestly can't believe it's 58 already, and we are fresh off the plane, I think all 3 of us, from the World Championship Series in Anaheim. We have a new champion of Pokemon Unite, but this does mark the start of a new day for many trainers. Many looking for new teams, many looking for fun, but I don't know about you, but one thing is for sure to me, we are in for one heck of an off season with all this roster mania, and it starts maybe tonight. I don't know, it's a lot, but either way, we have the tournament broadcast on deck. Some familiar faces, Ponyta and Bridget, are going to be taking you through the first few rounds, and then Nurse Gary and myself will be bringing everyone home in that final stretch. With that said, how is everybody doing? Let's start with you, Ponyta. How was your WCS?
Oh man, it was crazy. But of course, I staff the event, so I spent a ton of time on the floor, working with teams on day one. We were just tables were full pretty much all the time, and then we had a lot of side events. Day 2, day 3, tons of side events on day 2. I think we had 4, and then I think we went down to 3 side events on day 3. I mean, it was a blast. I think Bridget could confirm that as well. We were talking about her side event team that she had with a very notable young man as one of her partners on her team, and he was just what was that kid, like 8 years old? He was just having a
If
blast.
that, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey.
the kid was just having a blast. His dad was just smiling the whole time, loving that his kid was just having so much fun. And I mean, that's part of why I do what I do. I really love the community engagement. I love the player interaction, and especially just seeing people have a good time and just loving this game that we all love.
Get that kid signed up for that. What's that, Playverse? Like the middle school and high school leagues that they're
Oh
starting up? Gotta get
yeah.
that kid
Yeah,
signed
get on it,
up.
Dad.
Awesome stuff. Well, Bridget, how was your World Championship experience? Have fun. Enjoy
Oh,
yourself.
it was incredible. I mean, I knew it would be bigger than NAIC, but I was definitely blown away at like the scale of it all. Like it was a massive venue, beautiful venue, really. I shout out Anaheim Convention Center. I would go back there in a heartbeat, actually, but it was like I've been describing it as Pokemon heaven.
Yeah, honestly.
Because it really almost felt like euphoric to be there, like watching like the game I love with like so many people who share that same sentiment, hearing my like favorite casters, getting to see all these players live in person. I mean, It was really a dream come true, and I fear I'm addicted to going to Worlds now, so it might be a regular trip for me.
Yeah, it was electric for sure, pun intended, I guess. But enough of Worlds talk. We do have a bracket to talk through, format and housekeeping for the event. We have a huge bracket tonight, 26, 27 teams. I can't remember what the final total was, but we have not only just the number of teams, but it looks like the quality of teams is spectacular. So we have a lot of notable names, notable trainers, top finishers of WCS, and just all throughout NA. So really excited to talk about that. A little bit about the format for those that may not be aware. Best of 3 on the upper side. It is a best of 1 on that lower side with the midnight clause, also known as threat level midnight. So any sets that start after midnight Eastern time is a best of 1, which also means that grand finals doesn't go to a best of 1, but it does go to a best of 3 with that winner side advantage. So potentially only 1 game, as many as 2 in that winner side grand final, or just the grand finals. But looking at the bracket, let's take a peek at that. Hopefully it'll show up. Yep, exclamation point bracket in chat. It'll get you over there on Start GG, which is back live. Had a little bit of a hiccup. I think what I've heard is they got DDoSed. So, but we are
Unlucky.
a little unlucky. But we have a first matchup. It's going to be Plague Doctors, which, if I'm not mistaken, is some V1 players along with Thanks Gaming, some notable trainers on that. So that's going to be the first bracket. But let's start with Bridget. Bridget, are there any teams here that you're excited to take a look at?
Well, I didn't really look at who made up a lot of these teams, but just from hearing discussions when I jumped in, there are a lot of notable players on these teams. I have to imagine T Gang, TGNG is a offshoot of T Gang. So anyone getting that buy, I'm sure has someone on that team that we need to be looking out for.
1000%. Ponytail, any teams standing out for you?
I share Bridget's sentiment in that I wasn't really looking so much at the comps as I was looking at players. But a team that's got a great name is always going to get my hype. I mean, we've got teams on Buff Bedoofs,
Oh yeah.
Jungle Comfey. I love a team that has a great name, and I'm always going to be the one that wants to root for the underdog as well. So we'll definitely be looking at a lot of these notable players and see how they've come together to form some of these, maybe newer teams. And this is definitely, like you said, a big bracket. In fact, this may be bigger than the bracket we had at Worlds. I think we had 27 teams at Worlds, and we got 26 teams here. So yeah, it's about the same size. And so this is going to be pretty good, I think, tonight. I think we got a lot of action in store for us tonight.
I think so too. For those that may not be aware, some notable names: Barrel of Monkeys is like Goofy Goobers reincarnated. I think it's most of the Goober squad. Plague Doctors, like I said, is a lot of V1. Team to watch for me is going to be Still Got It. So that's Curios, Pikatif, and then Jungle Book making a return to Unite.
Okay.
So this is going to be a good one. That's my team to watch. Obviously, like you said, T-Gang. Phantom is actually Ignorance. I believe it's all the Ignorance squads. I don't know if that's a sponsor or they just wanted to change the name, but either way, excited to see them. I'm not sure if I'm going to say this right, but Euthymia is like Flareon, Zealot, and Luniar. And then the Woke is like Sobe Bats, Russ. And then on Bibs is Vin, Toon, Pure, and Kurton. So a lot of great players, a lot of great names. And I think we're in for a lot of excitement tonight as we are getting, I believe, our first match. It's like we said, it's going to be the Plague Doctors and then Thanks Gaming. We're going to be going into draft very quick here. Before we get into that, while I wait for the go-ahead, any specific Pokemon that you are excited to see? We'll start with Ponytail.
Well, we actually got to see some Galarian Rapidash getting some action at Worlds after having so many issues at the last, couple of ICs where it was either banned or, nerfed into the ground so much that it just didn't get a chance to really shine on screen. So I'd like to see Galarian Rapidash really make a showing and kind of come back for it. But of course, the newest Pokemon are Latios and Latias, which I believe Latias is banned for this tournament. So, and there it goes already. The Latios getting banned and the Suicune getting banned. Pretty common bans there. So Suicune doesn't really get a chance to shine much either because it just gets banned so much.
It really does. Well, I'll let you two take over. Bridget, Ponyta, have a good one, and we'll kick it over to Bridget.
Thanks, Kyle. I was kind of noodling while he was yapping. This may be our last Underdunk on the Rayquaza map, so I'm kind of just happy to see Ray still kicking it in these like last 2 weeks until we get Groudon. I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, that's the Pokemon to watch right there is the Rayquaza. So keep a lookout for the Groudon coming. Oh, look, a Sableye. So that's a pretty hefty pick going on over there. We've got the Greninja, the Garchomp, Snorlax, and Sableye over there on Plague Doctors. Thanks Gaming with the double defender with the Slowbro and the Ho-Oh, but nobody really plays Ho-Oh like a defender anymore anyway. So they're gonna lock in another one with the Goodra. So we got a 3 green on that team side over there, and they're gonna kick it off with the Hyro on the Alolan Ninetales. But I know Hyro is a pretty good Decidueye player, so I wouldn't be surprised if they actually switched and got Hyro on that Decidueye.
Yeah, thanks gaming with almost a throwback comp, but we did kind of see at Worlds as well. Defenders are at large. Supports like Hoopa, Blissey can obviously be big playmakers, but we're not necessarily running the show as much as Draken's Crustle, which I can't get out of my head personally, but yeah, these are some interesting comps. I see Danko over there running the Sableye, which is kind of cracking me up. And Danny, of course, prioritizing his Greninja in that first pick slot, which maybe isn't a common first pick, but for Danny, that is the only first pick. So always excited to see him rocking that Greninja.
Yep, and then we've got Rustic there from version 1, which I made the stupid joke with them at Worlds, after everything. Is it time for version 2 yet?
Oh,
And
yes.
we're still working on version 1, I see, because we are on that Espeon, but Rustic is a great Espeon player, so looking forward to seeing how they utilize this here, going for the disruption for the stuns, but against such a tanky team that we see Thanksgiving has put, or Thanksgiving. You can tell I'm ready for the holidays.
It's
Has
close, it's close.
we're almost there. I just really want the cooler weather. I'm kind of tired of all this heat. But we're going to see
Period.
plenty of heat in this game, I bet. So looks like we're still waiting for them to load up. And then here we go. We're going to head in to game 1 between Thanks Gaming and Plague Doctors on the side of Thanks Gaming. We're going to see the Ho-Oh and looks like the Goomy go top lane. The Slowpoke, it is still
Yeah, he's a
Slowpoke.
poke.
And
He's a
Alola,
poke.
he's just poking in the bottom lane there, and they're gonna go head-to-head in the bottom lane up against the Eevee Snorlax, which Eevee Snorlax is a kind of a throwback team if you think about it as well.
Yeah, it's also kind of funny seeing both of those A-pressers in the jungle. They are... Honestly, Thanksgiving is very lucky Danko decided not to invade on that Sableye, or else he'd probably be kicking butt in that enemy jungle, let's just say that. But no invade from the Sableye, just gonna head straight to the lane. Both of our A-pressers are gonna get their level 5s and head up to this top path. Plague Doctor's in a little bit of trouble. That Goodra, well... Sligoo at this point gets the KO and another KO for Thanksgiving. All 3 members down from Plague Doctors.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a rough start for them in that top lane there. We see the Sableye come back in, but it's just a little bit too late to stop any of that goal scoring, so instead it's going to just try to pick up some of those points on its own and try to keep them from getting any more stacks in. But we're see Espeon come back up here to the top lane from the jungle, try to lend some aid into the battle here, going in with some stuns. We've got the Gibble there, trying to hold back, stay on the pad. Low level, we don't want to see Gibble get knocked out and just feed them. They're already seeing level 5s and a level 6 on that Dartrix there from the jungle, but no level 6 yet on the side of Plague Doctors. They're struggling just a little bit on these levels here, but they're going to come in. It looks like Snorlax got the steal on that XP in the bottom lane there, but Sableye, like you said, didn't invade, which was probably a good thing for them, but also may have hurt Plague Doctors on the overall there. They could have probably got some valuable experience out of that.
Yeah, Deko should have studied at the Sableye School of Roland and JL because he would have been living in that jungle frame one if he was following in their footsteps. But I don't hate a lane Sableye. It actually does really good in lane, be able to steal points away, kind of stop stacking. But man, this Decidueye has just gotten large and in charge. It is kind of ripping through this enemy team. But the KOs are going to go to the tanks.
Yep, looks like the tanks is going to say thanks and come again, and Ho is going to do a pretty good job of pushing Espeon back into its own lane there. We see the Scald from the Slowbro, man, they are just pushing Plague Doctors way back to their second pad there in their own lane. They're getting scores, they're dropping some stacks here and there. 4 members of them down in that bottom lane. They're really 20 seconds to that basement Reggie. It's a little bit early to be setting up this heavily with such a strong push. They didn't really get everything that they needed out of that, but they did get that goal down to just 3 points, so that sets them up for a really good potential overdunk there. And that Snorlax just taking a nap, but it's not quite enough to save its HP. Sableye also going down in that encounter. That leaves just 2 members of Plague Doctor, while 4 members of Thanks Gaming are down there ready to rip through this Regice.
Oh, and Danny with the steal doesn't even mind taking that Decidueye ult to the face. He was able to get that XP for his team, which honestly was really needed on the side of Plague Doctors. With Thanks Gaming not breaking that tier 1, they don't have access to those Audinos that spawn when the goal is broken, kind of leaving them to stay behind in the XP. So really good job securing that Reggie for the team. Even though a lot of the team members weren't up for the shield, they were still able to get the XP bonus. And Gujir up in this lane, kind of running shop up here. You can see we still have a Gabite trying to get those levels from the jungle because Gudra is not allowing it in the top lane.
Yeah, the Decidueye at that nice swollen level 11 there. I mean, that is just a stacked Decidueye. And we see another level 10 in the Gudra there. They're just, Thanks Gaming is just taking all of the levels. We see Plague Doctors is making a really strong push on this basement first pad here. And they're going to get a little bit of an overdunk there, but enough to break that pad for them. But they're not too worried about giving up that extra XP. They already know Thanks Gaming is ahead of them. I'm just going to call it
on the horizon.
On the horizon,
coming,
right?
guys.
It's
Buy
there.
your turkeys.
Yep.
It's happening before you know it. They're kind of running a bird comp, so
yeah,
I see the
we did
vision.
Turkey comp. Yep,
Turkey comp.
there.
I see the vision.
The Decidueye and the Ho-Oh, and they're going to make a pretty strong push there, but we see the block from the Snorlax go up.
Just gaining some momentum.
Yeah, it would be a terrible thing if there was a disconnect right now for Thanks Gaming, and they were doing great. They really were just kind of snowballing, but yeah, Plague Doctors is starting to make an effort to come back. You can see multiple level 11s finally on the side there of Plague Doctors. They're finally hitting their speed, hitting their mark, really, and just kind of getting a little bit caught up finally. The basement Reggie was a big thing for them with that XP. Putting a stop on that Regieleki helped as well. So hopefully whatever's going on with this disconnect for this Slowbro, we can get it sorted out. Disconnects are not really a new thing for me. We saw quite a few of them for those of you who may or may not have been present for LAIC. Sometimes tech issues happen and sometimes it's a player issue. But with Thanks Gaming, they really just had so much going for them. They had a ton of momentum, and that disconnect and this pause could kind of put a little bit of a damper on that lead that they had there, but maybe not. They're only down 1 goal, and that's going to open up a little bit of that XP for them in the bottom lane. But did they really need it? They look like they have a ton of jungle up, too, that they can still go for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to say. Thanks Gaming definitely had full control on that early game, but once Plague Doctors was able to get online, I feel like that Garchomp ult on the tier 2 really helped stop that push of the Alecki into the tier 2 for Plague Doctors. So hopefully we can get back in this game. We will keep you guys. Okay, I think we are about to go back in, actually. So thank God. Wasn't sure what else to say. So we are back.
Thank Arceus. I mean, yeah, we are back. And looks like that Slowbro is back online. And Gudra after getting KO'd, is also back online heading into the bottom path. Espeon is already in on this Regice. That's double Regice. Snorlax is kind of hanging out in the back there, zoning out, waiting for anybody from Thanks Gaming to possibly show up. But luckily, they were just a little bit too late, and Plague Doctors was able to pretty easily secure that basement Reggie. But we do have 4 members from Thanks Gaming here looking like they're ready to make a push on this bottom lane. Snorlax throwing up the block, but getting hit by the Decidueye ult from the back lane. He's going to take down the Sableye as well, so that's 2 down for this Decidueye.
Wow, big Greninja ult coming from Danny just as it was looking a little bleak for Plague Doctors. Still have some tanks up, but now Plague Doctors does have the majority, and they're going to be able to keep this goal zone alive. Danny with the 4K. Yeah, Aleki as the 6th member of Thanks Gaming there. Honestly, he did so much damage to the Greninja and one of the other Mons that it actually KO'd Danny on that Greninja, which honestly, probably not the worst thing for Danny that his XP went to the Regieleki and not anyone else on the side of Thanks Gaming. Decidueye looking to rip this Registeel. Finally, not a Regice in the spot path. It looks like he's going to have some success and have this Registeel secured up for their team going into this Rayquaza fight. We have about 5 more seconds before our first Rayquaza of the day.
That's a great pickup just a few seconds before this Ray fight. Unfortunately, a lot of them had lost their Unite moves, but going into this, they're finally getting them back. Looks like Ho-Oh and Sableye are the only ones who don't have them, and you really do want Ho-Oh to have its Unite move going into this Ray fight. You never know when you might need it. We're going to see the Scald fired off at the Snorlax block there, but Thanks Gaming is just being very cautious. They're watching their backline. They know that Sableye is back there. They're getting boxed in, bottlenecked in this little tiny area here. Snorlax with the Unite move, and then the Garchomp coming in with its Unite move. Oh no, it's just they're gonna go down. Thanks Gaming's going down. It looks like it's over. We've got 1 member up here from Plague Doctors, and it's the Garchomp, but the Greninja gets away. I thought Thanks Gaming was really gonna go down there, but they managed to get out. Espeon going down as well. Thanks Gaming really pulled that one out of nowhere, knocking out 4 members of Plague Doctors, but they're only poking at this Ray because there are still just a few members of Plague Doctors up, and they're gonna take this opportunity for Goodra to sneak in and get a massive overdunk on that bottom goal. That was a huge, massive Hundo Burger with only 3 points left on that goal. That's going to knock them over 50 points ahead of Plague Doctor. Nobody's still poking at this Ray, but everybody's still defending it and just being a little cautious with it here.
Yeah, honestly, this Goodra has been popping off all game. Level 15 at this point has outpaced his jungler, just having such a major impact. Garchomp going fully in, able to pick up 2 KOs, but there's not a lot of time left in this game. Only less than 30 seconds. Looks like Espeon is trying to rip it down as the members of Thanks Gaming are pretty much all knocked out.
Yeah, Goodra being the only one up there, but that Ray has like very low HP, about 10% HP left, and it goes down, and that is a secure on the Ray for Plague Doctors, but with 9 seconds left, are they going to be able to get in there, get enough Hundo Burgos in to get them ahead? And I think that one's going to do it for them. They were only about 55 points behind Thanks Gaming, so I think that Hundo Burger, even though they only got 1 in there, I think that's going to be enough to bring them ahead.
Wow, such an insane end game from Plague Doctors, especially kind of like losing that initial fight, having to go back in for the refight. Faith and Love really had a huge impact with that Garchomp engage. I mean, Danny just picking up 16 KOs throughout that match, but also really want to highlight the Goodra, Seul. I'm not going to say that again. Your name is Goodra. Really did a great job. I was very impressed with both the macro and the micro they were able to pull off on kind of an unexpected mon, but Danny, 94K, I mean, really shows why that is a first pick mon for him and his team.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the damage that Goodra put out. You're talking about that. Out damaged and out leveled their junglers. So Goodra really did put in the work, kind of being a hard carry almost for that team there. And really the last one alive at Ray tried to get in there, tried to sneak in the secure, even though it doesn't really have a way to do that. But the Espeon just ripping it while they were keeping the rest of the team busy was pretty good. I think maybe Thanks Gaming should have gone for it when 4 members of Plague Doctor were down, but they seemed a little bit unsure, and that hesitation probably cost them in the end there.
Yeah, I don't hate it. They're already up ahead. The win con is dunking. Maybe we send more people to dunk. It's hard. I mean, that those split second decisions in those last 2 minutes can really have a whole impact on this game. But shout out to Plague Doctors for knowing what they had to do and being able to execute on it. So honestly, both teams played really amazing. I'll be interested to
Yeah.
see what they decide to switch up for game two.
Absolutely, very close match between these two teams. So, very interested to see what they're going to ban in the next set, next game. Espeon was really a great pick there. Definitely got a lot of damage and definitely saw a lot there as far as stuns. A lot of good crucial picks there. But Greninja and Garchomp definitely got a lot of picks off there. But on the other side, we did see that Decidueye from Thanksgiving really just kind of got ahead really fast, used that to their advantage. But as soon as Plague Doctors was catching up, it kind of spelt trouble for that Decidueye, because we know Decidueye is just a little bit more of a flimsy Pokemon, and it really just can't handle when you've got a Garchomp diving your back line like that.
Yeah, did really enjoy kind of like the Decidueye versus Greninja matchup that we had. I mean, both kind of uncommon carry picks, but also like notorious in solo queue for being usually played by silly little guys. So really fun to see them played at a high level. And you could see in the beginning of like the first Ray fight that Danny was like on the hunt for Decidueye. It really felt like who could get to who first kind of thing. And Danny did win that initial engage, but Thanksgiving was able to kind of follow up and get those initial KOs in that first engage, but didn't work out for them in the end.
And obviously Decidueye has just a little bit more range on it, so it can
Mm-hmm.
kind of, and especially with as much attack speed as that comes off of that Decidueye, it really can just get in there, can get a lot of damage off, and can usually get that Greninja before it can get too close and get to it on its own. So there was a lot of great dynamics going on there between these two teams, and I'm really interested to see how that's going to affect our bans going into this second game here, and if we're going to see some comps changed around. We're going to see a Leafeon ban here. So, and then of course the famous Latios ban and the famous Suicune ban. That one's not, where nobody's new to that one. Suicune's just never going to have a chance to shine, which is crazy to me because I played Suicune and I'm probably just a terrible Suicune player. And I don't feel
No.
like I could. Oh, but we are going to see the Ho-Oh ban. So maybe that's a little bit of a target ban there.
Yeah, I don't blame them for that one. Ho-Oh is just permanently rough to deal with. Wow, Danny letting go of the Greninja for the prio pick and letting Rustic grab that Charizard. Also, quite a demon of a Pokemon right now. You can see on the side it was banned 47% of the time in Worlds this past weekend, but getting a chance to shine here. It looks like Thanksgiving is going to go with a pretty similar comp so far, picking up that Alolan Ninetales and Slowbro.
And Danny taking the opportunity as soon as possible to lock in that Greninja. If it's not banned and it's not picked, it's on the table, it's free game. And why not? When you're really good with them on, why not play to your strengths? And then Danko picking up the Blissey there, that's going to be great for this team. Going in with these A-pressers, giving them that safeguard and that helping hand, just kind of giving them the extra attack there, the little movement speed, a little bit of buff. But this is an interesting comp there for Thanksgiving. We're seeing more defenders, but we're also seeing Mr. Mime, which is a supporter, but also can play like a defender. So it's really interesting to see this heavy defensive comp that Thanksgiving is kind of lean into now going into the second game as well. Faith and Love locking in Espeon, and Wooski's locking in that Crustle, which we didn't get to see a ton of Crustle love, but when we do see Crustle players, they're usually pretty good. So this is going to be a good one. And the Decidueye making a return, kind of a rerun Decidueye 2.0 there.
Yeah, I mean, really, Thanksgiving didn't do like horrible. I don't think it was like bad of them to not change their comp around too much. I am super excited for this damage Mr. Mime that I have to assume is going in the top path. I mean, Hilarious. No notes. Love it. Can't wait to see it. And honestly, I am such a huge Crystal fan after watching that grand finals, seeing how much Peru was able to shine with it, just the plays that were able to be made now that the Crystal walls are no longer bugged and you can't just walk right through them. I just feel like it was such a playmaker for Peru over the weekend that I'm excited to see more teams kind of, I don't know, embrace the crab as we move forward in this journey.
And maybe not even just the crab, maybe just embrace some more unconventional picks, things that tend to get overlooked, but maybe actually do have a place in the meta. I almost feel like this Mr. Mime pick is kind of a nod to Kyle and their full supporter team pick. You know, you've got that attacking Mime. It's like, hey, look, supporters can play multiple roles. They're not just here just as a supporter. We're going to support you by attacking as well. We did see the stacking build on that Mime, so it could get very dangerous there. We're going to see that Greninja go into the jungle as per the norm with the Blissey as a little Chansey and Charmander going into that top lane there. They're going to run into Eevee and Mr. Mime, so that Umbreon, if it gets evolved pretty early on, could prove to be a little bit of trouble for them in that top lane.
Definitely. Luckily, Mr. Mime has a pretty good early game, should be able to carry them throughout. Some damage here going in on the bot lane as Plague Doctors is trying to pressure, whereas Thanks Gaming is pressuring in this top path. Looks like Mr. Mime has quite a lot of money in his pocket already, so that's telling me it's going pretty well for Thanks Gaming so far. Mr. Mime has a great secure.
Yep, and over in this bottom lane, we've already got the Alolan Ninetales on board there. Hyro got evolved pretty quick there. They were definitely lapping up that XP. They've got really good secure, really good timing on their secures there in the bottom lane. So it looks like we're just kind of having a wait and see game in the top lane here. But all three of the members of Thanks Gaming there, their jungler coming up to the top lane, but also the jungler for Plague Doctors coming up to the top as well. We've got Greninja, Blissey, not quite a Blissey yet, Charmander, but we've got a lot of evolution going on the side of Thanks Gaming. They're already locking down this Charmander. It's pretty vulnerable, but it does manage to get away in that encounter. So Thanks Gaming is taking this opportunity to try to secure some of that XP that's still in the top lane there. They did keep Plague Doctors from getting any scores, but they also did not get any scores themselves on that top lane. Mime does need to get those stacks in. So here on the bottom lane, we see Crustle trying to lock in that Alolan Ninetales. It's like a ice wall versus a rock wall here, and which one's going to come out on top?
Yeah, I do not know my type chart. It doesn't apply in this game, so I couldn't tell you which one of those types has the advantage, but I'm sure someone out there does. Liking that, man, Mr. Mime and Umbreon are running shop in this top path. Both Mons not on the other side, not able to get those evolutions that they kind of so desperately need to get online. Man, there is nothing scarier than a Mr. Mime just kind of like beelining for you, like I just saw with him on this Espeon. It scared me, and I'm kind of glad that he wasn't running at me.
And Mr. Mime's just kind of a scary Pokemon as it is, but when he's putting up walls like that, you know, especially if you play any of the mainline games and you can't see the walls and you're just running into them, but that was a pretty good push utilizing those walls there from Thanks Gaming, taking an early break on that bottom tier 1 goal there. That's going to open up some XP there for Plague Doctors. Charmeleon just trying to get a few stacks here in the top, but also pick up some XP here and there. But Mr. Mime's going to show up, and that's enough to get Charmeleon into Charizard, and he's not going to be... He does manage to get that few 5 points in there, but we see the Crustle throw up the wall, but Mime's ready with a wall of its own right there. They do take the Charizard down in that encounter. Crustle is stuck behind Mime's wall, but he's going to eject button through it. Blissey with the heal, but not quite enough to get the Crustle out of there. We've got 3 members of Thanks Gaming up there pushing pretty hard, but Alolan Ninetales goes down in that encounter. We see Slowbro manage to just barely get away, but it gives Plague Doctors a little bit of an advantage going in on this Regieleki fight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game is just moving quickly. They're rotating fast. They're trying to get these objectives done. Plague Doctors able to secure up that Regieleki. It is starting to walk toward their base, but it doesn't seem like they're too interested in pushing it further. It actually looks like Greninja and some friends are going to go make a push on that bottom path, while Thanks Gaming is going to 5-man push on the top path.
Yeah, that's a pretty heavy push there from Thanks Gaming, and they're gonna take down the Crustle in that encounter. Espeon's just trying to hide in the back line there. Decides it doesn't really want any part of this. That's just too many members of Thanks Gaming for us to deal with. So instead, we're gonna take a little bit of a jungle invade going on here and pick up some of those buffs there for Thanks Gaming. They're just running all over the place. Charizard going in the bottom lane. It's a tiny little baby overdunk there, just a little 3-point overdunk, but it's enough to break the goal. Gonna open up some more experience for them, but we still see 5 members of Thanks Gaming. They're pushing, they're moving as a unit. This is a dangerous herd. It's almost like a stampede here, the way they were pushing up on this bottom lane, but they decided maybe now's not the time to push. None of us have a ton of Aos energies that we're holding, so maybe this is a good time to fall back. There's a ton of experience on the map, and it looks like they're just gonna go collect.
Yeah, I didn't hate that push there on that tier 2. I feel like any push, obviously prior to that 5-minute mark, is pretty valuable, especially getting points in on those tier 2s becomes a lot harder once the jump pad becomes available to use, but don't hate pulling back either. Danny in a bit of trouble from this mime. He is a demon, like absolutely trying to harass the Greninja, but he is able to get away as Thanks Gaming and Plague Doctors are trying to set up for this Regice, but Plague Doctors has pretty good control of this pit. Decky ulting from quite a far distance. I don't even know if it's enough to hit that Regice, but it doesn't even matter because Ninetales comes in clutch with, I think, almost a basic, secures up the Regice for their team.
Yeah, it looked like just a basic or a strong attack there. Ninetales just kind of came in, swooped it, got it for Thanks Gaming, give them a little bit of a heal going in, and they decide they are going to go for this push on this tier 2. We see the Unite move from the Charizard, puts it up in the air against the Decidueye, but the Unite move from the Espeon as well there. Unite move from Blissey. Everybody's just kind of popping them off. This is a good time to do it. Gives them time to get it back before the Ray fight, but the damage output is pretty strong. It does give Alolan Ninetales a chance to get in there, get a score off, but it's going to go down after it gets locked behind that Fire Blast. So now the poor Charizard locked up by the Umbreon. It's like a little bit of revenge there, but we got some pretty cool graphics there for that Charizard with that custom pack. The Mime in danger. Does look like it's going to get away here, and they're going to pick up some XP as they head back to their tier 2 pad.
Yeah, that is a lot of XP going to that Slowbro. You can see he hit level 12 just by getting that KO on Greninja. But both Greninja and Decidueye level 13 for their respective teams. Thanks Gaming with a little bit more XP overall. But Plague Doctor's not far behind when it comes to the level lead. They are a bit behind in points, but nothing a couple hundo burgers couldn't fix. Thanks Gaming looking to secure up this Regieleki, get it off of the map. It doesn't look like Plague Doctors is really making a push for it. In fact, it looks like they're trying to make a push on that bottom tier 2, but Mr. Mime and A9 ready on that jump pad to make their day a little worse and pick up 2 KOs for Mr. Mime.
That was a pretty nice use of the jump pad there, like you were talking earlier. It is harder to get those points in on those tier 2s after the 5-minute mark. You can just jump in, but it does look like they may be able to push that Regieleki in on that top lane there. But we do have a spawn on the bottom. It's a Registeel. Thanks Gaming is in prime position to just rip right through this. Tons of ADC from that Decidueye, from the A9. They're able to get that buff, but they have about 30 seconds to Ray, so they're pretty much all got their Unite moves back, so they don't really have to worry about that going into this Ray fight. Now they're just looking to soak up as much XP on the map as they possibly can, get more levels, and just be ready overall for this fight.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to take perhaps a quick Ray fight to take advantage of that Registeel buff that they got about 30 seconds prior to this Rayquaza spawning, but they're in the middle area, kind of taking over a lot of the spot side of the Ray pit. Huge tele pickup from the Slowbro. His telekinesis have been very on point this entire match. I cannot hit a telekinesis, so every time someone does, I'm very impressed.
Yeah, that was a really nice bush check there from the Slowbro. It did manage to get the Blissey in that scenario. Mime putting up some walls to try to hold them back, but they lock the Greninja. The Mime ult. He's going for that Greninja, and he gets them. Greninja is down. The Decidueye ult, but we see the Charizard come in, ulting the Decidueye. They're gonna get it. Oh no, they don't. They went for the A9 instead. A9 has a shield up. We see the Umbreon going with the Moonlight Prance, and it's gonna just take those shields away. That pretty much locks it up for Thanks Gaming, and they're able to rip right through that Ray in just seconds.
Wow, Mr. Mime, more like Mr. Crime. That was criminal activity I saw on my screen. I mean, he knew as soon as he got that initial stun, it was go time. Such a beautiful engage from the Mr. Mime player, and I really must give out a shout out to the Slowbro player as well, who saved their Unite move for that Charizard ult, which could have been pretty detrimental. I mean, the Alola Ninetales was on 1 HP, but stopping that Charizard in midair with the Slowbro Unite move really just was impressive utilization of Thanks Gaming's resources and a really good adjustment on their end, I feel like, after that first game loss.
Yeah, that was a scary few moments there for Thanksgiving. It almost looked like Plague Doctors could lock them up even without their Greninja, just by using the Charizard and the Espeon. But those were some really good, crucial picks there. Really well-timed Unite moves. The Umbreon stealing away the shields that made a huge difference. I mean, just everything came together in the end there for Thanksgiving, and being able to rip through that Ray as quick as they did. And they were already ahead going into it just by a little bit, but that really just locked it up, secured it for him, and that ensures that we're going to see a game 3, as that brings both teams now to 1 game apiece.
Wow, first match of the day, first game 3. I feel like the last time I casted, I got a lot of 2-0s, so definitely excited to see these teams go toe-to-toe one more time. We do, of course, have that lower bracket, so neither team will be completely knocked out, but we'll have a long ride ahead, potentially, in that lower bracket. So definitely excited to see what adjustments Plague Doctors will do going into this next game. If they have any target bans, I mean, clearly that Razor Leaf Decidueye is kind of, I feel like, crucial to this comp they've been doing. I wouldn't mind maybe forcing them off that, but it will all kind of depend on what draft order they may want or what other things they may be looking to prio ban.
Yeah, definitely interested to see where this draft goes. If we see any more of those target bans, even without the Ho-Oh and without the Gudra, maybe the lack of Gudra was the way to go here. But man, Gudra did a pretty hard carry in game 1, so not seeing it come back in game 2 was a little bit surprising for me, but still managed to make the comps work overall. And I'm interested to see how we reflect now going into game 3 for both of these teams, because both of these matches were just so close. As it was, both teams are pretty evenly matched, and I think that's going to say a lot about what we're going to see tonight with all of these teams coming out of Worlds, going into a new season, a lot of new players coming together for the first time on new teams, and just the talent that we're going to be seeing tonight from these teams, from these individual players, and coming together the way they are. I think it's going to speak volumes about what we're going to see tonight. We may end up seeing a lot of game 3s tonight because of it. So threat level midnight is definitely on the horizon, and that's probably a good thing that that has been enacted to ensure that we're not casting games until 3 a.m.
Yeah, shout out to anyone who does the later shift, because I usually specifically request the earlier shift. I'm like, I have a bedtime, which I need to hold stead on. So I love threat level midnight. I think it's a pretty useful rule. As someone who used to compete many moons ago, that was always kind of a struggle for our team. Was a lot of tourneys run late and we're old, so it should be a really great evening. I just love any like post event like buzz the community gets, especially after this Worlds. I mean, kind of biased. That was my first one being in person, so it felt phenomenal to me, but also just having a top 8 with a team from like a different region, like no duplicates. I mean, I just think it was one of the most like competitive Worlds we've ever gotten to see as far as going to game 3s. Like there was no team that was like purely dominant the entire tourney. Even Peru lost a set along the way. So I'm excited. I'm just excited to see what comes next for us and kind of get to say goodbye to Rayquaza over these next couple weeks too.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Groudon's going to change the meta and change, because having a new Pokemon with new HP, a new massive objective like that, it's going to see some changes in the comps. It's going to give a whole different buff So it's going to be a lot different. We may see less score comps, in fact, going into this, since it's going to give a pretty good attack buff at that 2-minute mark. And the buff transferring as well if you knock out the opposing Pokemon that has that buff. So a lot of new mechanics. I'm surprised we didn't get a new map, but we do still have the first to 500. We have volleyball. We have lots of great things that have been introduced to Unite in just the past few months alone. I think a lot of people forget Unite is still in its infancy as far as MOBAs go, having been, it's only 4 years old, 4 years old now, 3 years old going on 4.
I'm 4
I'm
years
losing track.
old.
It's a little baby MOBA. I mean, we still have so far to go, and hundreds more Pokemon we can still add to this game to change the dynamics. So we're going into game 3 now here between Thanks Gaming and Plague Doctors in the ban phase. Seeing that Leafeon immediately picked his first ban. Plague Doctors is kind of waffling. They're not sure where they're leaning on their ban yet. They have 6 seconds. What are they going to go for? It looks like it's going to be the Latios. Pretty typical pick there. Nobody really wants to deal with Latios. A lot of these Pokemon tend to be a little broken when they're first released, and Latios has been no exception, but it does look like Thanks Gaming is going to stick with that Ho-Oh ban. They don't want to see it back out there. It can just be too much trouble, but Plague Doctors is going to counter with a Slowbro ban. They don't want to see that get snatched up by Thanks Gaming. So it looks like the first pick here on Thanks Gaming side is going to be Hyro locking in the Suicune since it did not get banned.
Yes, I love Suicune. Every time I saw it on the world stage, or really any stage, I think I sigh and I say to myself, oh my god, it's so broken. So I expect nothing less from this game as we're about to witness Charizard and Gyarados actually being the first 2 pickups from Plague Doctors. Gyarados is a bit of a curveball here. I was not expecting him, I'm not gonna lie.
Especially not from Danny there when you get an option for a first pick, but maybe with the threat of that Suicune on the horizon there, Plague Doctors is thinking, hey, we need to change up our comp a little bit here, so we're going to lean into these all-arounders a little bit more there. Wooski's picking up that Umbreon and going with the Clefable for a little bit of extra healing here. That could stop some potential dives, but we're not going to see too many dives here that can be affected by that gravity, as we see Thanks Gaming lock in that Crustle and the Decidueye. We have seen Decidueye on Thanks Gaming for all 3 rounds now, but it looks like Plague Doctor's Rustic over there hovering over that Miraidon. That would be an awesome thing to see. Yeah, there he goes, locking it in. So we're going to see that Miraidon here at least this game. This is like a whole new comp now for Plague Doctors, whereas Thanks Gaming has continued to lean into this pretty tried and true, almost protect the president type method here, where they've got these tanky walling Pokemon like Crustle and Snorlax. They've got these big defenders here. They've got this support Pokemon in Blissey, but now new to them is being able to pick up the Suicune now that it has not been banned. And I will recognize recognize the respect that Suicune deserves, because I might be a terrible Suicune player, but I know in the hands of the right person, this is an extraordinary Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, truly, even just its Unite move, like how big it is on the map, how like game changing and momentum swinging it can be. I just feel like that part of its kit alone, on top of it being bulky, on top of everything else it can do, is just a menace. You can see why it had such a high pick rate and such a high win rate from Worlds this past weekend. But I'm really excited to see Plague Doctor's comp in action. Clefable actually had a pretty great showing at Worlds. I mean, it was picked up a lot, especially by some of those more Eastern teams, and the way they're able to play around the Clefable is just really, really amazing to watch. I don't think it's something Western teams have really been able to master, so hopefully we're able to see it shine quite a bit in this game. Despite the Decidueye not usually going poke, they've kind of usually been going this Razor Leaf build, so we'll see if it can heal quick enough for those Razor Leaves.
Yeah, definitely going for more of that Razor Leaf, that attack build, so that rip build sort of. But Miraidon getting pushed back, usually a pretty good, strong early game Pokemon here. Miraidon's got a lot in its kit here, but it's getting pushed back by the bulk of that Snorlax pretty early game here. And the Suicune already proving, even though it's only level 3, proving what a menace it can be here. Miraidon looking to pick up some more XP here, hitting level 4. It's a pretty good pick there. Oh, we see Crustle taking the Magikarp down in the top lane there. Let's go, Thanks Gaming. Definitely getting a little bit of an early lead in that top lane there. We see the Decidueye in the Dartrix there, making its way to the top as well. And it looks like the jungler from Plague Doctors has also made its way up there. Poor little Magikarp just flopping around, trying to get some XP, trying to get that effort gauge up. This is actually a gold badge Magikarp player as well here, so they should know what they're doing on this Pokemon, but there just isn't much you can do as a Magikarp. You really need to try to get those last hits in. With 4 members of Plague Doctors pushing on this top lane, hopefully that's going to help them get there.
I mean, they initially had 5 members up there, but Decidueye and Crustle able to get KOs and actually kind of make this 5v3 look very manageable. It looks like Danny is going to be trying to get their jungle, get their money up, get their levels up, trying to get on par with the Decidueye, who had a pretty good time in that top path. I mean, Seal, this top lane player on the side of Thanks Gaming, is a demon. He's a demon. He's been playing tanks top lane for all of these sets, and I think has gotten the KO opener every single time. I mean, has really been a huge menace, but Rustic online with this Charge Beam isn't able to escape, but Miraidon Charge Beam did get a recent buff, so hopefully we're able to see it get a little more online when it isn't, you know, getting attacked from the bush by a tank.
Yeah, Thanks Gaming already got a pretty good lead here in points as well as in levels, but Plague Doctors is not far behind. They're doing their best to try to push Thanks Gaming back from their tier 1 goal, but we see the Suicune throw the Whirlpool out. They get a pick onto that Umbreon. They're really being aggressive. They push the Charizard goes down as well there. Miraidon is holding back in its lane there. They get a few more stacks in there for Thanks Gaming, but they decide ultimately they're just going to back off a little bit here. They don't really want to be in the way of that Charge Beam. Blissey coming back from the dead there from the Pokemon Center, making its way to that bottom path. No jump pad up yet, so it's got a long walk ahead of it. 3 members there in the bottom path. They're ready. They're set up for that basement Reggie. Sound like a Regice. Yep, that's a Regice. And we already see the Decidueye Unite move going off, picking off the Umbreon as well there, and getting a good final shot in on that Miraidon. But the heals from the Clefable are keeping that Miraidon going, but that's a pretty easy pick on that Regice there for Thanks Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, level 9 on both sides. Looks like Blissey was able to get its ult off as well, protecting their president, the Decidueye. 4 members of Plague Doctors are maybe looking to push on this tier 1, but Crustle is coming in from behind. That is a scary, scary crab. He is very close to his Unite move, I believe. Charizard really trying to just burn down that rock tower, but I don't think he's going to be able to close in on it, but he will be able to close in on that Decidueye and get its Unite move off, but is not long for this world.
Yeah, unfortunately, those shields were just a little bit too strong, and Decidueye was able to get out of harm's way. The Charge Beam from the Miraidon coming in from the back lane is just not enough to do a decent amount of damage to that Snorlax. The Snorlax is just holding strong on that line there. We see Gyarados making its way back up to the top lane there. We've got the top Reggie in, and nobody's really gone in on it, but we do have 3 members of Thanks Gaming here. Decidueye really just ripping through, doing a ton of damage here with all that ADC, but Gyarados using the Unite move, trying to surf under the water there, comes up from underneath, but it's so low on HP. We've got the walls that go up, and between 3 members, they're able to take the Gyarados down no problem. But we've got a pretty little decent fight here in the bottom lane as well. Even though there's 4 members of Plague Doctors and only 2 from Thanks Gaming, they're doing pretty good with the Snorlax blocks and the Suicune. Whirlpools there, they're holding Plague Doctors back decently well. And Thanks Gaming manages to secure the Regieleki in that top path as well. They're doing pretty good here, I would say, despite the way it looks in the bottom lane. They don't let Plague Doctors take advantage of them, and the Regieleki gets into that tier 2 goal, and they get a few scores off. So things are looking really good for Thanks Gaming.
I mean, just incredible stuff from that Suicune and Snorlax player. I mean, they were 2v4 and picking up KOs and not letting Plague Doctors through at all. I mean, just really, really amazing micro that they're able to pull off and work together to keep that goal zone up, kind of despite it all. We do have another Reg Ice spawning, our classic double ice in the beginning of the game. I think we've had it every single set so far, just about. A lot of ices on the board, but Crustle gonna be the real star of the show, picking up 2 KOs as Thanks Gaming is gonna make a move on this tier 1, despite Plague Doctors actually able to secure that Reg Ice.
And they do manage to catch that Miraidon behind the Crustle wall and rip it down with Decidueye's Razor Leaf there. Charizard trying to get back, again caught by the Crustle wall. That is a very mean little crab, like you said there. It's like actually a bug Pokemon, but man, that is definitely a crab that I don't want to mess with. A bug, a crab, not one that I want to see coming at me when there's a wall at my back like that. Blissey doing a great job at keeping its teammates going, keeping them buff, keeping these shields up. These shields have made a huge difference for Thanks Gaming. It's definitely kept them in the game a lot longer and allowed them to get out at crucial moments here. Plague Doctors is just looking to pick up as much XP as they possibly can. We have a minute and a half until Ray. They're only a little bit behind on levels. We've got 10s and 11s, but nobody has hit 12 or 13, whereas we've already got 2 12s and a 13 on the side of Thanks Gaming, and a 13 Decidueye is definitely something to be afraid of.
Yeah, I mean, Thanksgiving. Dang it, I was so close. Thanksgiving is coming, guys. Thanksgiving is coming, but Thanks Gaming is doing really, really good. They are pretty much ahead in all stat lines. They have a huge level lead. I mean, this is pretty much the biggest lead we've seen from this set of 3 from both of these teams. I mean, Thanks Gaming is just looking in peak form right now. It is going to take a lot to stop them from the side of Plague Doctors, but if there is a Ray, there is a way. So I think they just need to focus up on their win con. The priority to me would be getting this Decidueye out quickly, which easier said than done when you pretty much have the other 4 members putting their lives on the line for this Decidueye carry.
What are we going to say when Groudon takes Ray's place? There will no longer be a way because there will be no longer a Ray. So.
Oh, I already thought about it. If there's a dawn, it's on.
It's all right. That's it.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
Bridget's copywriting that now. Getting ready to go into this Ray fight for now. Plague Doctors is going to take this opportunity to drop a few little points in here and there, get a couple of last-minute stacks in. I don't think they were fully stacked going into this because they were so low on points. They're over 200 points behind from Thanks Gaming right now. Thanks Gaming looking pretty dangerous with this level 14 Decidueye. They're pretty well set up in this pit. Ooh, that is a massive Crustle wall there, but Gyarados sneaking in with a massive Hundo Burger Overdog. It's still not enough to catch them up. We see the Unite move come in there from the Decidueye, the Blissey throwing a shield up. Suicune's looking for a way to get in there, looking for somebody it can possibly knock out with its Whirlpool, but the heals there from the Clefable keep it alive when it was living on just 1 HP in a dream. They're just looking to hunt down whoever they can. Thanks Gaming is really bold, really aggressive right now, and they're just looking to pick off as many members of Plague Doctor as they can. They're trying to catch them in backlines. They're trying to get them from behind. They're flanking them from every angle they possibly can. We see the Follow Me from the Clefable there, rolling block for its Unite move. That was detrimental there.
Yeah, that Decidueye was on 1 HP for way too long. Shout out the tanks and supports of Thanks Gaming. I mean, really incredible stuff and really amazing resource management from both ends. It was like one Unite move timed perfectly after the other. I mean, we didn't really get a KO in that fight until like a minute in. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock, and Plague Doctors is desperately trying to whittle down this Rayquaza, but it's a little tough with just the Miraidon. We have some backup coming in. Clefable's going to try to heal, keep this Umbreon alive, but it's 1 HP, and it goes to the side of Plague Doctors.
And Plague Doctors manages to secure this Ray with 12 seconds left on the clock. They get in, they drop 30 points. They drop some more points on the top lane, another 40, that's 70 points. Is that going to be another hundo there? That's going to be enough to pull them ahead there in the very last seconds of this match. It really looked good for Thanks Gaming. They were ahead in every way possible. They got just a little too aggressive there at the Ray. They were chasing down, they got divided, they got conquered, and Plague Doctors took advantage of that to whittle away at the Ray, even if it was just a little slow. And then when the rest of their team respawned, they were able to get in there, finish it off, and keep Thanks Gaming from getting in there and getting a steal. So that was a really close game there. It really did look like it was going to go one way, but you never know. Like you say, if there is a Ray, there is a way, and they knew that's what they needed. Look at this 123k from that Decidueye.
Nasty.
That is absolutely disgusting. Somebody call Officer Jenny. I need to make an arrest. That shouldn't be allowed here. That is what you see from a gold badge Decidueye player, somebody who's just put the time and the work in on there. You can see how far behind Plague Doctors was for the majority of this game, leading up to the Ray, and then just managing to steal that out from under Thanks Gaming. Unfortunately, it's not Thanksgiving for Thanks Gaming. They're going to have to go down to the kids' table in the losers bracket after this game, and hopefully work their way back up to the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what a first series we got to cast. It was so competitive and close. And then, of course, the one game where there seems to be one team clearly pulling ahead, we get probably one of the best Ray fights I've ever seen in like a grassroots tourney. Just really, really good stuff from both ends. But Plague Doctors able to clutch it up. Shout out my goat Danko. Really, really proud of everyone on that team and excited to see them move on in the upper side of this bracket.
Yeah, that was an incredible Ray flip. So it looks like we're going to take a quick break here while we set up for the next teams to come in and get ready in this lobby. So thanks everybody for joining us for match one of Underdunk. What are we on, 55? My goodness.
Something like that. We're old.
Yeah, it does fly, right? I can't wait till 77. I'm gonna have to get on a team for that. But thank you everybody for being here for 55, Underdog 55, and we're gonna be right back with some more Unite action.
Pony talking here, but now everybody can hear me. Welcome
now
in, trainers.
wow.
Normally I talk for like 30 seconds before I notice, so I'm really good at it today. But we are back, traders. Bridget's gonna be taking a quick break while she makes some tea, but you'll have to deal with me and Pony talk for this next one. So already back into draft on Bibs on your purple side. Wait and see gonna be on your orange side, and alrighty, we got the no Comfey, no Charizard, and no Latios on the map.
Yeah, but we've got a bunch of great players here on both of these teams. We see, some familiar names there, especially on Bibs there. We've got Toon, Vivity, going for the ban on the Comfey and the Charizard, and then we see the pretty typical Ho-Oh and Latios ban over there from Wait and See. Doesn't look like they're looking to target ban anything in particular, whereas Bibs may know that they need to target ban a couple of things there, or they just may say, hey, these are not Pokemon we're particularly ready to deal with, but with no Suicune ban on the map, that leaves it wide open for Bibs to pick up as their first lock-in, and I can't blame them at all for that as well.
Not surprised at all. I think Comfey is a Pokemon that just recently got buffed, so I'm not surprised that they want to go ahead and ban it. I imagine if there's a speedster player on Wait and See, you just kind of don't want to let that thing go unchecked. But like you said, it does mean Suicune is available for on Bibs. It's going to be countered by that Miraidon along with the Umbreon. So pretty strong core so far. I would expect to see on Bibs look to try to maybe lock down that Miraidon and maybe go for maybe a later speedster pick. But they do lock up that top lane. So we're going to see Toon on that Blaziken and Pure, tried and true, going to be on that Snorlax.
Yep, that's going to be a good pick there for that Snorlax. We saw just in some previous matches there what a good Snorlax can do, especially against a Miraidon. Are we going to see that Galarian Rapidash? Please do this for me, Vivint. I love you so much. You're my new best friend. I love this. I finally get to cast for a Galarian Rapidash, and they're going to pick up a Blissey on top of that. That's going to be really great for this team here for the buffs. And looks like Bibs is going to lock in Cramorant. I was curious there. I was really interested in seeing a Cramorant lock, and we haven't seen the bird really make much of an appearance in a while there. But it looks like instead they're going for a different bird in the form of Decidueye, and then possibly going for a third all-arounder. But no, instead locking down that speedster like you talked about there, going for the Dodrio.
Dodrio, a known hater of Miraidon, so look for Dodrio to fully dive in on that Miraidon. I do kind of like this Decidueye pick because they also have another option that tends to outrange that Miraidon. So Miraidon certainly is going to have their hands full, as well as have their hands full of Toon, because that Blaziken is going to be looking to hunt them down. I think it's also a pretty good counter into what Wait and See is playing on there with that Galarian Rapidash. But that is still quite difficult to lock down. Obviously, a lot of mobility, a decent amount of hindrance resistance. So look for that thing to maybe try to run around the map, wreak a little bit of havoc into that backline, and maybe pester that Decidueye quite a bit.
And then with the Suicune, that's another good pick there to kind of counter what we see over there on Wait and See's side. So looking at these badges here, we've got gold badges on Dodrio and Decidueye. So those are two players who have a lot of experience with these Pokemon. And I think we are in for a good match here. The Umbreon could potentially lock down that Dodrio, keep it in place, and make it an easy target for them to pick off. But with the Decidueye having the greater range over the Miraidon, Miraidon could still be in trouble here, but Cerulege may be able to round this out for them.
Let's get into game number 1 on Bibs. Going to be on your purple side. Wait and See. Well, we're not going to wait and see any longer. They are right into it, straight ahead. Could be the Cerulege in the central area for that squad. On Bibs is sending that Torchic, not going to the top lane, going to the central.
Yeah, and we see the Cerulege on the other side going central as well, so that's a good place for both of them to be. You really want that Cerulege to get built up as quick as possibly can. Miraidon taking the opportunity here to lock down some XP with all those secures that it could possibly get there. Snorlax taking a nap in the bush there. It's really low on that HP. Is it going to get away? It doesn't quite get out of there. There's a little bit too much range there for it to escape. So back in the top lane, though, we see the Doduo. It looks to try. It wants to get this XP. It wants to get these secures. It needs to get into Dodrio as fast as it can. It's already a pretty flimsy Pokemon, but even as a Dodrio and as a Doduo, even more so.
Yeah, you're seeing Unbibs really take control of that top path in the early part of the game. You're seeing, wait and see, not a ton of points in their pocket, so it means that Doduo is evolved now. It's going to be a Dodrio up in the top path, so 3-on-2 in the bottom side for Unbibs, 2-on-3 in the top path, so they're going to have to play a little bit more cautious there. All right, I'm going to try to chunk it down, but just as the gods drew up 3v2, you're going to win that matchup.
Yeah, Blissey taking this opportunity to kind of sneak in from the top area there, get a score in, get a little stack in there, but it's going to get caught up by that Suicune there, but it does manage to dodge right through the Dodrio and get away. The Cerule Edge there kind of giving it a little bit of backup, getting a little bit of a buff there from the Blissey as well, and it doesn't, I'm not quite sure who picked that up, but I want to say that was Cerule Edge who picked that up. He managed to stay alive. Looks like we're going with the healing comp on the Blissey because it sure looked like there was some eggs being thrown around up there. Galarian Rapidash taking this opportunity to run through the jungle, pick up some extra XP, maybe pick up some buffs along the way, as it looks like we're getting ready to gather for these birds at the 8-minute mark.
8-minute Altaria family in the central area. Galarian Rapidash going in for an engage. Going to Dazzling Gleam, but a great heavy slam from Pure is going to maybe stall this fight out a little bit. Mean Look on to the Suicune, and they go down back to the Pokemon Center. Cerule Edge cleans up that Dodrio, so advantage wait and see so far. They have held on to this early game going into the mid.
Yeah, this is a pretty good comp for both teams here. A little bit of counter this, counter that for both teams as well. They're locking down the Blaziken in that Mean Look. Gives Galarian Rapidash a chance to dive in there and take down that Blaziken. So this is a nice crucial 3v2 here. Galarian Rapidash running the back line, keeping that Decidueye back, locking down the Snorlax with the Mean Look. Doing a lot of damage here from the Miraidon there to that back lane, but still trying to absorb some of that damage from the Decidueye on that Umbreon there. Gives the other team members a chance to just kind of get out, maybe lock up some more of this XP from these Altaria and Swablu in the middle there. Snorlax looking to just heavy slam, try to see if it picks up anything there, but nothing going on as the first set of Regis spawn. It is a Registeel, so this is a good buff for whichever team gets it.
Registeel on the map, already getting poked and prod from some of the range damage dealers, already nearing the halfway part. Great engage from this Galarian Rapidash, looking to hunt down the Blaziken, and they make that easy work. But here comes Suicune, but in the back line, Cerule Edge finds the Decidueye, finds the KO, and wait and see. They're taking the offensive on this Registeel. However, a little bit of a reset might be in a misplay. Suicune looking for a way in. Pure with the big heavy slam. Suicune takes the Registeel.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice attempt at a secure there from the heavy slam, but we do see Snorlax go down after getting locked up with the Mean Look there, but that was a good secure there for Unbibs to be able to get that XP, get that buff. Pretty good advantage there out of that, but the Blaziken almost getting caught between all the members of Wait and See does manage to dive out, and they lock down that Galarian Rapidash and manage to pick it off in that encounter, and getting the Blissey as well. That's a great encounter there for Unbibs, for all 5 of their members to push this bottom lane as strong as they are. Snorlax looking to kind of push up the middle lane there in that slow zone. It's in that flux, but it's just looking to hold back members from Wait and See with its block and maybe kind of pick off some of this jungle XP and just be a little bit of a menace. We've seen invading Snorlaxes before be pretty dangerous, so that was a good chance for it to try to get in there and kind of rekindle some of that.
Yeah, we saw a pretty significant overdunk on that bottom side. I might be giving some college credits for the math that was done there. Regieleki now in the top path, getting poked and prodded now from the side of Unbibs, but it is Galarian Rapidash using that triage to go ahead and take that KO. Regieleki still sitting at half. Cerule Edge Unite move into the back line. They find some damage. They find that Snorlax, and now the offensive is onto this T1 goal zone. Decidueye prodded out, and they're going to look for a secure, but it is going to be that Galarian Rapidash once again taking that Regieleki.
See the Unite move fired off there from the Decidueye, kind of pushing back members of Wait and See, and Decidueye is locked up in that position for just a moment. Gives the Regieleki a chance to do some damage to it, but not enough. They are managing to hold that Regieleki back and keep it from scoring. If it gets in here, that's going to leave just 2 points on this goal, and they're going to be able to break it. It does get in there, and that is a nice overdunk there from the Galarian Rapidash. That's a 38-point overdunk. That brings these teams really close, within 10 points of each other in the scoreboard right now. That was a really good encounter there for Unbibs, as they're going to take this opportunity to push back on Wait and See's top goal, but still pretty close in levels. That was a nice overdunk there, and that gives them an over 50-point lead.
215 to 158, nearing the 4-minute mark. Basement Reggie still on the menu for either one of these squads. On Bibs does have positional advantage. They have that T1 goal zone down there as well. Pure also grabbing vision for the squad. Looking for a way to maybe find one or two of these Pokemon. They do. They spot 3 of them, putting up a block, but met by a mean look. Now the Reggie Ice is getting slashed down by Sarah Toon looking for a way in. Decidueye tries to fire an arrow. There's that Revenant Wren that we've been talking about. Big KO that way, taking out the Decidueye. Overheat now, along with a nice push. Blissful assistance, but Toon gets out only for the time being. Galarian Rapidash takes out the Dodrill, but Miraidon handles Toon.
They're taking this opportunity now to let the Cerulege just kind of rip through that Regice and secure that buff for that team. The block coming in from the Snorlax there, but the Miraidon does manage to get the score off despite the Decidueye firing off its Unite move from the back lane. It's just not enough damage, but it is enough to take down the Blissey, and they lose the Galarian Rapidash, but Wait and See does manage to break the tier 1 goal in that encounter. We see the cannon there from the Miraidon trying there from the back lane to take down, but we lose the Umbreon in that encounter as well, so this is probably a good chance for Wait and See to kind of back off and just kind of go back and heal as the top Reggie spawns. It does look like Blaziken is heading up there in a good position to already start getting in on there, ripping it. Snorlax heading that way as well to provide a little bit of backup, a little bit of zoning, while Wait and See's members are just looking for some XP on the map. They're just trying to pick off as much as they can. Teams are pretty close in levels here, but we see our first level 14 in the Dodrio as On Bibs secures that Regieleki.
Looking at the win conditions here, it's a very close matchup. 20 points separating these two squads, so they will know that it is technically a close game, but maybe a little bit of an advantage here for On Bibs as they grab that Regieleki, look for vision. So I think at this point in the game, they're looking for a way maybe to find a little couple picks here, and this is going to be the Ray fight.
Yeah, we're heading 6 seconds here till the Ray fight, but this is the fight right here. Almost everybody's got their Unite move. Umbreon is down. Suicune is down. Rayquaza spawns. Regieleki hits. That's a good chance for overscoring there, Kyle.
Very good indeed, but they are going to instead try to find the KOs. They find 3 of them. Toon takes down that Galarian Rapidash. They know that they have the advantage in the score line now with 2 members down. Right now, the positioning is going to be key. They want to make sure to not yield this Rayquaza. Snorlax going to heavy slam engage, met by some freezes by the Suicune, but the Unite move misses.
Oof, this is a tough spot there for Wait and See. They're up, but they're caught by the Suicune Whirlpool there, losing 2 members in that encounter right there. 3 members down from On Bibs there. The Unite move from the Miraidon just firing meteors off, trying to lock down this Dodrio. They get it in the mean look, and that's 4 members of Wait and See still up, but 4 members down from On Bibs. But that Decidueye always has the opportunity to be able to secure. Galarian Rapidash is going to keep it busy in the back lane there and give the rest of the members of Wait and See a chance to rip through it, and they secure that Ray before Suicune has a chance to fire that Whirlpool off. With Wait and See being only a score behind, all they need is for just 1 member to get in there and get a dunk, and they can take the lead.
Insane work there from Wait and See. Are they going to be able to score? They do get that singular Hundo Burger, followed it up with a second, so pretty significant lead now. It means that there's going to be needing On Bibs to get more than 1 full pocket score. With 30 seconds left, that's going to be a very tall task, especially with all these shields still remaining. They are able to break that Blissey one, maybe zone out the Cerulege once again, but look at this. On the backside, Miraidon going for a home scoring goal, and that should be all she wrote. And Wait and See, they're going to take game number 1 here.
Yep, that score right there. And the Cerulege coming in from the bottom lane as well, trying to get one last little score in there, but not quite enough with low HP on that. The Whirlpool coming in, the Unite move from the Suicune. They know they've lost this match, but they're going to take down as many members of Wait and See as they possibly can before the time up whistle.
Wow, that was quite the Ray fight, and Cerulege doing a lot of heavy lifting throughout that entire engage. Obviously going down pretty early on that aggressive position from On Bibs, but Wait and See, they were patient. Emperor Kaido was able to find a way in once they got back to the Thea Sky Ruins on that Rayquaza. On Bibs had to retreat a little bit with 2 members down, so you saw the patience that they had. Wait and See needed to be a little bit cautious, but when you had that Cerulege fed as well as they were, they found a huge engage on their Unite move, and they were able to take down, like I said, those 4 Pokemon. So insane stuff there wait and see taking game 1.
Yeah. Tons of high damage there on this game too. 90k from the Dodrio there, 99k from the Decidueye, just barely missing that 100k mark, but Ceruledge did not miss that mark, breaking 101k damage there. But on the flip side there, look at the heals and the tanking from that Blissey hitting 100k as well. So Blissey was definitely in there doing its job, keeping its teammates alive, and you can see by the chart, this was a pretty close game throughout. One team ahead, then the other team, and then just coming back and forth. So both teams were really close all the way up until that Ray fight. It was pretty evenly well matched between them both.
Insane stuff. I'm not sure if Bridget's back yet, but potentially she is. I hope
I'm
her
here.
tea. Yay, Bridget's back. Okay, what kind
I'm
of? You have
just
to tell
sipping
us.
my tea.
Spill the tea. What kind is it?
It's honey lavender.
Okay.
And then I added more honey.
that's
Great for
the
your
play.
voice. So
That's the play.
yeah.
That was the goal. Yeah, it's hitting. I'm not gonna lie, and that was a really fun game to watch. Kyle, you're the goat.
No problem. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to make these teams wait super long just because I think we grabbed this match like right before they were ready to start, so I don't want to like delay them too much.
Classic.
But it's also very
Definitely
important
grab
that
it
you
quick.
get your tea. So best of both worlds. I can fill.
Yes.
But we're just getting through these games, getting through this bracket really quick too. So, and that helps prevent threat level Midnight from being too much of
True.
a threat level for some of these teams that really might want to see more of a game too. So, let's see going into this second game here. Both of these teams were really well matched. Again, it's another situation where we could see a potential game 3 here. This was a really close match and really good drafting for both teams there. A lot of picks and counter picks for and against both teams there. So it really worked out in their favor, and maybe we will see another game 3. We've got a lot of these really top tier players on these teams, and that could really turn the tables.
Really good.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm thinking, looks like they're gonna stay on the same side. I'm gonna duck out, but I'm gonna hand it over to Bridget here. Maybe, what are your thoughts on maybe what we might see from on Bibs? Obviously, they had a pretty strong like mid game, but they had a pretty good like push on that T2 towards the end. But like, how do we solve the Ceruledge problem?
Honestly, Bibbs picked Decidueye, right? I don't know if I'm the biggest Decidueye believer currently. So maybe a pivot in, I would have to assume that was their jungle pick. Kind of something that can go toe-to-toe a little bit better with that Ceruledge. I mean, Decidueye is a tough one. Obviously, when you get too close, it's kind of Jover. So something that maybe is a little more forgiving in getting dove upon could be a bit beneficial for the Bibs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with you on that, Bridge. Maybe I mean, we've seen so much Decidueye already tonight, but these have just been some really good Decidueye players, so I can't really say I complain about it. But like you said, maybe just a little bit more survivability. But it's hard to deny that range on that Decidueye. I'd like to maybe see something besides Miraidon. I felt like Miraidon wasn't really a strong pick for them, but it was one of their early picks. So, maybe they just didn't expect it to be as hard countered as it was.
True. I definitely understand prioritizing that Mirai with that new look it's got from the buffs on Charge Beam, but it kind of wasn't in the best place beforehand, and I guess I don't know if these buffs are enough. The range is obviously something that seems to be more of the priority. You want something that can outrange the other guy, essentially. So understand where it's coming from, but I don't feel like we've seen Miraidon quite shine just yet.
Not quite just yet, but having the Ceruledge on the team did help them kind of round that out. And unfortunately, despite the pool of horse puns that I have been building up for months, I didn't really get to utilize any of that because there just wasn't a ton of action there for Galarian Rapidash. Did get some good crucial picks, but it looks like we're going to head into game number 2 here, into the draft. Do you think we're going to see any counter bans as a response? I mean, they had left Suicune on the board, and that left an opportunity for On Bibs to pick that up as their first pick. and they were able to utilize those whirlpools really, really well. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for them with that Cerulege constantly able to dive. So looks like they're immediately leaning into the Comfey and Latios ban, and maybe a Charizard and Ho-Oh ban.
Yeah, Suicune's a tough one. I mean, you can see it got picked 60% of the time, which means it kind of got through draft quite a bit this past weekend. And it just feels like something you got to be okay with giving up, which Wait and See is clearly down to give up that rather than the Ho-Oh. So it looks like Kirtan's going to be running that Suicune for Bibs, but Blissey going to be one of the prio picks for Wait and See, along with that Rapidash. I am a big Rapidash lover. Is this a steal from the last game? Did Bibs have it last time?
I do believe it was still on Wait and See last time as
Mm.
well. They had the Rapidash, Miraidon, and the Cerulege, but they also did have the Blissey, and that Blissey did massive amounts of heals, so it's a similar run back to the comp, but we're seeing on Bibs lock in that Umbreon instead there. So I believe Umbreon was on Wait and See last time, and they were able to use that to kind of lock down the Dodrio. So little bit of a different comp switch up here. Gravy locking in the Decidueye, so we're gonna see that Decidueye make a return. Do these teams know something I don't know about Decidueye? Like, is this just the A picker?
I think we were running. I forgot Gray was on this team, who I think is a really good Decidueye player. I think we're just running into the Decidueye one tricks, funnily enough. But Toon actually going to grab that Metagross, which I don't think we saw that in the last game. Sorry, it's hard to remember when I don't say things out loud. I feel like I forget them easier.
Definitely didn't see Metagross in the last game, but Bibbidi is going to lock in the Blaziken again. That was a pretty strong pick last time, but they're going to let Kaida get the Cerulege again here. Nope, but instead going to
Ooh.
lock in the Buzzwole. Another strong and dangerous pick as a Cinderace main. I hate seeing a Buzzwole on the other team, but they also locked in Inteleon, so that's going to give them some of that range, but also maybe give them just a little bit more range where the Miraidon was lacking last game. So Toon locking in that Metagross is going to give them some stuns, probably a little bit of a better chance for them to lock down the Galarian Rapidash. We do not see the Dodrio make a return here, so I think they're just leaning more into the all-arounder comp this time around.
Definitely. These are some really, really brawly comps with like basically one sniper in that
Yeah, so-
backline. I
Yeah,
really
on
like
that Buzzwole there. That's
what's on the buzz.
it looks like so stacking on the Buzz, and looks like also stacking on the Galarian Rapidash as well. I was trying to look at the items, but they look so small on my capture. Sometimes it's hard to see and get a good glimpse of what we're seeing exactly as far as who's running stacks. But blazing big on a I was trying to make a joke there. It didn't really come out the way I wanted to, but seeing Kaida with that gold badge on that Buzzwole just makes me quiver a little bit more there. It's already a scary Pokemon for me to see. And here we go, headed into game 2, Bridge.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I have to assume. Okay, maybe I was like, I want to see the Metagross go top, but either way, regardless, I'm excited to see kind of the battle of this Metagross versus this Buzzwole. Metagross gets a lot of shields, which can kind of be hard to play around, but Buzzwole obviously is the brawler to end all brawlers. I mean, just getting grabbed by that guy is a pretty bad time, so I'm sure we will see them match up as the Buzzwole is actually jungling, which is not usually where we see that guy.
No, not at all. This is very interesting picks for these two junglers here. The Beldum runs a little slow in the jungle, whereas I feel like Buzzwole's a little bit faster around those jungle picks, but this is pretty good for Wait and See. The Blissey, the Chansey manages to get in there, get a few little scores, and Ponyta does manage to sneak its way out through their jungle and around the bottom lane. Buzzwole making its way up to the top lane, diving in and immediately doing a massive amount of damage, showing how dangerous this Pokemon is and opening up the opportunity for the rest of its team members to get a few more stacks in and get a stack in itself and get out with a good amount of health. But Suicune looking like it might just go for the chase, but the smackdown from the Buzzwole says, Suicune, get over here, like this is the other game we won't talk about. So that's going to give on Bibs an opportunity to open up the bottom lanes with the 3 on top and the 3 on the bottom from the opposing teams.
Yeah, seems like a pretty good trade. I mean, almost an equal point lead, not a lead, equilibrium at this point for both teams, as On Bibs is kind of wreaking havoc in this bot path, maybe getting some stacks for that Metagross to get a bit more online. All is well right now, except maybe that horse was looking for some buffs in the enemy jungle. Looks like it was able to get one, but is going to go down to Toon Slimothy, who will take that buff right back as these birds just spawn in and get erased. Snorlax living on 1 HP, but does eventually fall. Toon with another KO.
Yeah, Snorlax was definitely dreaming there if it thought it was going to get away, and it just lay down on the drop and decided it was going to live in that dreamland. But look at this little Sobble. He's still a Drizzle. He's not quite a Teleon, and he just gets slammed by those big bulky Pokemon from On Bibs. No chance at all for survival. 3 members of Wait and See holding on to this bottom pad for dear life as Umbreon's trying to make a push. It locks down that Galarian Rapidash, so it can't give chase, but Umbreon so low on HP, using that Wish, it still manages to just barely scrape its way up to that bush, but still not enough. Those buffs from that Blissey there, with the Galarian Rapidash following it up, does manage to take down that Umbreon with 4 members of Wait and See in the bottom lane. Pushing back, this Decidueye is in a dangerous place. It tries to eject button over to the berry, misses out on that berry, but does manage to get out. Umbreon making its way back to this team fight. We see the Blaziken diving in, Suicune throwing in that Whirlpool, and they're just starting to rip away at this Registeel that's going to be secured by Wait and See.
Yeah, Blaziken tried to get in there and get its kick on that Registeel, but the Buzzwole just manhandling him out of that pit. Galarian Rapidash really being a nuisance. Snorlax does eventually fall, and On Bibs is going to be able to defend this goal zone, honestly, in a 4v5, with Toon just now showing up to the party.
Yeah, Toon's a little bit late there, but he's pretty swole, pretty buff. I mean, we see level 11 there on that Metagross. Nobody even close to level 11 on Wait and See side there, so this could be the game for On Bibs to take and kind of take it to a 1-1 and see a game 3. Blissey just barely staying alive there with a little bit of egg throwing and keeping the Snorlax alive, keeping its heels going. Metagross kind of sneaking around in that bush there. We see the Buzzwole dive, but it goes down to the Blaziken, and Blaziken's going to Unite move, change over its type there. Snorlax with the block, throwing it up, trying to keep that Metagross back, trying to keep the Blaziken back. Blaziken diving in with the Blaze dive, and it's just too much going on there with the Metagross Unite move, blowing a crater into the ground there. Blissey Unite move on the Galarian Rapidash gives it a chance to get some heals and get out of danger there. So they're going to retreat back to their second pad at this time.
Oh my gosh, these teams just love to tussle. I feel like we've been fighting in the spot paths for the past 2 minutes, which honestly maybe isn't the smartest way to play Pokemon Unite, but it is the best way to play it in my opinion. It is so much fun. Bibs making a huge push on this tier 2, 2 KOs for Dark Blue on that Suicune. They could honestly make it more, it seems. Pure, I do not even see an HP bar on him. Not sure how he's still there, but they are trying to actually completely erase this goal zone off of the map. 282 to 60 right now in favor of On Bibs.
Honestly, this reminds me a lot of how Peru was playing against Luminosity. They were just being super aggressive as much as they could be. And Wait and See is trying to lock down a few KOs here with the snipe shot from the Inteleon. Gets nowhere with it, just a lot of damage, but that Buzzwole just too tanky. Jumping in there with that Leech Life and getting those kills off. Suicune getting out, Umbreon getting out. This is a good opportunity for On Bibs to split up after losing a couple of their core members. They definitely don't want to keep up with that fight. But the Metagross down there just ripping through that Regice with nobody else around to even bother with it. Snorlax throwing up that block as we see the Unite move from the Decidueye firing off. But with so many members of Wait and See up in that top path, they get a pretty small little overdunk there. Buzzwole gets frozen by that Suicune, but they still manage to get out. But we see the Metagross coming in again with another Unite move. These teams are just all about these fights. 2 members down from Wait and See. And another one, they're really low HP, but the Blissey Unite move on that Buzzwole just manages to keep it alive, but it's not quite enough. Buzzwole goes down and then a counter as well.
Dude, like a WWE wrestler, taking down anyone who dares step into his rock arena. That was a really, really great Metagross Unite move. Metagross Unite move can be a little tricky because sometimes you don't want the boundary up, sometimes you do. So being able to understand when you're going to have that and when it will be used to your advantage just shows how great of a player he is on this Mon. This Alecki is going to be hotly contested. All of these Unite moves popping out. G-Dash with 2 KOs saying, not today, Bibs. You will not let this Alecki pass. But Blaziken able to KO the dash, and it's a pretty contested 3v3 right now. 3v3 now.
Yeah, 3v3 now, but still a pretty hot and heavy 3v3 as we see that Snorlax is going to go down there just barely. Snipe shot from the Inteleon from the backline, but it's enough for OnBibs to be able to push that Lucky into that middle goal. They have broken all of Wait and See's goals early on in this game. They still have 45 seconds before we see a Ray, and there are no outer goals left, which means if Bibs manages to secure this Ray, they're only going to be able to score on that home pad. So really all they're going to want to do is just play a strong game of defense here and make sure Wait and See doesn't take it from them and use that opportunity to score on all of the goals that they have left. We have 30 seconds till this Ray. Bridge, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh man, I believe in the Bibs. I believe in the Bibs. I want this game 3. They are looking very, very strong in this matchup so far. Wait and See does have really strong pick control of that top side. They could easily catch someone out like Pure or this Decidueye if they kind of overstep their boundary a little too far.
Yeah, but look at these levels on OnBibs. They have 2 level 14s in Blaziken and Metagross. Oh no, there's going to be a pick on the Metagross. He's getting caught in that back lane. He's going to try to fire off his Unite move right there. Catch that Blissey locked in the arena there. Buzzwole's going to try to lock him down, but that gives Bibs the opportunity to secure the Ray while they were all busy over there trying to take down this Metagross. We see the shields go up, the Decidueye firing off its Unite move, but they still have shields. They're going to use this opportunity to run in and score on that home pad. Just like I said, that's the only place they can score, and there's really nothing left for Wait and See to do here except to wait and see the end of this match.
Wow, Toon, I thought he was doomed when he walked by that bush. There were 3 members of Wait and See camping it, and they grabbed him with that Buzzwole immediately. But Toon, the player you are, able to actually, I think, get 3 KOs from that engage. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even notice the Decidueye ripping it. Not at all. When I saw the Blaziken secure, my jaw dropped. I mean, really amazing macro, especially around this Rayquaza. These last 2 minutes are just so crucial, and Bibs showing why these players are all pretty well known. I mean, I believe there are some players on Wait and See that are probably using usernames that I am unfamiliar with. They are, I'm sure, astounding players, but I don't know their usernames. So
Clearly,
I am excited to see this game 3.
Yeah, clearly the distraction tactic worked well, not only against Wait and See, but against us, because like you said, we didn't even notice that Ray getting ripped. We just saw Toon going to town on that Metagross there, just wreaking havoc on Wait and See while they were doing their darndest to try to take it down. Snorlax with the block, getting taken down in its own home base there. This is just savage and just straight up rude.
In their own dojo. It's kind of messed up, but I respect Wait and See for not hitting the surrender button and playing it out in accordance with the rules. So we are going to have a game 3 on our hands. 14 KOs for Toon on the Metagross. Metagross is such an interesting pick. It is such a draft demon, I feel like. In the right cases, it can really, really shine.
Yeah, for sure. This was definitely a case of we're in your base killing your mans, because if anybody's old enough to get that reference out there, if we're just the only old people. But yeah, Toon on this on this Metagross was definitely some really key Unite moves there. Look at this damage. If that tells you anything about how aggressive this game was, OnBibs knew they had to go in here. They knew they had to win this game to take it to a 3 to have a shot at winning this set. 119 KU damage from Bibbidi on that on that Blaziken, that's a crazy number there, and then over 100k damage from the Metagross as well. You can see Onbibs was pretty much in control of that match the entire time. There's only a few times here or there where wait and see looked like they might have been able to take it back, but it was just not enough. The Buzzwole, I feel like, was a super strong pick for them in that setup, and really carried its weight, and just didn't give a lot of opportunity for other mons to shine on that team, with the picks that Bibs had there just really being so heavy and countering a lot of what we saw. So what do you think, Bridge?
Yeah, I mean, definitely hit the nail on the head. It was, I mean, gosh, it felt like we were casting fights like at least like the entire like mid game. Like after that first objective spawned on the top and bottom, it was just pedal to the metal for both teams, which is so fun. I love that style of Unite, like you said, very reminiscent of like a Peru LATAM kind of mentality. And we're in this game to fight. Points may win us, but we're gonna fight our way to get the points, and it's pretty fun. I feel like NA and even Europe, some Japan, APAC can vary on the team, but can be a little more like timely tempered, like patient, and usually like wait more for a mistake on the other team as opposed to just like let's run at them. So kind of fun to see that style here in this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, it's like casting the WWE out here. I mean, just just get us some capes like Doob and Sprag had at
Oh,
Worlds, and put us in the arena, and let's cast some wrestling here. I mean, I feel like we could do it, Bridge. I think we got this, you know?
yeah. We are the. They've already told us we're replacing Spriggles and Doob Snacks. I hope everyone is happy about that. We
You
will be
guys are
wearing their
prepared.
cape outfits.
Absolutely. I'm gonna take it one up. I'm gonna go with a mask as well. I mean, I'm already almost there with these glasses.
Mm.
So, we're gonna one up their WWE Raw look, and we're gonna go for like full Incredibles superhero look. So,
Ooh,
but no,
yeah. I want to
we would
like
have to,
drop in from the ceiling. It's gonna be a whole
yeah,
thing. Well, I'm in
it
talks
really
with
is.
Pokemon. They're gonna let me do it. Don't worry.
It really is, like the harnesses and everything. I mean, they're like, we got the big arena, let's utilize it, you know?
I hear it's even bigger, so we
Yeah.
we need to get an arena mentality, guys.
Yep.
It's
It's gonna be
important.
we're gonna do this like Pink does at her concerts and just fly in, you know? Only we're gonna
Oh, I want
utilize.
to jump out. Ooh, like jump up from the bottom. Like I don't know who did that. Someone like jumped up from like within the stage, not at Pokemon, but just anyway.
I don't know.
I
I know who
did
you're talking about. I remember that.
I did call Spriggles and Doob Snacks rodeo clowns because that was the vibe they were bringing when they had those blasted t-shirt guns.
Where
But
they just always that's just the vibe that they bring. They are the rodeo
actually,
clowns for
yeah.
sure. That's just them. You know, that's not even their that's just who they are at this point. You know, the two of them just feed off of each other. And I think there's like some kind of mustache power that comes together when you put the two of them in there. And
Dude,
Zoinks was really trying to get in on that, but I'm afraid
dude,
that,
I want to get in on that. I
yep,
might.
that's just,
Maybe that's the secret. It
yeah,
gives
it's the
you
mustache.
a mustache aura.
Telling you.
It's different.
Yep, gotta get in on that. I'll get you a mustache next year. You and me, we'll
Okay,
just we'll
sweet.
mustache it up together.
I
So
think I would feel stronger.
it's like superhero pose, you know. It gets you. It's the power play of the mustache, and the fuller, the thicker it is. I think the handlebar mustache is gonna be my look. So
Yeah, I would act different if I had a mustache, unironically. So I don't blame them for being who they are. But
no,
what are
absolutely
you
not.
what are you thinking is going to be the pivot for wait and see in this game three, Ponyta?
Oh man, it's hard to say. I mean, we've seen some different comps here. Tomb threw one at us with that Metagross. That was an unexpected pick. So, no telling what we're gonna see. If we're gonna see another Suicune lockdown, or if we're gonna see some target bans here, or if we're gonna stick with the same bans we've had and just kind of build around the comp. I mean, Toon's not one to, and it does look like they switch sides here as well. With Onbibs being on the bottom, wait and see on the top on the purple side there. So looks like they're already leaning into that Comfey ban, but I don't think I've ever seen Toon run Pokemon back to back. So
True.
I don't think he's gonna run Metagross again. Locking in that Latios ban as well there, and immediately going for the Ho-Oh as well. Bibby looking Caught that Aegislash? No, going for the Charizard again. So pretty much the same bans throughout this set here. Definitely a little bit of target ban there, but also the Comfey buffs recently. Maybe they don't want to see a strong speedster on the side of Bibs there. So wait and see, taking this opportunity as the first pickers to lock in the Suicune for themselves. I've seen Bibs hover over this Cramorant a couple of times here. I would love to see a Cramorant get locked down and actually utilize it in a game. This Pokemon's hilarious.
I know. I cannot believe it was in our it wasn't our grand finals. It was our semifinals where Cram had an appearance by our world champions. Peru did run Cramorant and won. Crazy. But we are going to see the Blissey and the Lax, pure and amazing Snorlax player. And we're actually going to see that Mew come out on the side of, okay, they heard us. They heard us. We have the script. We knew it was coming. They are being, hey, I think they're channeling Peru. I see it. I see the vision.
Yep. We're waiting for the Crustle now.
Yeah, come on.
Defender support team. Protect the president. The Cramorant's the president now. He just needs the top hat. You can't do a protect the president build without a Pokemon that has a top hat. So wait and see, leaning into a lot of what they've seen done at this point with the Galarian Rapidash, but instead going for the Mew pick. And it does look like I'm seeing double specs on that Mew as well. But Kaido taking the Ceruledge once again. Ceruledge didn't really get to be utilized as much last match. Again with Toon, like I said, never plays the same mon back to back. And this time, locking in the Mewtwo, Vin Diesel going in on that Blastoise. I actually completely forgot that was Vin Diesel because he had changed his name in the tournament.
I know, the names are killing me.
Yeah, that is a terrible thing. Unite devs, what are you doing? Why are you trying? Why do you hate the casters? Why are you doing this to us? That was a terrible thing to add in there. No cap, my name has been Overlord for like a month now, so...
Okay, well that's pretty okay. As a bitch, it's pretty funny. But when we're casting these games, I'm blacking out on who is who. Yeah, didn't know it was Vin Diesel. Now I know he is going to be running that top lane Blastoise, which honestly saw a lot of play at Worlds, but I was not a big believer in it. But I'm sure I can be proven wrong, as I have many times. So excited to see Vin on that Blastoise. Mewtwo Y had such an amazing showing at Worlds. I know that win rate on the side doesn't necessarily reflect it, but with such a high pick rate, it was able to have a lot of success. So kind of was just favored all around from many different teams. So happy to see it getting some shine here as well. We're going to have the classic movie, Mew versus Mewtwo. It's time.
It's time, and I gotta say, I'm pretty excited that Galarian Rapidash has made it to all 3 games in this set, and yet I still have not gotten to use anything from my supply of horse puns, so I'm building them up. The moment's gonna be right, and it's gonna be ripe for the picking, or for the prancing, so...
There it is. There it is. We're already starting strong. That's how you know it's going to be a great game 3. Pure in a little bit of trouble off rip, getting KO'd pretty quickly, but Cram coming in early with that gank, just the blue buff on his side, a fish in his mouth, and a dream. Really wanted to get the KO on that Eevee, but instead, we're just going to try to steal that farm away. And actually, we are able to steal that farm away now that our Snorlax is back in action. 3 down in the spot path. Wow. Looks like Squirtle is going to get that red buff and try to hold things down up here in the top path.
Yeah, Split Jungle works really well for Cram. It's definitely a pretty strong mon early game. Able to get some great secures there. Squirtle with that water gun, able to get some really good secures as well. But we see Galarian Rapidash and Suicune and the Ceruledge already evolved in that top lane. This is dangerous there. Poor little Chansey doesn't even stand a chance. Squirtle needs to get back and quick, and that gives an opportunity for them to get up there and get some scores in on that top lane as well. So Cramorant going to use its XP to try to get into this jungle and secure this blue buff away from wait and see, but it does get it. So that was a pretty good risk, calculated and taken.
Yeah, honestly, this Cramorant has been the secure GOAT. Pure on the Snorlax goes down for their crimes, though, as we have both teams kind of lingering in this middle area for those 8 o'clock Bs. And it's looking like Wait and See is going to have dibs on them with about 3 of their members at the ready, while On Bibs kind of sticking to their lanes and focusing more on that farm.
Yeah, absolutely no contest. Nobody from On Bibs even thought to show up for those birds in the middle there. Suicune picking up some more XP here in the top lane. Getting fat, getting fed. Already a level 8 on that Cerulege. Nobody level 8. Cramorant's pretty close at level 7. Mewtwo hitting 7 as well. But Cerulege just getting stacked early on. Yeah, that's going to be pretty dangerous for On Bibs. Wait and See is not ready to lose another one. They're not wanting to go down to that loser bracket. They want to just keep trucking on through this top bracket here and get into the next game. So 4 members of Wait and See making their way to the bottom. They're going to use that opportunity to just storm in on that Snorlax and take it down. Cramorant almost getting taken down at an opportunity, but that big mouth bird just knows how to scoop up those berries, gets enough healing to get out, but that's going to leave that goal wide open for Wait and See to score. But in the counterpoint in the top lane, On Bibs able to get a lot of scores in on Wait and See's goal, but man, Wait and See just doesn't have anybody down here to worry about going after this Regice.
Yeah, it seems like we're fully trading these lanes. Wait and See having dominance in that bot lane, picking up the Regice, whereas Bibs tries to get a pretty decent overcap. It was okay. Overcap on this top goal. They said, get rid of it. We want the Alecki running towards that tier 2. We got most of the team up here, and it shall be theirs. They are seeming like they're looking to push this, but they could also maybe pivot down to that tier 1 on the bot side as well.
Yeah, breaking that tier 1 goal and then pushing the Lecky into the tier 2 with nobody there to really stop them. All right, it does look like some of Wait and See's finally showing up. The Solar Beam from the Mew, the Galarian Rapidash Unite move. The Unite move countered from the Cramorant there, and the Blastoise Unite move. This is just a good place for Unite moves. We're going to lock down one from the Umbreon there as well, but the Suicune Whirlpool pushes them back. Mewtwo Y needs to just get out of there. He's super low HP. Blissey has literally no HP in a dream there, but the two of them combined, their powers united. The Blissey Unite move, they're gonna just try to defend their goal as Wait and See was able to push back the Lecky, and that gives an opportunity for On Bibs to get back, get healed, and kind of make a little bit of a return push back against Wait and See.
Yeah, great Blissey Unite move from Dark Blue, I believe, is on the Bliss, but looks like they got a little too big for their britches. Both the Mewtwo and Blissey end up falling. Pure and Cramorant, I think it's Vin Diesel, no Vin Diesel's Blastoise, I think it's Gray. He is going to pick up those birds in that top path, but this Cerulege is on a tear. Level 12 in a room full of level 10s is a pretty good place, a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. The only one even close on Bib's side is the Mewtwo Y, and that's really not going to be able to handle a Cerulege if it dives. But the Snorlax going into the bush check finds the Umbreon, tries to push it back, but Umbreon manages to dart out there. We're going to see the Whirlpool come in from the Suicune and the Unite move from the Suicune as well, trying to freeze a few opponents there. But we're going to see Blastoise come in there with that Rapid Spin, trying to zone out the Suicune. The Unite move from the Umbreon, it's back already. That Moonlight Prance taking away some shields there. Getting a KO in on that Blastoise, the shield still holding strong. Oh, and locking the shield down from the basement Reggie there. They managed to steal it on Bibs. That was a great secure for them from the Cramorant.
I'm like, literally, I'm like, did he even have a move on it? Like, how did that happen? But maybe it was the air slash or just an auto I couldn't pick up on, but really, really great secure from Bibs, and honestly, really great momentum as they're kind of looking for this mid-tier skirmish, want to get out these Unite moves. It's a lot of their last opportunities to use them. Blissey is able to get theirs off, but not too many KOs able to be achieved, but wow, this will be a huge overcap if Wait and See will allow it, but of course not. Why would they when you have a Mew with Beam defending this tier 1?
Yeah, that was a pretty great dive there from Wait and See to make sure Bibs did not score that massive overcap on that bottom goal there. But Bibs using the Snorlax Unite move, trying to get those shields off. They do manage to break the goal. Little tiny bit of an overdunk there, but it's enough to break the goal there. this late in the game. That XP is probably not going to help them too much. We see level 14 on that Ceruledge, who was able to secure that Regieleki on its own in the top path, and nobody deciding to push with it, but it's going to give Bibbs an opportunity to push back on that Lecky, get some more XP off of it as well. Bibbs is really doing a good job despite how being behind in levels they are. They're only like one level behind Wait and See, but in Unite, that one level could make all the difference. So they really want to clear this map of as much XP as they can, and it looks like there's some buffs up here as well. We have just under a minute till the Ray fight, so everybody is in line, and looks like Bibbs might even be setting up for a potential second last basement Reggie.
Yeah, they have. It looks like almost all of their members ready to go in the spot path. Wait and See, kind of trying to get their Paul's in there as well, but it's going to be difficult when they have the Lax and the Blastoise holding down the fort right now. Looks like On Bibbs is actually looking for these KOs more than they're looking for this bottom objective, which I don't hate. This is basically the Ray fight, but Wait and See has backed off, and Bibbs is going to make an attempt at this Registeel. Of course, that dang guy is going to reset a bit, but not too much chagrin. Bibbs able to get that Registeel, which is going to be a huge buff. Mewtwo Unite move off rip, I think, as Wait and See does decide to flip it and secure it as well.
That is a great secure for Wait and See there. Bibbs was just barely making their way to the Ray. Wait and See, it already had that sucker at like 25% HP, and they're going to run in. They're going to score these points here, 31 going into 62, and then 38 points left on the goal while they break with another massive Hundo Burger. Suicune waiting for the wall to drop so it can just rush in on that home pad, drop another Hundo Burger, and that's going to be your game 3 for Wait and See. Even with a minute 22 left on, I just don't see Bibbs managing to come back and score over 300 points at this point.
Yeah, it is a challenge. I'm not seeing any Unite moves up on the side of Bibbs. Cramorant still has a couple seconds left on their death timer. It does look like Bibbs is trying to make a play at this bottom goal zone. They are giving vision to Wait and See, and it looks like they are bracing for impact, but it is going pretty well for Bibbs on this push so far.
Yeah, it does look like they're not doing too bad, but this Galarian Rapidash over there with another Hundo Burger on that home pad, putting them 400 points ahead of On Bibbs. It doesn't seem to matter how many points. They're trying their darndest, though, to get in there and secure as much as they possibly can. Take some KOs here, break some shields, try to take down these crucial members of Wait and See. We've got the Blissey Unite move on the Blastoise. Blastoise firing off its own Unite move. Heavy slam from the Snorlax. They're just doing their best, but their best is just not enough. There's only a few little points going in here. It was really close, but a full team wipe for On Bibbs. That locks it down with 10 seconds left for Wait and See in game 3. So Wait and See no longer has to wait. They see pretty clear now that the rain is gone.
We have found out, I mean, really insane end game we had there. I mean, the split-second decisiveness of Wait and See being like, they're getting the Registeel, let's just flip it. Which I feel like Toon noticed before I did. When he hit that Unite move, I was like, what the heck? But I quickly realized what was happening. Really, really amazing job from Wait and See, especially after that game 2, where Bibbs seemed like they really had their number and was not going to be letting off steam at all. Oh my gosh, Vin ends at 220 with that 86k on the Mew. They definitely seemed like the standout player that game.
Yeah, for sure. There was a ton of solar beams hitting back lines there on Bibbs, but On Bibbs played Cramorant, so who's the real winner here?
Exactly. I think we are. I think we're the winners from getting to witness this great set. Of course, Bibbs is not out of the running yet. They can still make their way through the lower bracket, but Wait and See shall be moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. And with as strong of a team as On Bibbs was and is, they've got great players. Like I said, we're probably going to see a lot of these game 3s tonight because we have these new teams comprised of a lot of these really good players coming together, bringing their skill sets to these teams to just try out something new And we get to see it here on the very first Underdunk happening right after Worlds. A lot of these teams probably were watching, these players were watching, picking up tips, picking up comp ideas, taking notes. Heck, some of these players were at Worlds on other teams competing and just, trying their luck against some of these pro players. And just the things that they brought back with them are going to make a huge impact on their play styles going into these grassroots series. And this is big practice for them. This might be grassroots, but this is about as big as it gets. This is like a regional. This is just like the AOS Cups. This really isn't too far off from the kind of action we see at an IC level. Even, what do you think, Bridge?
100%. I mean, it's also kind of fun to see the farewell to Rayquaza. I feel like it's more about like gelling with your teammates, because this map change is going to be significant in terms of what kind of macro we're about to see develop over the next couple months as we get used to the new map. But we are going to head out of here now and jump to a quick break while we get ready for our next game.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. Well, a little bit of a shift change. 2-3 game sets is a lot to handle, especially if you're coming back from Worlds and you have a sore voice. So, Bridget and Ponyta, obviously, thank you for their service today in the first couple rounds. But Gary and I are going to take us home through the rest of the bracket. Gary, how are you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
I am doing great. I'm excited to be here, starting off the off season of Unite for this year, and I am just excited to see where we are headed with all the things coming.
I mean, we're going to see it very quickly. It is going to be standing on business on your first pick. And Phantom, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the new moniker for ignorance, or maybe just a temporary moniker for ignorance. As you see, Soup Chef Jupiter, Neon, Protein Shake, all the usual suspects from a very, very proficient team.
Yep, and looking here, we got a classic band set already with the Blissey, Ho-Oh, and Suicune thus far. Really good picks here for bands. And it looks like Neon was struggling to figure out what to ban there, so they land on Absol. I wonder if that was not what they intended for, or if that was what they were trying to get to.
Maybe a Switch 2 might be in the future for Neon if he doesn't have one. Or, sometimes I've been in this situation, just yapping too much. I forget that I'm banning. It happens to the best of us. But I think Absol's still quite a good ban, so if they are trying to maybe target a specific player on standing on business, wouldn't be super surprised, but a tried and true first pick is that Snorlax, as you see at Worlds, one of the most common picks. Didn't quite perform very well, only a 41% win rate, though.
Yeah, I was very shocked. I wonder if it's because of its higher pick rate that its win rate was just lower, because if it's picked more, that means it has a chance to lose more. But we've got the Charizard and Leafeon on the side of Phantom, loving both of those picks, and SOB Lockie and Latios, and Darkrai. So let's see where they go with this.
Ooh, this is very, very scary. But if the Latios is picked, a Latias surely is going to be followed. However, this time not on standing on business. So these two paired birds are going to be separated for the time being. The Mewtwo X, a very common pick from this Phantom, I guess, ignorant squad. A lot of the times it is holding that EXP share, and you do see that currently.
Yeah, I really like that pick in their team comp. They play it so well, and Mewtwo X can just be a menace if somebody really knows how to use it. Like, if I had it, no, it's fine. You would stomp all over me, but they know what they are doing when it comes to that Pokemon. And SOB seems to end their team with Buzzwole and Espeon. Espeon with an EXP share on. I'm curious to see if that's what they keep rolling over there.
I don't mind it. I think this is a good counter into that Leafeon. Obviously, Leafeon's going to be trying to target those more squishier targets, so Leafeon probably going to be on that chopping block quite a bit, but if you're able to use that XP share, it's a little bit less XP the other way, but plus, utilizing something like stored power could really slow that thing down, or if you're skillful enough, which I'm sure Ganon will be, the Psyshock could really stop it right in its tracks.
I totally agree with you on that, Kyle. And looking at both of these teams, it's just neither of them are per se a typical team comp. I'm excited to see Jupiter on the Goodra. If you know me, I do love me some Goodra. It's such a fun Pokemon to play. So I'm curious to see how it does into the side of SOB here, and I know we've got a great match coming ahead of us.
We really do. I think we're all a little bit of Goodra girls in us. I mean, I love that Pokemon too. I don't play it, too often, but it is very fun to see and maybe soak up a ton of damage. But this is going to be game number 1, and I need to update the overlay. It is the winners semifinals. Winner of this will be going on to your winners finals in the top path for SOB. We're going to see that Buzzwole along with Ganon on that Espeon.
Yeah, I like sending the Espeon top here. I think Espeon is one attacker that can fare well against all-arounders in the top lane, so I think that's a really smart choice to send there. Soup Chef going into the jungle to make sure that the Charmander doesn't get invaded was also a really smart play there as well from the side of Phantom.
Very aggressive push up there for Phantom, almost taking out the Buzzwole, unable to do so, but Ganon looking for maybe a little bit of a steal, not enough damage so far, especially when you're holding a little bit more defensive items items. We have this Mewtwo X pushing very far forward. I believe an eject button was burned there from the Eevee.
Yes, believe so as well. We've got that Leafeon online already for Neon, and Charmeleon is online as well. And it looks like we are getting ready for the 850 birds here, and Neon rotating top, but Snorlax seemed to have caught on to match that. So we're going to have a 4v4 in the top lane here for the 850 birds.
Snorlax a little bit late to the party, but better late than never. Great engage with the tackle, damaging a couple very deeply. Callie gonna have to try to retreat as Buzzball. Mewtwo is gonna chase them down. Snorlax might be next, but taking a quick little nap to try to return that health bar up a little bit long, but Mewtwo does close the job out before going down themselves.
Yeah, pretty even fight there on both sides. Two Mons going down for each. And level-wise, that Darkrai getting a little bit of an edge here on the side of SOB. Phantom wants to make sure that that thing does not get too far ahead, or else it is going to be a tough catch-up.
Oh, big KO, Latios. Working some stacks a little bit early. Latias gonna try to pay a little bit of an exception there, but Neon is doing a great job so far. 8-minute Altaria family in the central area, a little bit late to the party, is gonna be standing on business. But once again, better late than never. They are gonna clean up a majority of that Altaria family. Charizard looking to try to take down the Altaria itself, but I believe it goes standing on business. Over Mewtwo X gonna be caught in the crosshairs. Snorlax with a great heavy slam.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there from the side of SOB. Charizard is still going after this Latios, able to pick him off here. And the Latios and Charizard going after a push here. Charizard almost getting a 30 in, but Snorlax able to stop.
Snorlax doing a fantastic job holding true to its role in defending the goal zones, also grabbing a KO on that Latias. Another heavy slam engage, no block up just yet to section it off, but standing on business, doing a great job so far in this early game, 53-17.
Absolutely, and I really am excited that the Espeon did go Psyshock here. I think if it does land those stuns, it is going to be a menace for the side of Phantom, and it is another good secure tool on the side of SOB. And it looks like we're splitting the lanes here. SOB going for the bottom Reggie, while Phantom is looking to favor the top Reggie.
They really are, yeah. Reggie Rock going over to the purple side map. Regieleki still holding true. Now down to half. There we go. Charizard Unite move. Gonna burninate all the way through. Phantom gonna take that Regieleki push towards that T1. Goal zone job not done yet. 8 points going on in for Mewtwo. Snorlax trying to slow this down. Heavy slam engage. Mewtwo X is gonna Mega Evolve. Regieleki walks directly into T1. T1 broken. Unite move from the Espeon. Return favor. Leafeon Emerald two-step takes down the Espeon. Still big brawl over here on this T2 pad. Buzzwole throwing the superpower smackdown combo. Heavy slam. Try to put them to bed. They do.
That was a really good hold there from the side of SOB. Unfortunately, their tier 1 did go down, but I really liked what Phantom did there with the Charizard pulling that Unite move on the, I think it was Buzzwole, and it just absolutely sent the rest of SOB away from the objective, left his team ready to secure. That was such a smart play. We have the side of Phantom leading now with 125 and SOB at 107. We have got a close game on our hands here.
Very close. And when the score does come and show to all the players, they will know that as a fact. But we're going to look to cut into that score deficit. 7 points going in, followed by another couple. And Latias getting damaged heavily. Great power whip from Goodra is going to stop that for the time being. Now it's going to be right as rain. Going to pull that Buzzwole in a little bit closer. Emerald two-step once again. Leafeon takes down the Buzzwole. However, Darkrai is able to take down the Mewtwo X. We have the Unite move from the Latias going to connect on the Darkrai. Charizard now taken to the skies. Snorlax taking a power nap right in the middle of the thick of it. Latios trying to dish out some damage from afar, but these teams are going to spread out for the time being.
I'm a little nervous for the side of Phantom here. They wasted a lot of their Unite moves here, not able to get any picks on the side of SOB. Darkrai able to get the Charizard in his Unite move, and it looks like we are getting an engage here from SOB.
Big engage. 2 Pokemon go down immediately, but those health bars are desperately low. Psyshock gonna connect, and that is gonna clean up the rest of them. Latios getting a ton of stacks in on that Eon energy. Now they're gonna make a move towards this Registeel, and this is gonna be a fantastic win for standing on business, and this buff is gonna go crazy.
Absolutely, a really, really clean play from them. Still a little bit behind because Neon, while all of that was going on, was scoring in that tier 2 on the top side of SOB. Unfortunately, going down there to the Buzzwole, level-wise, Charizard and Darkrai are 2 level 12s, and then it's pretty even elsewhere. So no big level lead here, and the point lead is not anything large either.
Not too big. 162, 183. So still about, my math is right, 21 points. Hopefully I'm not wrong live on twitch.tv. But Phantom gonna start taking this Regieleki. Maybe try to go for it. Another Unite move from Charizard. But it is stolen. Buzzwole somehow, some way finds a way before going back to the Pokemon Center themselves. Snorlax taking a quick little nap here. Darkrai gonna press on forward. Are they gonna be able to go? No, Darkrai does get the Charizard, but they lose their life in return. Goodra trying to defend this Snorlax. Leafeon closing that one out.
Yeah, that's a really good hold there from the side of Phantom. SOB not having all of their team up top, and it was just kind of one by one. The Buzzwole, great job on their part to get that secure and not stray away because the Charizard ulted. It really helped them in the long run. And one other thing I wanted to point out, I really like that this Goodra is playing Power Whip here. It gets me excited for the Hookmon that we have coming in the future with Delmise. So hopefully we get to see more play of moves like this.
I do too. I love watching kind of like the hook Pokemon, but a nice Size Shock is going to help take down this Mewtwo X. It's a fantastic pick for standing on business as we start to enter close to the final stretch. 15 seconds until the basement Reggie, 30 seconds until Rayquaza.
Yes, and both teams having one of their tier 1 pads up is really good for either side, and it looks like SOB may go to rip this bottom Reggie here. I'm excited to see which one it is. It is a Regice. Unfortunately, not necessarily my favorite one to get right before a Ray, but nonetheless, still good to have a buff. The side of Phantom taking a very aggressive positioning here in the top side of SOB, hiding out in those bushes, and we are getting geared for this fight.
Look at this flank here. Leafeon Charizard looking to maybe section off a Pokemon or two. Maybe that Darkrai if they can find it. But a little bit of slow, a little bit of dancing between these two teams.
Yeah, no engages yet. Espeon trying to land a Size Shock on the Goodra. Snorlax trying to get the Mewtwo-Y. But right now we're just tickling each other. Darkrai ulting the Charizard, but Charizard getting its Unite off?
Oh, they're returning the favor, but here comes Charizard back to the sky, immediately met by the Latios. They take them back to the Pokemon Center. Latias also going down. We're now 3 members of Phantom down. This Darkrai is living on 1 HP in a dream. They're going to survive for the time being. Latios now looking for this Leafeon. Leafeon going to dash away. Great plays there. Goodra had to go back to base. Rayquaza now on the menu for standing on business. It's down to half. Leafeon looking for a way in. Going to try to launch the Lazy Leaf, but is put to sleep by Snorlax. Fantastic play by Gyro.
That sleep there by the Snorlax was textbook. Running and making sure to keep up with that Leafeon was so smart on their part because Leafeon could easily have just timed their moves perfectly to steal that Rayquaza from them, but was unable to due to the Snorlax. And Espeon able to secure the Ray. I still think that is a smart move on the Size Shock. I knew that secure would come in handy at once. Hundo Burgers raining in left and right from SOB, and they are up 362 to 183.
This is going to be likely a standing on business win here in game number 1. Unless something crazy happens, as we say that, there's another Hundo Burger deposited into the central area. And with a fully stacked Latios at this point, that is a ton of damage to deal with, especially with the state of this Pokemon. Might have been nerfed, Gary, but I don't know. This thing still seems quite powerful.
I would have to totally agree. I think it was more of a little slap on the wrist than a big nerf. And I felt like that with quite a few Pokemon this patch. But, you know, it is what it is. And we have wrapped up this match going to the side of SOB 600 to 183. Still a really, really good first game overall between these two teams. I could easily see this being another 3-game set, and I am so geared for it if it is.
I just noticed that the knot is just Scrooble Knot. I was like, who is Mewtwo X? I don't know who that. It's just abbreviated, and it I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but that is, I assume that is Scribblenauts. I should have known, knowing that it was the Mewtwo X. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, incredible game here from Standing on Business. They really put the pedal to the metal there in game 1. I really like the kind of counter to this Charizard, especially with that Darkrai. You saw it a couple of times, just really targeting, try to make sure that you have that Unite move for it, to try to put it to rest a little bit early, likely before it could get its own Unite move off. Obviously, it didn't work out exactly as planned during Ray, but they were able to survive its own Unite move, and then Neon cleaned it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was so good. It was just such a clean play. I was a little bit confused there. I'm sure everybody heard it. I have never seen what happens when a Charizard unites inside of a Darkrai ult. That was new for me.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, he's in the ult, but he's also flying in the sky. So I was just like, what is going on? But, it still worked in the favor of Darkrai there. And yeah, it was just a really, really good time to use its Unite move.
Oh yeah, 1000%. I mean, fantastic work from this squad. That's a very tough team. Ignorance, Phantom in this set currently, but is a great squad. I hope. I mean, for my own little fandom, I do love playing. I love watching this team. I love playing against them because they always like bring some spice to the meta. I hope that the Phantom moniker is because maybe they got sponsored. I mean, my hope is, we have like a lot of really good teams in this new league format that UCS is going to be adopting going into this next championship season. And from my understanding, they're kind of focused on bringing teams in that have sponsors. So maybe, possibly, I don't know. We'll have to find out. But this is kind of one of my team. You think like perennial top 8s, good longevity. I think Ignorance checks all the boxes there. So hopefully we get to see some Ignorance in the North America League.
Yeah, I would love to see them in there too. They are always bringing something different to the table, and I think that's what I love most about them, is that you never know what you're going to see from them, and it's so exciting. It keeps it fresh, it keeps it exciting, and yeah, they are so good at what they do, and you would think normally like that's never going to work, and then you see them play it, and it's like, holy crap, they just made something out of literally nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I played them at least a couple of them on ladder the other day. Actually, on ladder last night, I think I played them to get 1600, or at least like 3. It was like a trio queue, like 3 of them to get 1600. I was like, oh god, why is this my 1600 game? We did end up winning, but they got revenge later in the night. But I got my sticker. I'm happy. I'm chilling.
Yeah, absolutely. Never a fun time to run into them on the ladder. But we are getting into ban phase number 2 here. Excited to see where we go. Charizard getting that first ban. Can't say that I blame the side of SOP here for that. The Charizard was running pretty rampant on the side of Phantom, so getting that out of their hands is a good choice.
Sir Charles the Zard the third, unable to play in game number 2. Ho-Oh falling next victim, Suicune also on the chopping block. So a lot of usual suspects so far in the ban phase. Obviously, we had that Absol banned in game number 1. Wonder what this next ban is going to be. Failings. Okay, very, very interesting strategies here.
I'm assuming that it has to be either a target ban of some sort, or they're doing it so that Latias and Latios both stay up. I'm not sure though. And I think SOB is going with that Lax again. It worked really well on their side last time. Great to see such good level play on a Snorlax. And we are waiting to see what Phantom locks in here.
I think there's a lot of options on the table. Obviously, Suicune not available, but I think a good play here is that Darkrai. They like to run it. Scribblenauts specifically does run that with EXP. I feel like Scribble might have been one of the first players to adopt the EXP Darkrai. I'm not sure like too many people are like very support oriented that like to play it at the beginning. But the way Scribblenauts likes to play, it's very supportive, but I don't know. I think being an early adopter to stuff like that is always super fun to see. Like what works out, what doesn't. I think support Zeraora was like one of the picks that they were running at one point last year. I don't think that one was as good, but the support Darkrai kind of cooks.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. I have seen them play it before, and it's just like that's one of the things that I'm like, how do they make it work? But they just do. Neon locking in the Clefable and Cali locking in Aegislash. Super excited about both of those picks. And we got Soup Chef on the Crustle, and we got Goopiter on Tyranitar, which I'm very interested to see how that plays out.
I'm not shocked. This is a common pick that Goopiter loves. Goopiter was playing T-Tar before it was cool. I think like last UCS, I think it might have been like NAIC or something when T-Tar was like really strong. And Goopiter was like someone that was always a T-Tar believer. And when you have something like a Snorlax, you have something like an Aegislash, and then even Clefable to some extent with Follow Me, which is kind of the common pick. T-Tar just breaks through all those shields and ignores them. He says, I don't care about your shields. He's just going to damage you right through him. So I actually really love this pick, and it's kind of a true pick to this player.
I agree fully that it is a great pick into that. I'm interested to see if the Clefable is going to decide to go Gravity instead.
Yeah.
Gravity could mess with the Darkrai and Absol a tiny bit, depending on the movesets. And then SOB finishing off their team was Zeraora and Gardevoir, and I'm so excited to see a Gardevoir game, and what a smart pick into a T-Tar. I will forever say that Gardevoir is one of the best T-Tar counters, especially if it has a fat front line, and here we are set up for a fat front line with Clefable and Snorlax and Aegislash, so I'm excited to see if this Guardian cooks.
I think it will. I think like you said, I'm also of the belief that Gardevoir is a good T-Tar counter. I think it's also like a pretty decent Metagross counter, especially with that Unite move. But the one thing Gardevoir will have to pay attention to here, Gary, is going to be that Absol along with the Darkrai. So 2 speedsters to deal with, and maybe even to some extent the Miraidon that I believe outranges it just a tad. But this is going to be game number 2 of our winners semifinal, or I guess our first winners semifinal match. SOB standing on business, going to be on your left side. Phantom going to be on your orange side, and let's get to it.
Alrighty, and we've got Clefable, Aegislash in the top lane, Lax and Guardy in the bottom lane, and Zeraora in the jungle on the side of SOB. Darkrai and T-Tar in the top lane. I'm kind of surprised by the T-Tar in the top lane, with Absol in the jungle and Miraidon and Crustle taking it on together in the bottom lane.
I actually really like the central area for the Absol. At least it could kind of support that Larvitar once it gets there. But Neon putting in a little bit of double time here, pressing forward on this Snorlax. But it is the routes that secures that little bit of EXP. Snorlax also forced to use their eject button, so a big critical tool that they will not have access to as Larvitar gets a 9-point dunk.
Yeah, really good job there on the Larvitar, able to get that stack, but I think the Zeraora might be able to pick it off. It's Gary getting out of there. Absol coming in to defend that Larvitar, and Zeraora goes down to the Absol, and this is just proof of how good Absol's early game is.
That's that level 5 Jungle Gang double KO for the side of Phantom early on. It's also going to give them some positional advantage for these 850 birds. Clefairy going to have to maybe force and watch while the rest of them take it, but Clefairy able to get that Altaria and evolve.
Yeah, great secure there from the Clefairy. It has the ability to be a really good secure, and I just think it's so funny to run up and do that to other Pokemon when playing Clefable. So go SOB Clefable for being able to do that. Right now, it looks like we are pretty even level-wise across the board. And then we have a lead for Phantom, 32-23 currently.
Clefable gonna also steal 2 citrus berries on their way back to the Pokemon Center, it seems. They're gonna try to heal themselves and maybe stall this out for the time being. Yeah, but Darkrai, Absol, make a quick work of that. 8-minute Altaria family hitting the central area. No one to be found just yet. Phantom going to be the first there. Charge Beam Miraidon is the choice. They're going to take that Charge Beam, send it right to the routes. Now the Kirlia find them, send them back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, Charge Beam is definitely the play here for sure. And after that buff it got, I've tried it out. It feels pretty darn good. So I'm not surprised that that is what Neon chose to play. And it looks like we are getting an engage here. Zero Aura able to pick the Darkrai.
Massive plays. Yeah, Darkrai and Absol both down, but the other way, Zera Aura and Snorlax down. Great X-Scissor from Soup Chef to put Aegislash in a little bit of harm's way, but those 720 Altaria family going all the way over to standing on business. It's exactly what they needed before this first set of objectives.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Clefable here is just really being up in their business and being a distractor, and I really like that playstyle on a Clefable. And the Clefable did go Gravity, which I personally think was the correct choice here. Usually I play Follow Me 9 out of 10 times, but every once in a while a Gravity game is called for. The side of Phantom is having that Pupitar, excuse me, just farm up and get as close to Tyranitar as possible, and that is just such a smart play on their side.
Regieleki, priority for standing on business. They're going to shred through that with that Aegislash. We have Pupitar. Maybe just monitoring that top path as Regieleki walks in. Zeraora looking to close out that goal zone. They do. Regirock still standing tall here. Clefable going to land a gravity. Maybe prevent some dashes from going on in. Rock on rock crime as Regirock shoots a couple over Crustel's way. Already getting charged down. Charge beam. And Absol is going to take the Regirock.
I like that the Absol united there just to make sure that they get that secure, and they were able to just fine. Absol going down, Crustle going down to Zeraora, but Zeraora also going down as well.
Yeah, 3 members down for Phantom. Points starting to rain on in for standing on business, but T-Tar loves defending the goal zones, but not against 4 Pokemon, especially when a Snorlax is blocking your back. But, nice little defense here from this Miraida, and maybe stop the bleeding a little bit. A lot of farm, a lot of Pokemon captured by standing on business in that central area. So levels still looking pretty good for standing on business, as well as the scoreline.
100% Kyle. And I did see there that the Guardy did choose to play Psychic instead of Moonblast here, and I'm a little bit shocked by that just because of the Absol and the Darkrai. I personally probably would have played Moonblast just because I'm a nervous Nelly, and I'm like, nope, I don't want them touching me. But Absol popping its Unite move to push the tier 1, and Darkrai on the side of Phantom, and it looks like they are going to have to retreat from this push.
Oh, I'm loving this Zeraora right now. The Spark Wild charge is going insane. A triple KO. They're able to dodge so much damage with all those iframes. So it's working quite well for standing on business. Level 12 on that Pokemon. 10 seconds until another Regieleki and Phantom. Forced to kind of just play a little bit defensive here. Look at this push here. Standing on business. Looking for 18 from this Clefable. Another 40 from Snorlax. The 18 goes in. The 40 does not. Absol, along with this Miraidon, there to defend, but standing on business, going to be able to secure the Regieleki.
Absolutely they are, and the Darkrai unable to get out of there. Regieleki is going to go walking towards that tier 2 on the side of Phantom, and SOB able to just sit back and farm safe Pokemon on their side, and we have Phantom all coming up top to get that Regieleki protected on their tier 2.
Reggie Ice now going to be captured by Phantom down in this basement path. Gardevoir securing that one for the team. Oops, I put the wrong team that got it. I'm throwing so hard. But a little bit of a push here on the top side. We have T-Tar looking to break through those shields. Absol Unite moves, going to try to take down that sword. Crustle able to X-Scissor the Zeraora, but Gardevoir with a huge Fairy Singularity is going to send 2 Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center.
That Fairy Singularity can single-handedly change the motion of a team fight, and it was able to do so right there, hitting 3 Pokemon on the side of Phantom, and more mons on the side of Phantom just going down to the side of SOB. Really good hold from them again. Zeraora was also able to pick off that T-Tar when I for sure thought that T-Tar had him in the bag.
Indeed. Yeah, and look at this here. This might be a good catch if they're able to get it. It's a level 13 Aegislash. T-Tar trying to do their best. And Darkrai trying to put them to sleep. Are they going to get the Dark Pulse on there? They do. They get to sleep, but Clefable able to heal up that HP bar. Zeraora scrambling back to the T1 goal zone. Nice heavy slam engage is going to push this T-Tar into a little bit of danger. Here comes the Spark Wild Charge. Look at a scramble of that T-Tar, and they do. Charge Beam the other way, though. Look at it take down that Zeraora, unable to get that KO. Great mobility from Zera.
Yes, and on right now, the levels on the side of SOB are not matched well on the side of Phantom. SOB with that level 14 Zeraora, and it is proving to be a menace. Heading into the Wraith fight here, we're at 217 to 72. Phantom taking a more defensive setup, while SOB is taking that aggressive setup this time.
Insane positioning here from Standing on Business. They're going immediately for this Rayquaza rep. Here comes Absol looking for a gauge. There's that Unite move. Gardevoir, though, with the massive secure. Standing on Business, working fast here. Now you guys got to get some points in. Maybe defend some goal zone. 50 points looking to go on in from the Snorlax, but T-Tar shreds through that shield, breaks it. It does damage underneath it. Cannot score. 217 to 72, though. This is still a very close game.
Yeah. Side of Phantom doing a wonderful job being able to hold off here. Darkrai might be able to cap 80 points in the top there and putting it as a closer game, 152 to 217. Right now, with the amount of time left in this game, this could go either way, Kyle.
This really could, but Zeraora looking to take down this Darkrai. Nice little Dark Void is going to put them to sleep. Are they going to be able to find enough damage? Darkrai not able to get the Zeraora. They dash right on back to base. 1 minute remaining. Less than 100 points is separating these two squads. Can Phantom get over to the side of Standing on Business?
It looks like they are going to be able to. And Phantom holding 2 Unite moves on their side. We have Absol's Unite move and T-Tar's Unite move. That is huge for them. That is a good push on the pad. Aegislash going down to the Absol Unite move. This is the perfect time for them to push this pad.
Heavy Slam engage onto the T-Tar. There's that Unite move from the T-Tar. Gardevoir has a Fairy Singularity looking for an opportunity, hiding in the tall grass. Aegislash still down. Miraidon finds the Gardevoir. Gonna have to force the eject button the other way. Fairy Singularity misses the mark, but they still take down the Miraidon. X-Scissor from the Crustle, trying to get the KOs. Unable to do so. Gardevoir heating up. That's a double KO the other way. Standing on Business. Standing fully on Business, all 10 toes. 24 from Crustle, trying to go on in, but 100 points the other way means Standing on Business gonna be taking game number 2.
Wow. What a great hold from the side of Standing on Business there. The Gardevoir's positioning was top tier. They had no clue they were there. Naon walking right into that bush, face checked by Gardevoir, and then the Fairy Singularity being put out. Wow, I am just amazed by the side of Standing on Business. They put forth a really great game this time. Guardy deserves that MVP slot so much, and I would say Zeraora as well. Zeraora was a total menace that entire game. I personally hate going up against Wild Charge, so I can't imagine how the side of Phantom is feeling right now.
I mean, yeah, and they have a couple of players that do love playing Zeraora, so seeing a good one is always just, it hurts probably a little bit more, but valiant effort from Phantom. Did not give up despite losing Rayquaza. They broke through some shields. Obviously, Goopiter making that job a little bit easier with the way that T-Tar's passive works and how it interacts with shield. So able to stop some scores despite it being essentially a score shield is very valuable in those moments. So it wasn't over. They were able to hold their goal zones, and it was so close, Gary. I mean, we were probably a couple, maybe a second or two away from some of those scores going in. And that could have been very scary for Standing on Business. Could have gone to a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I am just, wow, what
Yeah.
a good set. It might have been a 2-0 for the side of SOB, but boy, were those games exciting. And if I know one thing about the guys on Phantom, they are going to try to push all the way through that loser bracket. I've seen them do it before. I'm sure they can do it again. I'm excited to see how they do down there as we get ready for our next set.
We do. Alrighty. Yeah, let's probably going to be sending this on to a quick break while we get the next set up. But yeah, this has been Underdunk 58, and we are in the winners semifinals. Looks like a couple of the other matches are still pending. We will be going, I believe, Barrel of Monkeys and Wait and See are in their game 2. We'll be hitting up that second semifinal match. This will be Euthymia. Let's actually, well, we have a little bit of time since it's not going to start right away. Let's take a look at the bracket so far of kind of what we have. So we just saw X, so Phantom standing on business going to that winners finals. Euthymia, which if I'm not mistaken, this is a very proficient squad. Luniar, Zealot, Oblivion, Flareons, and Kid Tans. So quite a good squad there. Barrel of Monkeys, if I'm not mistaken, is mostly Goofy Goobers. And then Wait and See is MQL and Valley and Cruelty. So a very well-known team in their own regard. So so far, this bracket's been pretty insane.
Yeah, it really has. The amount of 2-1s that we are seeing on this bracket right now is incredible, and I'm sure even those 2-0s have been tight. Obviously, what we just saw were 2 tight games, but they both went on to the side of SOB. So I'm sure that the level of competition has been great amongst all these teams, and it's great to see so many teams back out here right after Worlds. I know every time an event like this happens, I get the itch to play and maybe come back to the competitive scene. Newsflash, I'm not, don't worry. Um, but I always get that itch, so I'm sure other people are feeling it right now. And it's just so exciting, you know? And we have so many new things coming between the 4 new Pokemon we have announced, the Groudon coming. I'm so excited for Groudon to come. I am so. Love me some Rayquaza, but I am tired of it.
Yeah.
And I am just ready for something to switch this game up.
True. I am as well. And I guess it's at least Idle Hands is telling me it's Euthymia. So that is something to note if we do or when we do cast them in this next game. So good to know there. And yeah, I hope the grand finals Darker V or Draker V. I also hope that the grand finals aren't canceled. So with that said, we are going to go to a break so we could keep things trucking along, but we'll be back very, very shortly. And you know what? We'll be back very shortly, and we will see you on the other side for your next winners semifinal matchup. And welcome back, trainers. Another winner's semifinal matchup on deck. This time it is Euthymia. Okay, I'm going to say that right every time, surely. And Barrel of Monkeys, so two very good squads, one kind of known commodity. Goofy Goobers, which is Barrel of Monkeys. I saw AJ Dragon in IMAX at NA, or not NAIC. Well, I guess I did see them at NAIC, but I saw them at Worlds, and I didn't ask if like Barrel of Monkeys is just like their new name, because they've been kind of going with that name pretty much all off season so far. So, but I don't know. Good question to ask. But the Euthymia, this is a kind of a new hodgepodge squad. I don't know if it's a pickup stack or if this is like kind of trying to figure out who's going to be on what teams going into the competitive season, but a lot of notable players on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. A ton of notable players on that team. And Barrel Monkeys, a regular around these parts. They're always up in here, always giving us fun sets to watch. Euthymia full of well-known names. We got Lunier and Zila and Flareons. So some Worlds competitors coming up. Excited to see what this like you said, hodgepodge of different teams puts on for us.
It's a good word, hodgepodge. I like saying it, honestly. I love
It's fun.
It's a good word. It's a good word. It's a way better word than Euthymia. Hodgepodge, Team Hodgepodge. That's what I'm going to call them. No, I'll use their government, aka their start GG name. But yeah, I mean, both teams really good. I think there's a lot of like unknown going into this offseason. Obviously, Worlds just happened. If you're on Twitter/X, you know that things are going to get switched up. Some teams are going to be breaking up. Some teams are getting back together. You'll see it in due time. But with that mentioned on the Twitter realm, we are going to be giving away. I did post this on Twitter earlier on the Underdunk Twitter. If you don't follow the Underdunk Twitter, follow the Underdunk Twitter, because I posted at some point tonight. We are going to be doing our giveaway thanks to Pokemon. Pokemon gave us a bunch of jersey prize pack. Jersey prize pack? What was it? Jersey selection box, random jersey selection boxes. So if you haven't done it yet, it's obviously 1 ticket per person. So if it tells you that that you don't have enough tickets or whatever, that's because you're already you're on the list already. So your name's entered, you're all good. But if you haven't, exclamation point ticket enters you in for that drawing. And I'm going to draw it at a random time. So I hope that you all stay here, because if you're not here when we do the raffle, you're not going to get the prize, because we're going to give it to the next person. But yeah, that's my little spiel on that. So watch it and whatnot. We'll be here.
Yeah. Super exciting. It's so fun that Pokemon is giving all the ambassadors and our grassroots scene all these giveaway opportunities. It's giving us more engagement, and honestly, it's so great to see. Kyle, I want to ask, since I didn't get to be there in person, tell me about the arena for Unite, because I saw pictures and I just know that I would have loved that. So I'm sure it was quite a thrill.
It was a thrill. It was very cool. We got there early, so we could get our spot in line. It was fantastic. The only problem, there was a little bit of, if you've been on Twitter, you probably saw that there was some problems with ticketing towards the middle of the day. But luckily, I mean, very selfishly for Unite, obviously we're the first group in. So if you wanted to be at Unite, you're going to be at Unite. Towards the middle of the day of some of the other games, they weren't letting people in because it was quote unquote full, but it wasn't like really full because other people had left. So that part was unfortunate. So hopefully, next season, when we do the arena at Worlds 2026, it is a bigger arena, which is really cool. But the atmosphere was electric. Incredible stuff. It's super fun. There's nothing like it. And good on Pokemon for like investing in like that type of infrastructure for our game, and I hope it continues, honestly.
Yes, do I, and thank you for that update, Kyle. As we're getting into draft here, we've got some textbook bans all across the board. Clefable, Latios, Suicune, Ho-Oh. Are we surprised to see any of those? Absolutely not.
No.
So I'm excited to see what we get draft-wise from both of these teams. I know sometimes Barrel of Monkeys can also tend to lead with some of the unusual picks, and it looks like we're starting off with one.
I mean, we really are. I don't think I see Sautami in here just yet. A normal member of the Goofy Goobers / Barrel Monkeys squad. So potentially no Urshifu, but that is a Pokemon that was buffed in both movesets. So, oh man, it seems like a Sautami meta that is shaping up. I imagine that we'll probably see some bans there. But with that said, Charizard's still on the table. It's going to get gobbled up. And look at this. Flareon's playing some Hoopa.
I am excited to see that. I love me some Hoopa. I will forever think Hoopa is going to be good if you know how to play around it. So I'm sure it will if Euthymia is comfortable playing with it. On the side of Barrel Monkeys, we got the Leafeon pick, and we are getting a Sableye game from AJ Dragon. Super excited about that. I can't play Sableye myself, so I can always admire when people are really good with the Pokemon.
I'm loving this Leafeon pick. This Leafeon pick is strictly a counter to Charizard, and not necessarily that Leafeon's like really good against Charizard. It's that Charizard needs that level 7. So if you could have that high tempo pick of a Leafeon to kind of shut down that Charizard, it's a very, very strong thing. But we are seeing that Mewtwo Y on the backside, which got picked up a ton, as you see. Picked 58% of the matches at Worlds. Didn't have like the best win rate, but in certain situations, it did look quite powerful.
Yes, it sure as heck did. Barrel Monkeys locking in Serena and Scizor. I'm assuming it's gonna be a Scyther game here, and if it is, that is so smart. Scyther Leafeon to go into that Charizard. That is a recipe to keep that Charizard a low level as possible in that early game. I will say, Barrel Monkey's not really having much range on their side,
Yeah.
whereas Euthymia does have that Mewtwo-I, and then they finish off their comp with a Zacian, and Zacian is also one that is coming slowly back into the meta. I saw a lot more of it at Worlds, which I was pleasantly surprised with. It looks pretty good right now in the right hands.
It does. And Zealot is one of those players that really loves playing that in that top lane. So I'm not super surprised to see it from this player. But with that said, I agree with you in a lot of factors. The thing to look out for is that Mewtwo-Y having more range than really anything that Barrel of Monkeys will be able to put out. But you got to imagine that this Scyther, likely Scyther pick, and the Leafeon are going to be gunning for that back line to make sure that that Mewtwo-Y does not ramp up to the levels that we saw it in those grand finals. Peru working it, we saw Zeta Division working on it, and it did look quite good at the very high level of play. It seemed like it struggled a little bit early, but with that said, let's get into game number 1 of our second winner's semifinal match. Barrel of Monkeys, your purple team. Euthymia, going to be your orange squad on the right side.
And we've got Leafeon in the top lane, Scyther in the jungle, and Serena in the bottom lane. I really wasn't sure where they were going to go with it. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put Leafeon in the bottom lane, personally. But also kind of makes sense since Serena really doesn't have the best early game either. We've got Zacian in that top lane on its own currently because the Hoopa is helping that Charmander with a Sableye invade. We love it. Textbook Sableye gameplay. Sableye is just in there being a menace and making them take their time getting through that jungle.
AJ Dragon breaking some ankles right now, looking to maybe break some hearts and grab a blue buff. And they do it. Oh, they get out of there, but an eject button from Flareon's going to try to send them back to the Pokemon Center. So a blue buff, short-lived, but a blue buff nevertheless. And Barrel of Monkeys maybe getting a little bit of a stall tactic worked out.
Yeah, they sure did. And, you know, I'm not even surprised. And we've got Leafeon and Scyther lined up in this top lane. Wild, I will say the Charizard is bot lane, but I think that this is still a good play here from the side of Barrel Monkeys, and they are going on an engage, and the Hoopa is able to escape, but not the Zacian to that Scyther.
Trying to stop some of these scores from going on in. They do stop at least one, so Sableye gets stopped, but also goes back to the Pokemon Center, but that does leave some Eos energy for this Leafeon and Scyther to both stack up that attack weight. But here comes the Umbreon. Looking to put an end to that one. Oh, Scyther goes down, making a two-piece combo. Double speedsters back to the Pokemon Center.
What a good rotation there from the Umbreon on the side of Euthymia. Way to get up there and put a stop to their reign of terror. Getting ready for the 850 Altaria family here. 43-41. Pretty tight game so far.
Very, very indeed. Two Pokemon immediately go down, Hoopa and that Mewtwo Y. A lot of that Pokemon in the central area captured from Euthymia, but I believe Barrel Monkeys was able to get a little bit themselves. 1 point, one Eos energy being held by Umbreon, maybe looking to attack. Maybe stack up something that they were saying. I don't think they were stacking, but maybe just try to get some points, lower that down, and maybe get some space for Hoopa. Oh, Astonish just a little bit short. Great peel there from AJ Dragon to prevent that Charizard from pushing forward onto that Leafeon.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really nice play there. Leafeon escaping on the smallest sliver of health. 720 Altaria families going up. I couldn't even tell you what side it went to there in the bottom lane. That was a lot of things on those middle birds there. Snorlax getting a good engage, but Euthymia continuing to push.
They're really pushing forward. Double KO. Flareon's on the Hoopa, and this Mewtwo Y has ramped up. They're also able to take out that Sableye. Now this attack weight's getting worked by Euthymia. Points in from Charizard, making another stack on that T1 goal zone. And this Hoopa is going to send some people up to the top path with the Hyperspace Highway. Regieleki captured by Euthymia. It's going to walk towards that T1 goal zone.
Yeah, and I find it kind of interesting that the Zacian decided to use its Unite move to secure that. And it looks like we are ripping through this Registeel down here. Charizard uniting this arena, going to get that, but the Snorlax is able to steal that Registeel for the side of Barrel Monkeys. What a good play there from the Snorlax.
Reggie stolen. Snorlax getting that one. Now Scyther, massive Unite move, is sending a couple Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center. Now going to have their sights set on Umbreon, but the Snarl's going to maybe stun them out. Emerald two-step from the Leafeon, looking for the Zacian. Are they going to be able to close them down? Aerial Ace is the trick of choice.
Really good play there from the Leafeon, getting that Zacian out of play. Was a little scary there for a second. Thought they weren't going to be able to get it. The side of Barrel Monkeys has a lot of points on both the top and bottom goal, but not able to break one just yet. For the side of Euthymia, it would be really helpful for them so that that Hoopa doesn't have those easy rotations anymore. So I'm curious to see how they go about it.
Big yawn there from Snorlax. Good engage from the Leafeon, throwing out those Razor Leaves. Snorlax going to gobble up a Citrus Berry. 7 points looking to go in from Umbreon. Unable to do so. Snorlax heavy slam puts a stop to that one. But on the backside, Scyther was looking for a cheeky 38-point dunk. And able to do so, but now a big double-cheeked dub is going to be this Snorlax getting that 20-point dunk in. Charizard, Umbreon none the wiser.
What a good play there from the Snorlax, getting that 20 points in. Umbreon and Sableye just kind of going at it with each other. Mewtwo Y able to get off the side beam on Sableye, but Sableye still standing, and we are looking at a tier 1 push here from the side of Euthymia.
9 points goes on in from Mewtwo. That's going to leave that goal zone at 1 HP. I think Leafeon did not like that one bit. They're going to use their Unite move, take them down. Hoopa's going to bring the team in. Rings are unbound now. Great play there. Got through the hyperspace hole. Oh, Umbreon going to foul play the Scyther, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. Push forward. Hyperspace, rings unbound still. Hyperspace, Fists of Fury, gonna help take down that Snorlax with a Charizard Unite now. The basement Reggie is up for the taking. Euthymia with a double KO now.
Euthymia did a really nice job there, having a couple Mons just go down and start ripping that basement Reggie, and ultimately securing it on their side, while the other members of the team were just on that pad fighting and trying to break it. And so Barrel Monkeys was just so caught up in that, they didn't even know the objective was getting ripped. Currently, we're looking at a score of 156 on the side of Barrel Monkeys to 147 on Euthymia. Level-wise, we are pretty even, and Kyle, we have a good game on our hands.
Incredible game. Only a couple points separating these two squads. Charizard gonna fire punch on into this Regieleki. Serena looking for a way out in, but Charizard makes quick work of that Regieleki. Unite move from Serena. Charizard looking to escape through that hyperspace hole. Great portal from Flareon. Now the Psy Strike's gonna connect on the Queen. Now they have their sights set on the pawn. It's the Snorlax. But good defense here from Barrel of Monkeys. There's a Unite move from Scyther, but it's all for naught. Great response from Euthymia. As two Pokemon go to the Pokemon Center. Leafeon next on the chopping block. Mewtwo gonna now take down the Sableye. Regieleki gonna walk their way into that T1.
Flareon's absolutely on top of it right now with those portals. Keeping their team up that entire time was actually insane on their part. It looks like we are looking to keep moving forward. Serena going down, and they are looking to get the Snorlax next.
Snorlax, Psy Strike, IMAX just able to survive with the shielding provided from that T2 goal zone. Scyther looking to take down the Hoopa. Hoopa once again making a magician out of themselves, and they escape through that portal again. Flareon's is making this Pokemon look absolutely incredible right now.
I could not agree more with you, Kyle. And I would like to shout out Loonier too. This Charizard game has been incredible for them, even with the rough start that they had with the Sableye invade, and then the early game of Leafeon and Scyther. Char is looking really good in the hands of Loonier on the side of Euthymia.
Really fantastic.
We are getting set up for Rayquaza and Kyle. It looks like we don't have much positioning from either team. Everybody's kind of whereabouts.
A little bit of vision from Sableye. They are going to get found out. Great play there from Umbreon. Going to damage them very low, and Hoopa going to take that first KO of the Rayquaza. 10 seconds on that KO timer means Zacian going to start ripping through this Rayquaza. Maybe force the hand of Barrel of Monkeys. They still have that Hoopa Unite if things get a little bit sticky. Scyther looking for a KO. They're going to dash on away. The Green Illusion dive, though. More like Green Illusion die because they go back to the Pokemon Center. Snorlax going to be taken out from that Zacian. Rayquaza dangerously low. Sableye looking to go on in. Serena looking for it, but Zacian able to close it down. The king has arrived.
Wow. What a good play there from Euthymia. The fake starting of the Rayquaza, then hopping out of that pit so fast to go jump on the members of Barrel Monkeys. Unfortunately, Barrel Monkeys didn't get to get all their Unite moves off. I think if Serena and Leafeon could have gotten their Unite moves off in that initial fight, that could have gone another way, but Hundelburgers reined in from the side of Euthymia. They are up 458 to 167. It may take a miracle here for Barrel Monkeys to pull this one out.
Insane work. I mean, I don't know about you, Gary, but I feel like the MVP of this match, to me, has got to be Flareon's. Those Hoopa portals, it seemed like every time Barrel of Monkeys was like a centimeter from getting a KO, there's just a perfectly placed portal for someone to enter in and refresh that HP bar. They were too good. I don't know, Flareon's supporter arc incoming?
I'm curious to see, because I would have to agree, Kyle. Even that right there is just another example. Look at that. There were two members on the side of Euthymia that were super low. Flareon said, nah, I got you a portal. Don't you worry about it. And he's just getting himself out with one. Snorlax trying to stop him, but was unable to do so. And we have just got Unite. The final Unite moves just pouring out here. And it looks like Euthymia is going to take game one. What a great first match of this set.
Fantastic first match. Fantastic first match. Euthymia looked incredible start to finish. Barrel Monkeys did get off to a really good start, but that's kind of what you expect out of a double speedster composition. The way they kind of fell a little bit flat was Serena kind of fell behind a little bit. And that's a Pokemon that you just really need to get online very quickly. And if you're not able to get online, it's really tough. And you're seeing exactly what happened there. Only one KO for Salt. It seemed like partially that, but maybe even tougher to deal with Flareon's. Resetting some of those HP bars perfect.
Yeah, and let's just look at the damage output from Flareon's too. Doing a massive 65k on Hoopa, that's just an absolutely incredible game. Loonier also having a stellar game with 96k damage dealt and only 37k taken as a Charizard. That is some good gaming on the side of Euthymia. I really liked both team comps, but you know, Flareon's was able to do so much with the Hoopa that game. I think it just helped elevate the side of Euthymia so much.
Yeah, 1000%. Yeah, I mean, it's that was a good composition, and unfortunately, they weren't able to starve Charizard from some of the XP that they wanted, because that's like one of those matchups that's really tough, right? Like, you really need to get Luniar online, and they got him online very quickly. Maybe not as quickly as you'd exactly want, but I think it was maybe one of those plays, the response, I think, from Umbreon to return to that top path, which kind of slowed down that double speedster composition in that early game. Because I believe if like Scyther and Leafeon get out of that position, maybe you starve Euthymia from some experience for a little bit longer and things are different.
Yeah, 100% agree. And also, real player, gotta jump in there with you. RIP to Hoopa heal stats for real, because I'm sure Flareon's numbers would be absolutely insane if we were to see that, because the resets were just so massive and in such dire situations. I'm sure that healing number was incredibly large. So that was great to see. Um, I'm really excited to see what happens in game 2 here. I think that Barrel Monkeys might switch up their tactics here, and maybe we're going to see some different bands this game. I'm curious to see.
Well, let's go ahead and find out. Let's get into the draft of game number 2. We're going to see the Clefable band once again from Barrel of Monkeys. Charizard also on the chopping block. Suicune. So seems like a lot of the usual suspects so far. I think Ho-Oh would be a wise ban as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I hate going against Ho-Oh on ladder right now, but they decided to go with the Snorlax ban, and I actually kind of like that because Snorlax was quite good on the side of Barrel Monkeys, I believe, in the hands of IMAX. So I'm curious to see if they're going to snatch that Ho-Oh pick right away. Latias and Latios are both still on the board as well. I wonder if we're going to see a duo of them picked at any point this evening.
I mean, if you leave them on the table with the first pick, that does leave those two to be gobbled up right away. And I'm sure Euthymia would be chomping at the bit to get both of them. I'd love to see that, but that is not going to be the case here, as Latios is grabbed in that first position, leaving at least one of the Eon duo up with Latias. Euthymia gonna maybe lock in a couple of different picks here. Inteleon, a great counter into that Latios.
And we're getting the pick of Ho-Oh here, which leaves Latias up, but Barrel of Monkeys decides to go against playing Latias with the Latios and steals Hoopa from the side of Euthymia. Can't say that I blame them, and I think we're gonna get no, not a Charizard, that was a Crustle Garrett. But I don't think we're gonna get the Crustle anymore. We're also taking the Umbreon, so Barrel of Monkeys starting to steal the comp of Euthymia.
Yeah, I think that's very, very smart. I think this is another good pick for IMAX. I mean, IMAX is very proficient on many of the defenders. I would have loved to see the Crustle, but maybe that wouldn't be the play there because, like, you don't necessarily want to just get completely burned by Ho-Oh. And you're not really able to lock down the Inteleon as much as you would probably want, with it being like one of the more mobile attackers. But I'm liking this pickup from Euthymia with that Zeraora Blissey.
I 100% agree, and I'm sure we're going to see another crazy wild charge game, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
really excited about it. I'm Answer, Leafeon, and Talonflame, and I think those are two Pokemon that could absolutely be a good answer here. I'm assuming Radis is gonna change their build on their Talonflame because I believe that's an experience share on there, if I'm looking correctly. Um, Lunir answering with Urshifu. I have to say, I cannot believe they buffed both movesets of that Pokemon. It is literally my worst nightmare. It's one of my least favorite Pokemon to play against in this game when it's good. So, I think it's a really great pick here, but I am worried for the side of Barrel Monkeys, Kyle.
I am too, honestly. Yeah, it's Urshifu is really tough to deal with. Like I think we were talking about it the other night when we were playing. I was like, Urshi is just no fun. It's Dark Bearer is a little bit more fun to play against because at least you can, dodge it a little bit because the power up of Wicked Blow is a little bit easier to dodge, but Rapid Strike Urshifu is just one of the most annoying things. Like the amount of shielding, the amount of boosted autos that you get, the stuns. It just seems like in certain situations it lasts forever. I hate getting like chased down on your, in the flux zone all the way to the T2. Like there's like not really a whole lot of fun that can be had with it.
I 100% agree. I have been sent back to the Pokemon Center too many times in my Flux Zone by a water bear. It is just actually insane. I'm sure that's the moveset that Lunir is going to pick, especially since they have the Secure of Inteleon in the hands of Kid Tans. So I would be surprised if we didn't see the Surging Strikes Urshifu. But alas, we'll find out. We've got Latias and Umbreon in the bottom lane, and we have got Talonflame in the jungle and Leafeon Hoopa in the top lane to kick off game number 2, Barrel of Monkeys versus Euthymia.
Oblivion on the Ho-Oh, looking to maybe help out the Urshifu, take the central area, because it notoriously has a poor early game. But the Secures are going away of the Barrel of Monkeys early on with that Swift from the Latios. Not necessarily like the best early game, but it does have a pretty decent Secure tool with both of the Swift and Confusion.
Yes, it absolutely does, Kyle. And I really like the play there to help get the Urshifu through its jungle faster, because as soon as it gets that level 5, Urshifu is an incredible early game Pokemon. It is just not great as Cubfu, but once it hits Urshifu, it's like, good luck, Charlie. And the Urshifu already getting KOs down in the bottom lane in the Flux Zone, but Latias was able to pick it off. And we have a fight breaking out up top here as well, Kyle.
Massive plays here. Good scores from Barrel of Monkeys, but that is going to earn a KO for Euthymia as they take out the support player, but not before Barrel of Monkeys just clean up a lot of that Altaria family down the bottom path. Seeing this Latios sporting some of those buffs, looking for some Secures and honestly looking for some stacks, but it is Euthymia that comes out a little bit ahead, getting exactly what they wanted.
Yes, they sure did. We have that level 6 on the Urshifu already, but we just got level 6 on Leafeon and Talonflame, so surely we're going to see a fully evolved Talonflame here soon as we get ready for the middle Altaria family battle.
Ooh, Hoopa Portal not quite good enough to keep themselves out of it, and like you said, Water Bear for Luniarx, cleaning up all of that Altaria family in that central area, and the top path going quite well as Ho-Oh is disrupting this Leafeon for pressing forward. 27 points look to go on in, interrupted by the Hoopa with that Astonish. So good plays there. Doesn't, interrupt all of it, but on the bottom side, it's going quite well. 30 points in for this Talonflame. It was a massive overcap. They're going to continue their luck, press a little bit forward. Here comes Inteleon, though, looking for a snipe shot. Connected by the snipe shot onto the Latios. Is going to be a good play there, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get the full snipe shot now that Latios is far away.
Yeah, I don't know if I were on Barrel Monkeys if I would have wanted to break that bottom goal there. Talonflame going down to Zeraora up here in the top lane, and Hoopa able to pick off the Zeraora as well, while also escaping the Ho-Oh there for a little bit. And it looks like we are getting ready for a Registeel in the bottom lane with Intel and Blissey starting to hit it. Umbreon down there for the side of Barrel Monkeys.
IMAX trying to disrupt the flow of Euthymia, maybe get in the way of a snipe shot, but Salt has come to the rescue. Nice little play there, and oh wow, the Brave Bird closes out the door, able to take them down, but it is going to be the Talonflame that closes out the Reggie steal from Euthymia's hands. Urshifu also getting knocked out in the fray. Latios able to make quick work of the Blissey, and now hyper mobility. Hoopa is going to send the team up the top path with the highway.
Great plays there from the side of Barrel Monkeys. Talonflame looking absolutely incredible right now, getting picked off by the Urshifu. Urshifu was coming back with some vengeance. Urshifu also able to pick off the Hoopa, and it looks like we might get some points to reign in top, but Leafeon was able to stop both of them there.
30 points goes in, not a massive overcap. I think it was only a couple of points, but they get the job done before Regieleki is taken off of the map. Now we have a good play here. Umbreon's going to push Blissey into a little bit of a tough situation. Eggs aren't going to save you there. They go back to the Pokemon Center. But Euthymia making quick work of Regieleki. That's going to walk towards C2.
I really like what we've been seeing a lot from different teams tonight. The support player has just been, you know, kind of distracting while the rest of their team is just going after objectives. And it's working out really well for the teams that are doing so. Leafeon able to get in a sneaky back cap on tier 2 there. And we are getting a fight. Little kerfuffle here? No? Maybe? The Hoopa able to escape? Somehow, Hoopa Unite sending everybody down to tier 2 if anybody takes the portal.
We'll see. I don't know how much points is in the pockets of Barrel of Monkeys, but they are going to maybe do a little bit of ankle breaking. Moving now towards the top path. Talonflame looking for a way in. Oh, massive snipe shot is going to send the Talonflame very low. They're trying to get through the portal, and they cannot. Hoopa does make it back, though, but a Unite move expended from Tans.
I don't think Talon realized that Tans was there hiding, waiting for that to happen. But really good play from them, just having the patience to sit and wait for someone to try to charge that goal. Currently, we've got 183 on the side of Barrel Monkeys to 125 on the side of Euthymia. Level-wise, we are looking quite even, maybe just a little slightly in favor on the side of Euthymia as they start to rip the Basement Reggie.
Luster Purge is going to connect onto the Zeraora. But it is going to be Urshifu that takes the Reggie Rock for Euthymia. Unite move now going to be directed directly into the Latios. Blissey assistance is going to help take down Urshifu, taking down the Latios. And that is going to be Euthymia now pushing on this T1 goal zone. Going to do the math, but I believe it might not have been the best overcap.
I don't think it was either there. But again, still worked out on the side of Euthymia. They were able to take out the second tier 1 on the side of Barrel Monkeys. Therefore, the traveling for Hoopa, not really as good as it quite was. And it looks like we are getting a pretty aggressive setup here on the side of Euthymia to prevent them from getting to the Regieleki.
Great pull there from Zeraora helps take out that Hoopa in the central area. Now that also means that a big KO is found in the central area once again. It's going to be triple KO, a 3-piece combo for Zeraora. Regieleki likely going to be walking in that T1 or T2 goal zone. Actually, just stopped in the nick of time. Hoopa forced to use a Unite move. Rings are unbound, taking the team up to the top path. Unite move now from the Leafeon doesn't find a KO that they're looking for, but they're going to try to find Inteleon. 33 and 40 on the backside for Euthymia. Both go in. Great Brave Bird doing some damage, but not finding any KOs.
Euthymia doing a wonderful job with the split push here. Unfortunate for Hoopa having to expend that Unite move. It's quite late to use Rings Unbound for Hoopa at 305. Hopefully they are able to farm and get that back because what a massive Unite move and can be totally game-changing for a team. Looks like we are getting set up here on the side of Barrel Monkeys, maybe looking for a couple back caps as well from Leafeon and Hoopa for some Unite charge, but Euthymia taking a very aggressive positioning here in the Ray Pit, and we have a game of 283 to 240, so it is close.
Oh, Unite moves used from the Leafeon. They're going to be able to take out the Inteleon right at Rayquaza's spawn time. Now it's going to be Ho-Oh chasing down the Leafeon, taking them out. Unite moves are available. Ho-Oh or Rayquaza starting to get chipped down, nearly half. Brave Bird into the back line, trying to get away, unable to. Ho-Ohs take them down. Now 2 Pokemon down for Barrel of Monkeys. Unite move directly on the Urshifu from the Latios. Are they going to be able to find the damage? Rayquaza still dangerously low. Hoopa taking the team out at the Rings Unbound, looking to try to stun out Euthymia. Rayquaza still sitting very low HP. Inteleon lining up a snipe shot, but it's Leafeon! Barrel of Monkeys pulls a rabbit out of a hat.
Oh, what a good play there from Barrel of Monkeys to be able to secure that. Hoopa timing its Unite move perfectly. Thank goodness it was able to get it back. Hundo Burger going in from Leafeon, putting their lead up to 408 to 240. And a Euthymia is on their back feet with Latias getting a 4-piece there. And I just think this might just be the game, Kyle.
It might be. Ho-Oh does stop that Hundo Burger from going on in to that our main goal zone. Nice little egg bomb prevents Hoopa from taking that portal back to base. So that is going to be a key piece to watch out for. I think Urshifu should be able to take them out as well. Umbreon just barely able to get back to base. Oh, Zeraora, hand in the cookie jar. Back to the Pokemon Center you go. Still a little bit under a 200-point game here. Can Euthymia get over?
If they get over, I'm not sure they have enough to get there. Also, is that a Score Shield Leafeon?
Yeah, Score Shield goal getter.
Wow,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. What an interesting set to run. But Leafeon just pouring in points for the side of Barrel of Monkeys to just extend that lead. And Barrel of Monkeys is going to be able to hold off here and not let Euthymia score. And Barrel of Monkeys taking game 2 in this winners semifinals. I am so excited that we're going to a game 3. Barrel of Monkeys totally switching up their pace and coming back with some vengeance after that game 1.
Honestly, crazy stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a Score Shield, but yeah. Yeah, they were definitely running goal getter. I saw that kind of pop a few different times in the match. So, surely a goal getter. Look at that score line. 416 points from Adam Ninja. That's insane work, putting the team on their back. Not only getting that number of points, but also stealing Rayquaza away from that Inteleon snipe shot. Not an easy task to accomplish, but Euthymia looked quite good for a majority of this match.
Sure did. I was a little nervous for Barrel Monkeys, if I'm going to be quite honest. I thought Euthymia kind of had it in the bag, but boy, oh boy, was I wrong. They were able to turn things around on the side of Barrel Monkeys and just work out in their favor. I will say, I did like to see the Egg Blissey.
Yeah.
I definitely would have thought it might have healed a little bit more than 51k. Not a bad game by any means, but, you know, because, I mean, Safeguard wouldn't have been much better there. They didn't really have CC on the side of Barrel Monkeys, so
True.
Not really sure.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough call, unfortunately. But that does mean that we get to go to a game number trace to see who goes into the winners finals. So far, so good. I mean, that was a very exciting match. I'm very interested to see how anything pivots. Do we ban the Leafeon? I mean, we saw the world's meta kind of develop in those grand finals. Throughout the grand finals, I mean, we saw like Leafeon picked first game, Zeta Division, played it to perfection, and then you started to see it just get taken by Peru. So it was just like, we need this Leafeon. Leafeon's been nerfed how many times in the last few months leading up to Worlds, but it's always been just like a little bit, and it does kind of cut off, you know, start maybe trimming some of its nails, but man, in the highest of high, the best ways to play it at the top of the competition, those nails that were trimmed, they're still quite sharp.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I still think Leafeon needs to be a little more drawn back. But, you know, again, you can say that about any Pokemon at the highest of high. they can make pretty much anything look good, in my opinion, but maybe that's just because I don't know what I'm doing fully when it comes to competitive. But I really liked to see that top level gameplay there from the side of Barrel Monkeys. Leafeon looking incredible, having some really good Emerald 2 steps. It was just, they were on point with them, using them at the right times, taking out the right targets. It was just really, really solid.
Yeah, I mean, Leafeon, it's also like one of those things. I feel like no matter how much they nerf like the damage on this Pokemon, I think the benefit that you have with Leafeon is not only that level 4 evolve, that early game, but I think the biggest thing is like almost without question, you are going to have your Unite move, which is quite an impactful Unite move, very quickly. I mean, you're at level 8. That's faster than any other central area Pokemon or, scaling Pokemon. Or not necessarily scaling Pokemon, but any Pokemon that you want to have that impact early on with. And
Mhm.
that is what's probably the most broken about it, because then you're able to kind of snowball, a little bit better.
Right. Yes, absolute truth. Heading into the banning phase for Game 3 of Barrel Monkeys versus Euthymia, we are sticking with the Clefable and the Suicune, and we're getting a Charizard ban, and the Leafeon ban finally goes up. Kyle,
Yep.
it's like you predicted the future there, my guy.
A little bit of future sight. Maybe I'm a little bit of a psychic Pokemon today. There's a lot of options on the table. Obviously, Latios, both available. Obviously, I would imagine one of those gets gobbled up because I don't think you really want to give both over to Euthymia, and that is exactly how Barrel Monkeys is going to play this first pick.
Yeah, and it's smart gameplay here. The Latios looked really good last time on the side of Barrel Monkeys, putting out quite a bit of damage. Oblivion locking in the Snorlax on the side of Euthymia, and we're getting that Zeraora pick again. And I think that is so smart. Zealot looking really good on the Zeraora, so I can't blame them for going that route.
I don't blame at all. I think Euthymia would be pretty smart to go with the Inteleon once again. I thought it was a very good pick into that Latios because it does outrange it quite a bit. Obviously, Latios has fantastic, last hit ability. It's a very sure hit oriented, good mobility. But if you have someone that's really, really proficient on it, I imagine that is going to be the play. We do see Kid Tan's hovering it. And Flareon's also hovering this Alchemy and might be locking it in. Lizard.
No, I was so hoping for the Alchemy lock in there. Unfortunately, we get an Eldegoss. I'm not upset about it. I love me some Eldegoss, but I do love me some Alchemy even more. One of my favorite Pokemon. And I feel like it's just not getting any playtime. And I don't, I mean, it did receive a nerf very recently, which it did kind of make a huge difference, I will say. So that's probably why. But glad to see LD back in the game. We got Crustle and Ceruledge on the side of Barrel Monkeys, and Euthymia finishing off with that Urshifu pick again.
I actually really like the Eldegoss for a couple of reasons. I do like it into Ho-Oh a bit, just to kind of maybe slow it down. I think it has a really good A-press pressure early on to maybe slow down one of those targets. I mean, you could think really any of them, but just outside of that, the big thing for me is you look at all of the Pokemon that were picked this weekend in the support class. The number one win rate of all of them, Eldegoss. Eldegoss had like a 60-something% win rate. So while it might not be the flashy support like Hoopa or Blissey or Clefable with all these big numbers, the utility that it provides with not only its Unite move, but the bit of healing, the slows that the boosted autos do, it's quite a good Pokemon.
Yeah, I totally agree. I will forever be an Eldegoss lover, don't get me wrong. I know I was rooting for the Alchemy pick there, but Eldegoss, it seems to happen with that all the time. Yeah, yeah. I mean, who doesn't? Just kidding. Anyways, but Eldegoss, I feel like that happens a lot. Eldegoss is just kind of like the black horse per se. Like, you know, everybody's like looking at Blissey or Clefable or Hoopa, and Eldegoss is always there, and it always performs well.
There he does. This is game 3. Winners semifinals. Barrel of Monkeys on your purple side. Euthymia on your orange side. Winners going to your winners finals. We are going to see this Latios head to the bottom path with the Crustle. And this is a damage Ho-Oh, Gary.
I am not surprised. Ho-Oh can put out some mad damage, and it's crazy that it can do that as a defender. Flareon's still going into that jungle to help the Kubfu get through its rotation quicker. Again, smart gameplay there. Ho-Oh and Hoopa trying to take some farm on the side of Euthymia. Hoopa heading into the jungle, followed by Eldegoss to get after that blue buff.
A little bit of an invade still going unpunished for the time being. Eject button is expended from AJ Dragon. No buffs gained. Time wasted. No points gathered either. The bottom path, Barrel Monkeys is finding a little bit of advantage here against the Snorlax, but Luniar on the Urshifu coming to the rescue.
Yes, absolutely there, Kyle. That is what Urshifu did. The side of Barrel Monkeys backed up as soon as they saw it coming. Eldegoss was able to get the pick on Hoopa there in the central, but did fall to Ceruledge. We've got Eldegoss still being a Gossifleur, not great for them, and still got Sobble on the side of Euthymia. So right now, Barrel Monkeys is looking pretty solid.
Getting some stacks on this Latios, but Urshifu is looking to find some KOs. Great section off from Crustle, just to give themselves a little bit of space away from that Urshifu who's going back to that central area. But look at this on the mini-map. There's Ceruledge might be in for a little bit of an invade against this Urshifu. Maybe looking to steal away some of the buffs. It looks like they are sporting that red one, so they're able to take it away. A great portal from Hoopa saves Ceruledges from the KO.
Yeah, what a smart play there from Hoopa. Just, you know, sacrificing itself so that they can get their jungler out of there in a timely manner. 850 birds looking to go to the side, mostly of Euthymia. Crustle and Latios retreating back to their side. And we have 3 people pushing the top goal here for the side of Euthymia.
We're going to retreat, at least for the time being. Pollen Puff going to go ahead and heal up that Zeraora. As does look like Euthymia wants to peel back for a little bit more safety, a little bit more conservative on the top side, but not so much so on the bottom side. They're looking for KOs, they're looking for goals. Some going in. Heavy slam from Snorlax, going to try to slow down this Crustle. Snipe shot a little bit short, just connects on the birds, but here comes Luniar. Looking to find a KO there. X-Scissor is going to push them away, but only for the time being, as Barrel of Monkeys does escape a little bit.
Yes, they did escape, but Crustle did get sent back to the Pokemon Center there. Hoopa trying to put somebody in the top lane there just so they can't rip the Regieleki for free. And they are starting to do that just on the Regice in the bot lane. And look how fast that Regice is gone. Regice going over to the side of Euthymia as they get ready to push this tier 1 pad.
Snipe shot connects on Ceruledge. Great shot there from Kid Tons. Barrel Monkeys retreating a little bit. Crustle, I believe, picked up a little bit of experience from that Rock Tomb. Great X-Scissor, only connects once on the Snorlax. We have Salt trying to farm up that Eon energy, try to get as many stacks as possible towards this late game.
And that is just incredibly smart on their part. Right now, we've got 40 on the side of Barrel Monkeys, 20 on the side of Euthymia. Regieleki still on the map for either team to gather here. Level-wise, we are looking pretty even. Hoopa going down to the Zeraora, and then Unite move popping out of Zeraora and Seru.
Oh, massive Unite move. Doesn't really find a whole lot. Does find the Hoopa, but Snorlax finds a 2-piece in the T1 goal zone. Ludiar does find the OO, though. That's a great KO that way. Zeraora discharge, going to try to find some damage onto a couple of the carries from Barrel of Monkeys. Ceruledge, Phantom Force, going to come back up to the top, but they're very low. Sectioned off from the Snorlax block to the Heavy Slam is going to at least stall out the time being, but goals are going to go ahead and go in. Euthymia breaks that T1 goal zone. Regieleki still standing up in the top half.
really, really smart there from the side of Euthymia to get that T1 pad off of the map because one, it hinders the Hoopa, and two, it gives them the space to get that Regieleki off the map on their favor. And it looks like we've got 4 people running to the bottom side to try to make a play happen for this bottom Reggie.
No Unite move for Hoopa. Great block, heavy slam combo is going to put Latios in danger, and they are. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Hoopa going to try to escape, but they go down. Great tempo from Euthymia. Another snipe shot connects on the Crustle with the vision help of Snorlax. 20 points now in for Eldegoss, 118 to 55. And Regirock is captured very quickly from Euthymia. Another snipe shot connects this time on the Ho-Oh. Unite move from the Inteleon. Gonna hold down their A button as Latios goes down once again. IMAX trying to hold this goal zone. X-Scissors gonna connect, but that's only a delayed tactic. Double KO for Shifu. Goal zone going down.
Goal zone going down in the bottom lane, and Regieleki walking into the top path. Zero Aura able to score 40 and take out the Hoopa. And we have the side of Barrel Monkeys on their feet, trying to just keep their side protected. Euthymia with a pretty massive lead of 227 to 55, 4 minutes left in the game, Kyle. I don't know, this was showing a pretty big favor in Euthymia.
It really does. Ceruledge, though, however, able to find the double KO, bringing them up almost to parity with the side of Euthymia. So level 12 now. Snorlax gonna just maybe disrupt the tempo of Barrel of Monkeys, stall out this KO, but all that does is earn this Latios a little bit of extra Aeon energy to stack up and give them a little bit more damage.
Right, and you know, that is so good on their part. We've got Barrel Monkeys still making sure to stay by those pads and defend them. Urshifu just in the bottom, just doing its own thing, getting its levels, getting up there. You know, we have a level 13 on it already, and it has just been an absolute menace this game so far. And it looks like Barrel Monkeys is going to try to catch him out by himself.
Ooh, Luniar might be caught here. Multiple members converging from Barrel Monkeys, but with great mobility comes great escapability for this Urshifu. 26 points. We're going to go on in. Zealot connects with that goal zone. Oh, gonna try to maybe put a little bit of a slowdown on there and allow for a couple members to return the favor. IMAX getting caught out here. 3 members converge on him. Also, Regirock likely going the way of Euthymia.
Yep, Regirock absolutely going to the side of Euthymia there after they were able to take out IMAX down there. Smart play for Barrel Monkeys not to pour in one by one and just get picked off. They decided to stay on their side and farm the wild Pokemon, which I think is a better play there. We are at 215, and the side of Euthymia has 275, Barrel Monkeys 87, and Euthymia is taking a pretty aggressive positioning here with the Snorlax and the LD, and Luniar on that Urshifu being in the bottom L on the side of Barrel Monkeys.
Oh, great engage here. Zeraora goes into a little bit of danger, and Latios damaging it very much, forcing a retreat back to the home base. Latios once again connects on that Urshifu, but great shielding from Eldegoss is to keep them upright. IMAX goes down. Crustle is going to be the first to fall in this Rayquaza fight. Ho-Oh does have a Unite move, not going to use it just yet. Euthymia making a move onto this Rayquaza, starting to chip it down. Hoopa Portal is not going to get anybody to escape. Here comes the Rings Unbound. Crustle back into the fray. They're going to come on in, looking for a way in. Ho-Oh gonna try to stop this Snorlax. Rayquaza's still sitting on half. Hoopa's gonna try to stun it out. Eldegoss taken to the skies. They're gonna come down, heal up the squad. And we have Inteleon. Oh, great pull! Zeraora's gonna pull Ho-Oh into a bit of danger. Gonna try to retreat through that hyperspace hole, but 2 members are now down. And Ho-Oh unable to use their Unite move. That means Euthymia gonna move to Ray.
What a good fight there from both sides. Both sides being really, really patient with their Unite moves. You don't always see that here, but boy, were both teams super, super patient. Inteleon able to secure that Rayquaza for the side of Euthymia. Hondo Burgers, I'm sure, are going to start pouring in here from the side of Euthymia, just extending their lead even farther and putting Barrel Monkeys in a really, really tough situation.
Very tough situation, yeah. Unfortunately, Ho-Oh unable to utilize their Unite move. I think they might have been stunned out of it, or maybe not in the range of some of those fallen feathers. But either way, Very unfortunate turn of events for the Barrel of Monkeys, as they are going to be forced down to that basement bracket, that lower side bracket, where it is all best of ones. But it does look like Euthymia is going to earn themselves a spot in your winners finals.
Yes, they for sure are, Kyle. And Barrel Monkeys isn't counted out of this tournament yet. They're another one that they tend to go, if they go down, they tend to try to make a run to the best of their possibility. So I would be nothing other than not shocked if they do, because, you know, it's typical. Very good squad on Barrel Monkeys. This game, Euthymia just looked so good. I would have to say Luniyar on that Urshifu would be the MVP this game for me. He was on top of it. He decided to play it again, and he played it at an even higher level than he did last game. So just looking really, really good on that Pokemon.
Insane stuff, yeah. Luniyar gearing up for the UCS season. Member of Revelation, a Worlds qualifier. So a couple of Worlds qualifiers on that team, but Barrel Monkeys kind of held their own for a majority of both, I guess all 3 matches, winning one of them. Good work. I mean, this bracket has been filled with quite the squads of, pickup stacks here and there, some pre-formed teams, and I don't know. I mean, you gotta give Barrel Monkeys a lot of credit for putting up that type of fight.
Yeah, for sure we do. Um, you know, looks like they are going to be going down in to play the Plague Doctors that I think we saw on stream earlier.
Yeah.
And I know that's going to be a good matchup down there. The Plague Doctor's able to make a pretty far run so far. Yeah, I'm really excited. Going into winners finals, we have Standing on Business versus Euthymia. I know that is going to be an electric set. We saw Standing on Business against Phantom not too long ago, and that set was so good. So I'm sure whatever awaits us is going to be the exact same for this next set.
It really is. But with that said, we are going to catch a quick break, so don't go too far. Maybe grab a drink, maybe grab a snack, maybe use the restroom, whatever you need to do, because we're going to be back very, very shortly, and we might be pulling our prizes. Who knows? Who knows what we're going to do when we get back? But stay tuned. We'll be back very, very shortly, guys. Once upon a time, there was a bracket that got delayed and there were DQs because people have to go to bed. The end. Not the end, but we are stalling a little bit. We are waiting for this next matchup to become available. With that said, I appreciate everybody for hanging on, but we are going to go ahead and draw our winners of our giveaway. I'm going to draw 5 names, and we're on a stream delay, so you'll probably see who we call in chat, because I think that's how the Stream Elements bot works, before you hear it. But such is life. That's how stream delays work, I guess. So I'm going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So those are the 5. Please make sure to message me or message in chat if you're still here. That is going to be how you win. You have until I'm going to give you until the end of this lower bracket, and if you don't message me by then, you didn't listen to me, because I said you have to be here when we draw. So I don't make the rules, okay? I make the rules, but I also enforce them. So no. What do you think, Gary?
I think it's fair.
I think it's fair too. So Slowmond, Christian, Slasher, Sonohita, and Drew. Huge.
Get those jerseys, guys.
Okay, so those. So yeah, those are our winners for our jersey package thing. Our jersey prize pack, random jersey thing. I'm taking a look at the bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket. Let's look at the bracket. The bracket is a lovely bracket, and it does look like Drew, you won. Congrats, Drew. You won. Let's go here. Bracket, interact. Okay, yeah. Oh, well, I need to like scooch that up, but that's okay. We're getting there. Yeah, Drew, you won. You won a jersey, jersey prize pack in game. I'll send you a code. I'll send you your code. I'll send you your code. Huge. And if the 4 people that also won don't get here by the end of this, so I'm gonna draw 4 new names. That's the play. Gary, you have to tell Pina a story.
Oh man, Pina put me on the spot.
Yeah.
I'm not good at being put on the spot like this about a story, but Pina, can you give me some guidelines to the story?
Yeah, we need guidelines. And I guess it is Phantom that just took down the India. Yeah, they have it with like so many A's. I think you had to say it like that, and I didn't want to have to say it like that.
Yo, we are getting a raid from Dusk Runner. Thanks for raiding.
Yeah, thanks for the raid, Duskrunner. Hopefully your stream went well. I believe Duskrunner was playing. I'm not sure I can't remember what team they were on, but I believe they were playing today. So maybe were they on that India roster? Oh, they were on the India roster. Yeah. So unfortunate. GG's. Good run, I imagine. Valiant effort. What's up, Danko? What's up, Danko? Oh, Danko, you guys did good too. You guys, I liked watching your Sableye. That was super fun.
Good run, Danko. Pina, to answer that question, I would probably have to say ranch, because I think ranch is one of the more versatile condiments.
I like ranch. I think that's a good. I think mine would be mayo.
Oh God. No.
No, I don't think it would be mayo. Mine would probably be like some sort of like spicy mayo, or like spicy aioli of some kind. Cause or just hot sauce, honestly. Honestly, I just hot sauce. I'm a hot sauce girly. You should when you come and visit me, you'll see my fridge, and I think I have currently 20 different types of hot sauce in my fridge, plus in my
My
closet.
God.
Yeah, I have a lot of hot sauce. I'm a spice guy.
I like the flavor of spice, but I am a sissy when it comes to that. Drew, I would have to say that both of those are good ranches, so I would be fine with whichever.
I'm a Wingstop Ranch is fantastic. I was trying to think what other really good ranches are. There's a place here in Columbus that it's called Hot Chicken Takeover. They used to make their ranch house-made, like in-house, but like they changed ownerships and it got worse. So it's not my favorite anymore. It tasted like a lot more like watered down and not as like salty. I like a good salty ranch.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Looks like
Also-
teams are getting ready, so we are going to take it into Phantom along with Barrel of Monkeys. I believe they are
Go.
mostly in the lobby.
Did these two face off already tonight, or no?
They did not.
Did
we saw
not.
Phantom.
Perfect.
Yeah, we saw Phantom against I believe it was it
Phantom was against SOB.
Yeah, that's right. We did see that one. Yes, SOB and Phantom in the winter semis. Yep, that's right. That was that's the ignorant squad, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, this is the ignorant squad.
Are you a cop? No, not Columbus, Georgia, Idol. I'm in Ohio. Sorry, I live in the moment. Sounds cool. Don't forget, we had 4 other people that have not claimed their prize. I don't even see Slasher
Better
here.
claim those prizes.
Slasher, Christian still is a winner. Christian, Slasher, Sinohita, and Slowmond are our winners of the drawing. So make sure to be here. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to pick 4 new names of who entered in. And the drawing's closed at this point. We're only gonna do 5 tonight. But yeah, I believe teams. I think we're still waiting for like 1 person to enter the lobby, but we're kind of there. And we have. I mean, once this game goes, only 10 minutes, and we're gonna just draw names until the people are here, or no one wins it, and I just add that to our Twitter giveaway because there is a Twitter giveaway. So if you don't win today, I have the Twitter giveaway on the. Oh, 3 new names? Did someone else?
There was 5 originally.
Yeah,
Drew.
I know there was 5. Drew claimed. I'm trying to think who else.
I think he's the only one that claimed.
Yeah, I think so too. Everybody else, Slowmon, Christian, Slasher, Sinahita. I don't think I've seen them in chat yet. Since. Meowny, no. I think it was just, yeah. Are you a cop? Are you a cop? You have to answer that, Drew. You have to answer if you're a cop. I don't make the rules. I don't. That rule I don't make. I think that's a law. I don't think it's a law.
Said I'm dumb. LOL.
Oh, we got a game though. We finally got our draft. Barrel Monkeys on your left side, Phantom on your right side. This is the winners semifinals, and based on DQs, I believe SOB is just gonna go ahead and forego the rest of the tournament and go to the bed. I don't blame them one bit. So the winner of this is going to go up to those winners, or up to the grand finals. Straightway ticket to the grand finals.
Ooh, And we have got some bands rolling in, Kyle. We have got Darkrai, Suicune, Leafeon, and Urshifu. All good bands here, but some of the classic ones left up, we don't see a Latios ban or a Latias or Ho-Oh or Snorlax. So lots of good things left on the table here.
It really is. There's a ton of options. I think Ho-Oh would be a fantastic first pick. I think that's kind of just such a game-changing Pokemon. Very divisive. Just with the Unite move and just how tanky it is still. Obviously, it did get another nerf in this most recent patch, but I still don't think it was enough.
I totally agree. I think it is still overtuned, but that's okay. We have a pick of Snorlax and Buzzwole on the side of Phantom, two really solid picks as well. We've got Barrel Monkeys picking up that Charizard, and Sautami is back. So
Yo.
they subbed back in for the side of Barrel Monkeys here, and we've got IMAX possibly locking in the Mamoswine. Oh, we're switching.
Okay.
Oh, we got that Talonflame pick. Love it.
I do like the Talon, especially something early game to kind of help support that Charizard so Sao can get online. But Buzzwole is kind of a notable counter to Charizard. Obviously, if Sao is going to be occupied in that top path, Buzzwole doesn't need to evolve. Charmander needs to get to 2 evolutions. So Jupiter probably going to be on the advantage of that. Umbreon and Absol the other way for Phantom.
Umbreon's a really good pick here into the side of Barrel Monkeys, in my opinion. I think that it will get a lot of use if it goes mean look. I am thinking personally more and more less games are mean look games, but this is one that I would absolutely consider a mean look game. Either trapping that Charizard or that Talon or that Aegislash would be so good for the side of Phantom to be able to just have all of them just pile on and knock out one of those Pokemon. I like seeing IMAX on the Mime as well. A not super highly picked Pokemon, but a fun one.
Very fun. And even more fun is the clown Pokemon, Mr. Mime. We saw it worked a little bit earlier in the night. I believe they were kind of running a damage Mime and it looked really good, but I'm still of the belief that that a Mr. Mime can offer a ton of value as a true tank. It is kind of on the bulkier side and it offers a lot of crowd control, and then the damage. Very, very good damage. Last hitting ability. Offers a lot of things that you want out of a tank.
Yeah, it for sure does. Honestly, both teams great solid comps. I will say Phantom definitely winning in the side over range here with the Neon on the Mew, and we all know Neon is a very talented Mew player, so I'm not surprised that we locked in that pick there. Honestly, this game could really go either way.
It really could. This is going to be game number 1. It's going to be the only game of this lower semifinal. And this is probably, unless something changes between now and the end of it, this is going to be determining who goes up to those grand finals just based on some early departures of the bracket to go to bed, which is very reasonable, very responsible. But game 1, only game on deck. Barrel Monkeys on the left side, Phantom on your right side, taking the Ho-Oh and the Honedge to the top path, and down bottom side, it's going to be Talonflame, Mr. Mime.
Awesome, and Phantom having Buzzwole and Umbreon top lane, Snorlax and Mew in the bottom lane. What a solid early lane that is for the side of Phantom. Mew and Snorlax are 2 mons that are incredibly difficult to deal with early on in the game. So what a strong lane that they have down here. But this Mime seems to be fending off pretty well.
Mime doing the Lord's work, stealing away some of the experience away from Phantom. Does pay exception to it, finding the KO on the Mr. Mime, but not before a few stacks go on in the top path. We have Absol looking for a way in, hiding in the tall grass, seeing the target, realizing I don't want to push too far forward.
Yep. Being patient, waiting for the right moment. If they are able to get Umbreon on that EV for these 850 birds, that would be perfect for the side of Phantom. Looks like we're going to see 4v4 up top here again tonight. must be coming back into the meta. A lot of the birds going over to the side of Phantom. Phantom
Oh.
wiping out the side of Barrel Monkeys, leaving the Charmeleon fleeing from the battle.
And Charmeleon gonna retreat down towards their own central area, but they might be tailed by this Snorlax. Soup Chef, along with the Umbreon, are looking for an engage point and try to zone out this Charmeleon. So Barrel Monkey's gonna respond to that, look for a way to maybe steal this blue buff for themselves, and they don't. It's actually gonna be the Umbreon that takes it.
Wow, what a good secure there from the Umbreon for sure. We have 23 on the side of Barrel Monkeys, 86 on the side of Phantom already. Level-wise, that Absol is already starting to creep away with level 7 on Absol and Buzzwole, and no level 7s on the side of Barrel Monkeys. Phantom looking really strong right now.
And nearly a 60-point gap, or I guess more than a 60-point gap at this point. Adam Ninja, slow to start. I think that's maybe to be expected when you have a couple of Pokemon that need those 2 evolutions each. I mean, you have 3 of them, right? Charmeleon, Aegislash, and Talonflame all needed. So going to be a little bit of a late start, but we'll see if they're able to get to that midpoint of the game, because right now they haven't been able to.
That they have not. All of them very close. Charizard getting online now. But honestly, kind of expected with the early comp that the side of Phantom picked. So maybe later on this might work out in the side of Barrel of Monkeys. You never know.
You never know. Level 8 on the Buzzwole is something that we do know. Another KO for Phantom. They're going to be able to take out the Mr. Mime. Now push towards this T1. Fly is out. Fly lands, but not a ton of damage. So that Umbreon is on equal footing almost. Regirock taken quickly by Phantom, and that is the first objective of the game.
Yeah, really good job there on the Absol for just getting that off the map. Absol rotating to the top lane to help out Buzzwole, who is up there just stalling so they don't get that tier 1. We have Mew, Umbreon, and Snorlax looking to get some points in here in the bottom lane and successfully doing so. And then they look to retreat. Aegislash able to secure the Regieleki and send it towards the tier 1 of Phantom, but Phantom fighting back.
Ooh, Charizard Unite onto the Buzzwole. Buzzwole was trying to chain that crowd control, but Charizard paying very big exception to it. Right before the Buzzwole connects on that superpower combo, Charizard able to fight back with a punch of their own, take them down, send Buzzwole packing. And this is that late game that you got to be worried about if you're Phantom.
Absolutely, they do. Talonflame, unfortunately, unable to land their Unite move there and flying away so that the Absol is unable to pick them. We've got Mime throwing in some points in the bottom lane along with Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh going to get the back bunnies from the side of Phantom. Good gameplay there so that they can take some extra XP for their side.
Ho-Oh gonna throw a fire blast onto that Mew. Look to gobble up that experience on that Altaria, but unable to really put a lot of pressure on Phantom right now. Still have a couple seconds left on this Reggie buff. They are going to press a little bit forward. Umbreon pressing a little forward in the top path, met with this Buzzwole. Nice wide guard is going to prevent the stuns on in, but 3 Pokemon on the offensive. Coup de grace is going to go on in. Almost sliced down to size was the Buzzwole. Fly is out from Talon. Looking to combat here, but here comes Ho-Oh. Buzzwole does go down. Here comes Ho-Oh to try to attack the Absol. Unable to do so. Umbreon going to be able to get to safety potentially with a couple of double foul plays and their Unite move.
Wow, what a good play there from Phantom, being able to get that tier 1 goal and having 2 members escape. Really good from them. Currently 147 on the side of Phantom to 69 on the side of Barrel Monkeys. Level-wise, that Absol is still creeping ahead of everybody, but the carries on the side of Barrel Monkeys are slowly working their way back up in there, so they are ready to pack a punch against Phantom.
Boosted auto connects onto the Ho-Oh, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. There's another Solar Beam. Snorlax gonna close out that Talonflame, but Charizard taking to the skies, gonna try to burn down the city, but the Absol gonna hit that pursuit combo and take them out. Great play there. Double KO. Absol. Snorlax with a nice little block to keep them from pressing forward. This Reggie Ice now gonna put a little bit of damage on it. Mew's gonna line up that E-ball, but Buzzwole gets a secure.
Phantom doing some absolute wonderful gameplay, and they are so patient when it comes to ripping objectives. They're like, let's get this fight started and get some of these guys out of here, and then when it's the right moment, step away and get some ripping done. Coup de grace going off to try to save them, but the Aegislash is fighting for its life down here, able to pick the Buzzwole, but staying alive to the Absol still. I stand corrected.
Nice block from Snorlax to try to take down that Aegislash. Shield stolen from that Umbreon Unite move. Ho-Oh, rekindling flame, bringing back the Aegislash. Now the offense is on Barrel of Monkeys. Great play from Mr. Mime. Good engage from Snorlax. Aegislash trying to heal themselves up with that shield stance, but Buzzwole able to take them down. Nice little push there with the confusion from Mr. Mime, but Mew pays no attention to that. Phantom taking full advantage, finding KOs and some points of their own bound bot.
What a solid fight there from the side of Phantom. Absol having that level 14 is so scary. Currently missing 3 Unites on the side of Phantom going into the Rayquaza. Missing only 2 on the side, 1 now, on the side of Barrel Monkeys, as the Ho-Oh gets sent back to the Pokemon Center by Phantom while trying to score on the tier 1.
20 seconds until Rayquaza. Phantom in the driver's seat as Regieleki walks towards that T2.
Yes, they are, and now they are lining up to get a good position here, a standard positioning in the Ray Pit. 2 goals up on their side for tier 1 is huge. They have plenty to retreat to. Mew trying to shoot some beams and get some damage started for this battle.
Mew's poking and prodding, throwing those solar beams into that tall grass area. Absol, it's protein shake. Looking for a last second score before that Regieleki buff unweakens the goal. I don't know what the right term is on that. But Unite move expended from Absol, mostly just to escape that Charizard.
Yeah, and honestly, not a bad idea there, because I think we all know that Charizard would have picked that Absol up immediately and ulted it and gotten it out of the game. Aegislash looking to start this Rayquaza already at 50%. Hopefully, Phantom gets in there to rotate for that, and now the battle is starting. Kyle, Coup de Grace out, Umbreon ult, and Ho-Oh ulting to bring them back.
Yeah, but we got everybody up for Barrel of Monkeys. Rayquaza getting dangerously low. Buzzwole forced to retreat on low HP bar, but they're able to zone out the Aegislash. They're not able to get on in. Rayquaza has recovered a little bit of HP, but that might not be enough. Buzzwole back in the Pokemon Center. Nice heavy slam from Snorlax. Fly is up. Fly gets in. It's Barrel of Monkeys. Huge play for the Talonflame.
Wow, what a secure from the Talonflame, and so smart of him to just completely avoid the battle as a whole. He was sitting on the outside while they were all going at it, just waiting for them to start hitting that Rayquaza again, and when the time came, he delivered. What a good set here. Phantom looked so strong the entire time. Barrel Monkeys just able to secure that Ray, and Phantom unfortunately knew their fate was over there. What a great game overall. Absol looked incredible from Protein Shake. And yeah, just a really solid set.
Really good set between really 2 high quality, high caliber teams, right? 2 long mainstays all season, pretty much the same team the entirety of UCS for both of these squads. So it's a very good traditional UCS matchup that I hope for NA's sake that we get maybe both of these teams into the league. I think that would be really fun to watch and also reward, long time teams to play. Yeah, so really exciting stuff. Congratulations, though, Barrel Monkeys moving forward.
Absolutely. Barrel Monkeys heading up into our grand finals for the night, and they are going to be ready to take on let me scroll back up here. Euthymia, and they are looking for some revenge. We saw them in a set earlier, and I think Barrel Monkeys might come back a swinging this time.
They really will, but really good stuff here. Yeah, I mean, I liked the pivot. Sal, obviously a known Urshifu enjoyer, which is likely why Phantom wanted to ban it. But pivoting to the Charizard worked out quite well. And I think the game kind of worked out, Gary, almost how we imagined, right? It's tough in the early game when you have what you had for Barrel of Monkeys. Aegis Slash, not great early. Charmander, not great early. Talonflame, not great early, but it's still pretty good. So you're kind of really relying on that late game. And man, they came online at the right time.
Yeah, they sure did, and they were able to put their brains together and play exactly how they needed to take that game away from Phantom. They were just able to do their own jobs, and it was beautiful. It was exactly what needed to happen for them.
Huge stuff. Alrighty, well let's talk about the end game. We'll let productions. I'm production, but I will let our observers start to get in the right in the next match or whatever. But incredible set. We are in the lower finals. I believe we are going to be going up to the grand finals, potentially to the losers finals if Standing on Business is back. But last time I heard, they are not back, and we're just going to forego that round. They're forfeiting, and then we'll go up to the grand finals. But either way, we are going to take a quick break, and before that, hope you grab a snack because we'll be back for the grand finals. I think. And also, when I put the screen on, it's gonna say the wrong thing because I couldn't change it because there's not time to do it. Anyway, I'll change it, I promise. But we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Going right into draft, and it's going to be Euthymia on your orange side, up 1-0 because of the grand finals winner's side advantage. Barrel Monkeys on your purple side are going to be down 0-1. This is a best of 3, so if Euthymia is able to win their first game here, that would make them the grand finals champions of Underdunk 58.
Boy, am I glad to get started here. We've got Ho-Oh and Snorlax going up for bans, and Leafeon and Urshifu. Clearly, teams don't want to see Saotami on Urshifu at all, but he's going to lock in that Charizard again that he played last game, so I'm sure it's going to be another great showing.
Interesting. Okay, you do have both Latios and Latias available here. And it looks like, it looked like they for a second were going to go for it, but it doesn't appear that they are going to lock in both of the Eon duo.
But they do swap it for a really good pick. Suicune, as we all know, is such a menace. Clearly, if we look at the world stats, pick rate 60%, win rate 57%. That is incredible. So I'm excited to see that Mon in action tonight. And we got Umbreon and Comfey on the side of Barrel of Monkeys.
Interesting. Comfey pick. A recent buff to this Pokemon, which is always kind of a controversial Pokemon with really its entire existence in Pokemon Unite. So I'm going to see if it works, if it, does the Comfey thing. I think there are a lot of options that you can attach a Comfey to. Obviously, Charizard quite good, but I'll be interested to see what they pilot it with.
As will I. I'm excited to see if they go the Sweet Kiss, which was the more buffed move this time around. We've got a nope, that's not a Greninja. Don't know where I was getting that from. Ceruledge and Lucario on the side of Barrel Monkeys, and Euthymia closing it out with Absol. Barrel of Monkeys really doesn't like to run ranged Pokemon, I'm finding out.
Yeah, that is quite true. Looking at the Latios matchup, obviously a very polarizing Pokemon in its own right. Obviously, it was very strong on release, but it wasn't like too strong competitively. It got picked up. You look at the stats on the left, like it was banned 61% of the time, but even when it was picked, it only had a 53% win rate in the, obviously the highest level competition that we've had with it. So it's been counterable, so I'll be interested to see if it's able to handle these 3 all-rounders.
That's what Kyle. I also slightly wonder if part of it had to do with it still being quite new. I know it's been out long enough to be eligible, yes, but it's still quite new to the fray. So I think people are more comfortable on it now than what they would have been at Worlds. Even our top players in the world. You know what I mean? So I think it could go either way here.
I 1000% agree. I'm excited to see what this match brings us. Euthymia going to be on your orange side, Barrel Monkeys on your left side, and this is the grand finals best of 3. This is technically game 1, but Euthymia finds themselves in the driver's seat with a 1-0 advantage due to that winners finals appearance, or I guess winners finals win. But this is going to be your grand finals of Underdunk 58.
Yes, it is. We got Hoopa and Buzzwole in the top lane for the orange side, and Luca and the Comfey in this top lane for the left side. Looking to get some stacks here, and successfully doing so. Luca able to secure that farm from Hoopa, but Buzzwole also stacking and securing farm on their side.
Lucario gonna just dash right on in, get some secures, get some stacks on in pretty early. So AJ Dragon connecting to this Lucario, at least early on. Buzzwole on the opposite side, getting some stacks in of their own. But look at this push on the bottom side. Latios along with this Absol, getting some dunks in bottom side.
Yeah, very strong play there. Absol obviously knows that it can make a huge difference. Absol and Suicune rotating to the top lane to really help with this push here, and I think that is going to be a huge success for them.
And Absol now playing with some tempo up to the top path, but Lucario is a magician and made all those Pokemon disappear. Ceruledge should make quick work of that Suicune. Points raining down for Euthymia as they take full advantage of this top path.
Wow, what a good play there from the Lucario.
Sorry, Bear.
I for sure thought that Euthymia had that in the bag, but Barrel Monkeys definitely took it and just flipped the switch real quick. Currently 32 to 67, Euthymia in the lead, but level-wise, we're pretty even.
Yeah, we are. Barrel Monkeys winning that fight big before, but yeah, like you said, level's not too bad either way. So level 7 on the level leaders. Absol is going to try to increase that level lead, securing a little bit of it for themselves. But Lucario in the team fight is going to try to get the extreme speed combo off, but they cannot. Sweet Kiss pulling them in close, but the return, the favor is the Absol finding a KO there. Absol going to try to find another. They do. Oh man, it is an absolute bloodbath in that central path.
It absolutely was.
Absolutely.
Absol securing the 4-piece, and they were able to get some huge experience there, landing their Unite move as well for them to get into these Regieleki battles.
Did you say it was absolutely was? Because that was a good pun if you intended to do that.
I think I did.
I think so too. And if
But
you
I don't
didn't,
know.
just claim it, because it was good.
Yeah, sure. That's exactly what I meant to do.
Euthymia able to secure that T1 goal zone down bottom side. That means that they'll likely earn themselves the first objective of the match. It is a Regirock. Hoopa is going to put a hyperspace hold, try to retreat, try to get some Pokemon back with some HP bars, but Comfey able to close out that Suicune.
Yes, they were. And, able to get that tier 1 pad, increasing their lead to 131 to 84. Still in it for the side of Barrel Monkeys, but Euthymia looking really strong right now. This Lucario is being quite the menace, but does go down to the Suicune here.
Lucario going down. Unite move from that Absol made sure of it. Buzzwole trying to take care of this Umbreon. Umbreon able to dash away. Nice foul play there. Ceruledge, Comfey, Collar. So it's going to be a 4-on-4 up in this top path. Umbreon getting punched by the Buzzwole. That's the first KO there. Hoopa Hyperspace Hole. We're going to return some Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center for a nice little refresh. A little spa day. But Regieleki still hovering in the top path.
That it is, Kyle. And the side of Barrel Monkeys has the Unite move for Ceruledge and for Charizard, which could be incredibly game-changing here. The Ceruledge going out, but not landing anything.
Not at all. Sweet Kiss is going to pull that Buzzwole a little bit closer. Stun lock. Buzzwole trying to take down the Ceruledge. Nice little smackdown. Going to push him a little bit farther. Hoopa, though, bringing the team up. Rings are unbound. That's a double KO for the support Pokemon. Flareon's is unrelenting. The points raining on in for Euthymia. Goal zone broken. Regieleki on the menu.
Euthymia looking absolutely incredible throughout this whole tournament, making plays just like they did right there. Flareon's is proving to be quite strong on this Hoopa, and clearly quite comfortable as well, knowing most of its limitations.
Regieleki clocking on in. Unite move. No, it just stops right at the doorstep. Is it going to knock on that T2 doorstep? Euthymia putting full pressure on in. Umbreon steals some shields, pushed right through that Hoopa hyperspace hole. We have Kid Tons on that Latios trying to dish some damage. Umbreon almost pushing it into the goal zone. Barrel of Monkeys responding. Umbreon goes down to the Pokemon Center. Regieleki still not able to go on in. Oh, we got the the Comfey able to stun 2 Pokemon, and Buzzwole and Absol go down.
Wow, what a good hold there from Barrel Monkeys. I definitely thought they were gonna have that Regieleki walk into their tier 2. Ceruledge able to secure the kill there on Latios with its Unite move, helping it secure its level 12. Currently 231 to 100, 106 now, after that Umbreon score there. And level-wise, starting to lean towards the side of Barrel Monkeys just slightly, not too much, but looking good on their side now.
Yeah, it really is. Charizard looking for an engage. Nice little sweet kiss there into the Charizard Unite move. Gonna burn down that water-type Pokemon, but Absol able to take that Regirock. Now, Flareon's bringing the team in with the Rings Unbound, looking to attack that Charizard. Buzzwole does that job quite well. We have the Comfey able to stun out a couple members of Euthymia now. And with a little bit of pressure, Absol's looking for that 41 cap.
Absol going in there just to get that cap while the rest of the team focused on cleaning up the rest of those Pokemon. Really solid to just increase their lead even a little bit more. Suicune trying to steal some farm here from the Lucario. Lucario able to successfully secure though, but giving the team of Euthymia much better positioning for this Regieleki objective.
Absol taking it down, already down to half. This should be quick work for Euthymia. Looking at the scoreboard, the time on the clock, and all of the above, 272 to 106 advantage Euthymia. But the thing I'm looking at right now, Gary, is going to be these levels, level 13 on 3 Pokemon for Euthymia.
Yes, they do, and Absol clocking into 14 there. Level 13 on Charizard and 14 for Ceruledge as well on the Barrel of Monkeys. So still not too far ahead level-wise, because the Barrel of Monkeys did decide to make the correct play and stay and get some wild Pokemon to get experience, rather than trying to fight for that Regieleki top, which I think that is the best move they could have made going into this Rayquaza pit battle. And Euthymia with very, very aggressive positioning, trying to get some damage here early on.
Relentless has been relentless, trying to find some crowd control on these Pokemon. Comfey gonna throw some grass knots in the tall grass to maybe poke and prod, maybe find somebody hiding there. Professor Oak did say to be aware of the Pokemon in the tall grass, and they should have. Absol going to be the first one to find a KO. It's going to be on the Charizard without using a Unite move. Hoopa bringing the team in with the Rings Unbound. Absol goes down. Rayquaza now down to half. Ceruledge's going to be able to slice through that Latios. Now Buzzwole paying exception in 2. Make it 3 members go down for the Barrel of Monkeys. Comfey along with the Ceruledge trying to do some work. Suicune down. We have 4 members down. Comfey, Ceruledge trying to find it, but they're frozen solid. Now the move is on to Ray.
Wow, what a clean battle there from the side of Barrel Monkeys. Still having a Charizard as well, using it on the Suicune to get them gone. And they are able to secure the Rayquaza. They need some 100 burgers here to get that score lead.
206, 272. Still have some work to do. 306 to 272 now. So Comfey still holding a nice little hundo burger potentially, but they'll have to detach. Ceruledge going down. Comfey detaches. Doesn't matter. Ceruledge that goes down because Comfey is able to score. 606, 272. Barrel of Monkeys. Once again, they pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Yes, they do. Barrel Monkeys coming through when times look tough. 30 seconds left on the clock. Euthymia can go for a push here. I don't know if they're going to be able to put enough dunks in, especially since they have so many shields left on the side of Barrel Monkeys. They still get that damage buff from them.
Really do. Insane stuff. 13 seconds time. Tick, tick, ticking. And Euthymia going to be finding themselves unfortunate, unable to close out the Barrel of Monkeys, who have lived on a second life here, stealing Rayquaza, stealing some hearts along the way. It's going to be 1-1 going into a winner-take-all situation.
Absolutely, and I have to give it to Barrel Monkeys. Getting that Absol off the map after they got that pick at the top of the Rayquaza pit was the best move they could have made. Looney are looking absolutely incredible on that Pokemon, an absolute menace. With 12 KOs, clearly doing super well, but they were able to shut him down, and that was their key to success.
Hey, I mean, this is a winner-take-all situation. You got to bring out all the stops now. So, Barrel Monkeys backs against the wall. They absolutely did it. AJ Dragon on the Sweet Kiss Comfey. It's, it's not something I like to play against, but I'll tell you what, playing with a good carry on a Sweet Kiss Comfey, See people type in a chat. I think Monkey said you could hear AJ laughing. I will 1000% say it is really funny to get some good sweet kiss engages. It's one of my favorite things to play.
I
Unshaved.
can't speak from experience. I've never played Sweet Kiss Comfey. I have played against Sweet Kiss Comfey, and I know that it drives me nuts. That Pokemon can be so annoying to go against, but you know what? It is what it is. And clearly, they were able to make it work in their favor really well here. Barrel Monkey's just doing a wonderful job when it looks like they have no answers.
Winner take all. For Underdunk 58. For the, I guess I was going to say trophy, but I don't want to get Draku all excited about a trophy. It's a little icon that you get in the Discord as for like the winner. And it's going to be a Growlithe because that is Pokemon number 58. Which is really cool. So you get a little, so winners are going to get that. You see a nice little shout out in the Discord, the winner tag for the week. Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I really like Barrel of Monkey. I think it's been quite a bit since Barrel of Monkeys have won an Underdunk. So it's been a little bit. I'm not sure on the other side. I know Flareon's has won a couple of Underdunks in the past. I'm not sure about. I'll have to think, like, go back to look at winners, but Barrel Monkeys definitely play in almost all of them, so they've definitely won a handful. Maybe a barrel
for
full.
sure.
A barrel full?
You might be onto something there.
I think I might be onto something.
I think you are. I think that could be the answer.
I think so too.
But no, we got a really great set of players here. Like we've said from the start, Barrel Monkey's an absolute regular here at Underdunk. And Euthymia putting together this also hodgepodge of Worlds qualifiers. They look absolutely incredible. And I know I've said it a ton. Lunier has looked great on so many of the Pokemon that they have been playing.
Yeah.
And Flareon's on that Hoopa, man. Wow. I wish I could time my portals like Flareon's does. Like, good lord, I love playing me some Hoopa, but I am nowhere near that skill level of it. So, Flareon, shout out to you. Your Hoopa is looking incredible tonight. So, excited to see if that's what we lock in for the last match.
Lock in. Also, that's Danny. You need to lock in. I'm not sure. He might have went to bed at this point. But he won a box. So, if Dad's Danny doesn't message in chat by the end of this round, we're going to have to pull another person from the drawing. Yeah, exclamation point Gary in chat. Get in there, Nurse Gary. That's still one of my favorite things. That's one of my favorite things.
So incredible. So incredible. Did I get in there? Yes, but did I get in there well? No.
I think so.
No, what a fun set that was. We'll never forget that for real. Nouns, so shout out to them. What a good fun squad to play against. And we are now into the final band phase here for grand finals of Underdunk 58, starting off with a Ho-Oh ban. And let's see where we go from here, Kyle.
Let's see. Ho-Oh is going to be the first one to be banned. Leafeon also looking like it's going to be on the chopping block. And to the answer, Big Boy, there is a drawing, but the drawing for the tournament closed. So it's only the people who had entered. But if you haven't entered on the Twitter, I was going to call it X, but I call it Twitter still. If you haven't done the, there's Dad's Danny. He won. All right, so everybody's getting their code. So no additional drawing. But if you didn't win tonight, you'll be able to win through Twitter. So make sure to follow us on Underdunk on Twitter. Like and repost the tweet for the drawing. It's for the jersey selection boxes. It's going to be there. And all that stuff. But yeah, we have a draft. Latios once again for Euthymia.
And Suicune, we got Charizard back in the battle again. Barrel Monkey's looking to lock in a couple more. Wow, those words didn't come out. A couple more picks here. Locking into Comfy again, and I think we're about to get a Crustle as well. I can only imagine another Sweet Kiss game here out of AJ Dragon, knowing how to work that Pokemon quite well.
quite well. I mean, worked it to perfection in the first game of this set. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Euthymia gonna maybe switch things up a touch. Zacian being hovered. They had the Buzzwole in game 1. I still think Buzzwole is a good counter to Charizard, but they thought it for a second. Instead, they are going to go to Ye Olde Faithful, the Zacian.
Like the Zacian pick here, putting out a little more damage than what a Buzzwole typically does. So I think that could be useful for them. And Oblivion locking in that Umbreon on the side of Euthymia. They look really good on Umbreon in all their sets that they have played it tonight. So I'm not surprised there. We are getting a Dodrio game in the last round of the grand finals here, and I could not be more excited.
I'm pretty excited about it. I like watching a good Dodrio player. So good tempo. I think Comfey Dodrio is also incredibly scary to play into. So definitely going to be on high alert if you're Euthymia.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious to see if they go Drill Peck or Tri Attack. I'm assuming it's going to be Tri Attack here, considering there's a Suicune. I was never a Tri Attack believer personally, and then I played a game of it. I think it was last night with a couple of friends on ladder, and I actually did quite well. So my mind has changed towards that move.
Yeah,
and
practice makes perfect, right?
Well, perfect might be a little bit of a stretch. I can't say that anybody wants to see my Dodrio.
I've seen it. It cooks. I think
it
the
cooks
one
something.
I think the one game you played it with me, we won. So
well, I'll take it. As we get into grand finals, match 3, well, technically match 2 of Underdunk 58, Euthymia versus Barrel of Monkeys. We are in for a treat here, Kyle.
You really are. Oh, it's always a treat to cast Underdunk. It's a privilege to cast Underdunk. It's fun to cast Underdunk, and we get the grand finals, the biggest of big stages. Obviously, these players played at Worlds, but I think playing an Underdunk 58 is way more prestigious, so they're definitely going to be fighting their hardest in this. Game 3, winner-take-all situation. Barrel of Monkeys on your purple side. Thymia gonna be on your orange side. And you're taking this Dodrio Comfey to the top path for Barrel.
Yeah, I like that a lot, honestly. I am a little shocked that they're sending the Charmander in the bottom lane instead of the Cerulege. Honestly, I know... Excuse me, I had a hiccup. I know Cerulege has a better gank, so that's probably why. Zacian Suicune in the top lane, able to take that Doduo down really quick, and I think Comfey may fall as well, but it might be able to escape.
It escapes, at least for the time being, but it seems like that might be why you play Zacian. The amount of damage and maybe the amount of pressure that the Dodrio wants to play forward on early on kind of means you could find yourself in those advantageous situations, and they truly did there. Look down in the bottom path, it is going to be Kid Tans on this Latios. We're looking a little bit forward, definitely going to prioritize level 5.
Yeah, prioritizing level 5 for Latios is huge here. Will make a huge difference for this battle. Barrel Monkeys putting 4 people down here in the bottom lane for the 850 birds and successfully taking a lot of them, but also Euthymia able to snatch a little bit.
Yeah, they were able to find at least a little bit of those wild Altaria family, but it does seem that the Barrel Monkeys found the lion's share of experience down there, finding some points. And it's Euthymia that has starved out this Doduo, unable to get their level 5.
Right, and that is to no surprise. Suicune Zacian probably would be one of the scariest lanes to ever see. Honestly, because both Mons very, very good early. They don't have to worry about evolving. Suicune gets CC early on, and the amount of damage that Zacian can deal right from the get-go is just scary. So, yeah, not surprised that they are able to hold off on that Doduo becoming a Dodrio.
Stomp on the Serena is going to find the KO on the Cerulege. Comfey finds a home on the still Doduo. Has not been able to find that level 5, which is starting to become more and more problematic as this game elapses. I mean, this is looking pretty rough here for Radis on this Doduo. It's nearly the 7-minute mark already.
Yes. Quite unfortunate for them. It does look like they are still a duo. Hopefully they are able to secure that back from there and become Dodrio. And they do. So Dodrio finally online. Barrel Monkey still in the lead though, 73-42 early on. Level-wise though, Euthymia is starting to creep away slowly but surely.
Can almost have a stranglehold of this early game so far. An eject button burned by Ceruledge. And it's Euthymia finding advantages through the central area. We're going to path towards this basement. Reggie, Charizard already there, looking to try to burn this down. Nearing the halfway HP bar, frozen solid, but they're going to turn that up with the Unite move of their own. Umbreon going to be able to fall there. Dodrio looking for an engage in. Reggie Rock dangerously low. Zacian able to close the door. Now we have a Unite move from the Queen. Charizard gonna get shielded up by that blaze or Flare Blitz, but they do escape for the time being.
Oh, what a good escape there, but Umbreon able to cut off the Charizard and send it back to the Pokemon Center. Some really good ults there on the side of Euthymia for that battle down there, and a really good secure from Zacian. And they are able to take down this Ceruledge comfy like it's nothing.
40 points attempt from the Umbreon. Only 9 go in from the Serena. Kid Tans might be got between a Crustle and a hard place. They do. They go down. Charizard a Flare Blitz to connect on the Umbreon. Passive doesn't stun them fully, so they're able to escape there. 550 birds, the Altari family. While Pokemon captured by both squads, Dodrio able to dodge a couple of large abilities from the sword.
A good dodge there from Dodrio. I know personally I would be avoiding that Zacian at all costs, probably mostly in the other lane. But, you know, can't always do that. Fight breaking out here, ults breaking out left and right. Zacian able to pick the Crustle.
That is a big pick there. That's the defensive front line for Barrel of Monkeys, meaning Euthymia wants to push a little bit forward. Here's the engage from Ceruledge. Sweet Kiss is going to capture the Suicune, but the reverse card is pulled, and there we go. Euthymia expending all their Unite moves. It's just left Charizard to use their Unite move, but they haven't been able to find a KO on it. Zacian looking to hunt down the Charizard. They get him. Zacian able to escape. Crustle finally comes back to the top side, but they meet the same fate.
Wow, what a good fight there from Euthymia. Now they're backing up to look at this top objective, but Ceruledge does have ult here, so maybe able to take down the Serena and Latios with that ult and secure the objective here for the side of Barrel Monkeys. Down 134 to 151 currently, so they could use it.
Incredible Unite move from Ceruledge, along with the extra damage from the Dodrio to capture that Latios and send them back to the Pokemon Center. Down the bottom path, Reggie Ice for Euthymia, looking to get shredded down. Unable to respond as Barrel of Monkeys. It was Crustle trying to do their best. 8 points goes on in from Umbreon. IMAX trying to defend, but now Euthymia paying attention heavily towards this top path, where looks like they will potentially get both sets of objectives.
And that they do. That Regieleki starts marching towards that tier 2 of Barrel Monkeys. This could pay out to be really bad for them if that does walk, if they were able to break that, but I think that they are going to be able to hold it off. Euthymia possibly looking for a bot tier 1 push here, and we are going in, Kyle.
Ooh, that's a nice slice from the sword. Takes a piece out of that lasagna rock. Serena now able to take down that Charizard. 50 points. Looking to go in. Serena capping that goal zone with a significant overdunk. 214 to 60. So near the 320 mark. It's Euthymia. Has a pretty good stranglehold of this game, but Barrel Monkeys is trying to claw their way out.
That they do, Kyle. Level-wise, we got level 13 Serena, level 13 Zacian, level 12 Latios, and we have straight level 12s on the side of Barrel Monkeys. So Euthymia leading here level-wise, and I know it's only one level, but it makes a difference for plus moves. So, you know, Euthymia has themselves set up pretty well here, especially having that tier 1 goal left at the top as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2:30, so we're starting to see what these win conditions are for either squad. Euthymia, it seems pretty clear. Defend Rayquaza, Barrel of Monkeys, you have a little bit of climbing to do. Is there a certain Pokemon that you're really looking for here for Barrel of Monkeys to pick off?
I would probably say that Zacian, I would look to land either the Ceruledge or Charizard, mainly on that Pokemon, get it out of there. And then that is the big damage dealer from the side of Euthymia, so Barrel Monkeys wouldn't have to deal with all the damage going into them. But Serena has also been making some pretty massive plays as well.
Already getting engaged upon is the Latios. That is the first to fall. Umbreon also dangerously low, but a huge Unite move from the Suicune. Charizard's gonna flip that card over. Unite move of themselves. Serena is gonna also find one, but it's the Dodrio that's able to find a double KO. Sweet Kiss is gonna connect, also stun that Serena. Suicune looking to freeze the opponents. Crustle getting caught out here, but here comes the Dodrio. They take out the Queen. The Suicune might be the next to fall. The Water type stands no chance to this Fire type Latios. They're gonna connect their Unite move. Comfy with a wonderful detach, and AJ Dragon saves the Charizard. Rayquaza dangerously low. Who's gonna get the securest Barrel of Monkeys?
Wow, what a great play there from Barrel Monkeys. While the whole team fight was going on, Dodrio sent in a huge ult on the Zacian, able to pick it and not let it participate in the team fight. Also getting a massive overcap here. AJ Dragon knowing exactly what to do on Comfey, just playing so smart. Hondo Burgers raining in left and right for the side of Barrel Monkeys, up 550 to 250. Euthymia still has a slight shot here, but we'll have to see if they're able to make a successful push.
40 seconds left in this match. Euthymia, one final push. They're going to need to score in this T2 and in the home goal zone. Charizard going to back up a little bit, getting some shields from the Flare Blitz. Serena looking to engage. Great Sweet Kiss there is going to stun a couple opponents. Zacian going to be falling back to the Pokemon Center, but 2 KOs found for Euthymia. Make it a 3-piece combo. It's not over yet. AJ Dragon, one of the lone defenders of this home goal zone, but Crustle able to stop some of these scores from going on in. The goal zone is broken. You scramble for Euthymia. Are they going to be able to get this 50? No. Great grass knot. AJ Dragon, Barrel of Monkeys. It's all them. It always has been.
Wow. What a great last set here. Barrel of Monkeys really wanted to take back that win from Euthymia earlier. And wow, what a showing to do so. Euthymia looking incredible tonight. They were able to lead quite a bit in some of these games, but boy, oh boy, is Barrel of Monkeys really good at coming back when they are down at a Ray fight. They know exactly what they need to do, and it's clear that they plan and talk about it, and the execution of it has been top-notch tonight. Shout out to Barrel of Monkeys. Congratulations on being our Underdunk 58 winners.
Insane stuff coming from the lower bracket. They get the salty run back and they win 2 incredible matches against an incredible squad of Euthymia. What an exciting end to the tournament. Congrats to the Barrel of Monkeys. Hard work does pay off in the form of some, icons in Discord. Way better prize than World Championship, I'm sure, right?
Right, definitely.
Like, who needs all the money? Who needs that fancy trophy that could sit on your nightstand or sell for a ton of money when you can have a nice little icon next to your name in Discord, which is pretty cool. Okay, Worlds might be better, guys, but that might be a hot take. We'll see. To be determined.
Wow.
I know, that was pretty lame. By the way, congrats. It was a good bit. Yeah, I mean, Gary, we're kind of concluding. We're wrapping up the tournament. Barrel Monkeys come out on top. But we saw this is my takeaway. I'm trying to form my takeaway here. How many of these teams have Worlds players on them that we saw tonight? We saw at least 5 different teams that had Worlds players on it. but it is the grassroots demons of Barrel of Monkeys that come out ahead. Hey, give them a slot. Give them a slot in the league. That's all I'm saying. Give them a slot in the league. They show up and they show out. They absolutely deserve it. They're a fun team to watch. They're a bunch of goofy goobers. We're all goofy goobers. Give them a shot.
Yeah.
They deserve it, honestly.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I would love to see them in the NA League. I think they are 100% deserving. They're one of the teams that has been consistent and together for quite some time. And clearly they are at the same level, able to take out multiple teams that have different Worlds players. I know not necessarily any full Worlds teams playing together, but they were still able to knock out teams that had multiple Worlds players on them. So, that just shows their caliber. But tonight was super exciting, a really great showing. Wow, it just shows everybody is getting that itch to compete again and get ready to hunker down in the grassroots while they prepare for this new season.
I'm really excited. The new season is going to be upon us very shortly. Before we go, any closing remarks? I want to just say a big thank you to everybody that not only played, but also participated, that joined in chat, that entered the giveaways, all that. It's been an incredible UCS season. I know I told everybody at Worlds that I met, it's just been a really fun time getting to help host these and continue to have a place for the community to show up and show off their talents. I'm really excited for what we have coming in the future of Underdunk, not only our bi-weekly series, but all the stuff that we're doing with First Step. None of this could be possible without Lordy and Bina. They are the masterminds behind this. And they are just so pivotal to the community. Just wonderful people. Lordy, one of the judges on stage. So if you're playing, you probably saw him. Big props to them. I know I get to be like the flashy person that's yapping all the time, but they put in a ton of work. I mean, we all put in a lot of work, but a lot of the stuff they do sometimes gets unseen. Bina also is one of the best observers. Whenever Bina's not observing, it's a very sad time for me because her observing is better than any other observing that I've gotten to utilize as a caster. She's always in the right spot. There's rarely a time where I feel like, where are you taking me? It's always the Magnemite's in the right spot. So I think Bina did post something on her Twitter. I'm actually going to try to find the link and then I'm going to post it. I would love for everybody to retweet this if they can, because I think Bina 1000% deserves to be on the cameras for the UCS championship season. So if you enjoy the observing that she does here at Underdunk, please retweet it. Please like it. To do everything that you can, because we really do love Bina on the cams and she deserves every bit of that. So yeah, Bina for UCS. All that good stuff. But other than that, I think that's all I had. Thank you to Schmeedy, Lordy, Bina, all the TOs that make everything happen. Thank you for Gary, obviously, casting with me to close out the show. Thank you to Bridget and Prancing Ponyta, who opened the show. As a fantastic way to kick us off for, I guess, the off season of UCS. And we'll be back in 2 weeks with, if I'm not mistaken, Gary, it's going to be Groudon next time we have Underdog. So any final thoughts before we log off? Because I'm getting tired.
Well, we can say goodbye to Ray, I guess.
Yeah,
peace out, Ray Queens. Soon we're gonna be seeing some new stuff, and I'm so excited. Just to ditto what Kyle said, I'm much more on the background than he is. I want to give him a shout out as well. Always organizing the casters, and doing a lot on production side as well. So shout out to the things that he does behind the scenes that a lot of people don't get to see. But Bina and Lordy are great, and Underdark has been such a wonderful program for so many people. So like their stuff, retweet their stuff, get it out there, and get these people where they need to be. I would love to see so many people involved with this stuff, involved with the actual Unite Championship series. So help them out.
Huskyle for Worlds, Huskyle for UCS, Bina for UCS, RIP Groudon. Those are my final thoughts, right? I think that pretty much summarizes what we talked about. But either way, we're going to go ahead and raid on out, trainers. We'll see you in 2 weeks for Underdunk. But tune in on Saturday. We have the first step broadcast, the last one of that, before we figure out what we're going to pivot into in the offseason for an X educational program. So stay tuned on all the socials and all that. And if you didn't win the giveaway tonight, make sure to follow us on Twitter and enter in the giveaway. That way, I think we have some more codes than what we gave out tonight and through this Twitter. So stay tuned. We'll probably do some Saturday for the first step broadcast as well. But with that said, let's go ahead and end, and we will see you very soon. Bye-bye now.